She dreamt of that night again, the memory as vivid as if it had happened just yesterday. She dreamed of this man countless times, the way his warm hands had enveloped hers, how his beautiful eyes seemed to hold secrets she could never quite grasp. The dream faded into the morning light, but her heart still raced with the echoes of that moment. "Mommy, you're going to be late," came the urgent voice of her son, his small hands tugging at her blanket. His voice was firm, filled with a sense of responsibility far beyond his years. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes, greeted by the sight of her son. Remembering her client meeting, she quickly ran toward the bathroom. Later, as they sat for breakfast, her son looked at her with a critical eye. Her tightly knotted bun, black-framed glasses, and loosely fitted clothes made her look like an old-fashioned woman. "Lousy," he muttered, summing up her appearance in a single word. "No mom is lousy in her son's eyes," she replied with a playful smile. "But why are you wearing glasses? You're not even short-sighted. And how are you going to find a boyfriend if you don't dress up?" he complained. "Well," she said with a laugh, "if I don't find anyone, you can take care of me, right?" His face turned pale at the thought. Though he was far too young for such responsibility, he nodded reluctantly. "Fine, I'll take care of you. But let me take tomorrow off. Just make an excuse, like Grandpa died." "Didn't we use that excuse last time?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Then tell them my grandpa on my father's side died," he replied seriously. "And why do you want to take off?" she questioned. "Nothing. That event is just so boring," he answered casually. She looked at him with concern. She knew the real reason. He didn't want anyone to notice he didn't have a father. At just 5 years old, he was so independent. So much like that man. Later, she arrived at Dynasty Hotel where she worked and noticed how crowded it was. Model Nana was expected to visit, and the place was buzzing with activity. "Director Gan, what should we do? The situation is getting out of control," someone called out to her. "Open the emergency exit of the parking lot and have them enter from there," she ordered. As they worked to manage the chaos, another man approached. "Director, the cars are arriving." "It's too soon," she thought, frowning. Almost an hour ahead of schedule. When the car approached, bodyguards surrounded it in perfect formation. She bowed and greeted, "Welcome to our hotel, Miss Nana." But before she could finish, the car door opened, and a tall, handsome man stepped out, styled impeccably in a business suit. Her eyes widened in shock as she froze. Even after 6 years, she could never forget that face. It was him, the father of her child. He stood in front of her and asked, "And you are?" She tried to calm herself, silently praying, "Please don't recognize me." The man stared at her for a moment and then asked, "Are you Manager Liu?" Feeling relieved. She quickly regained her composure and replied with a polite smile, "Welcome to Hotel Dynasty. I am Gan Yuan, the director of the housekeeping department. Please come this way." He glanced at her, then walked past. As he did, his familiar scent lingered, sending her heart into a frenzy. He still smells the same, she thought. He asked for Manager Liu, so he must be her client. But where is she? As she watched his figure disappear, 2 staff members arrived to welcome him. One of them introduced the woman next to him as Manager Liu, who was responsible for serving him during his stay. Manager Liu apologized for not being there when he arrived and began rambling about the hotel's various facilities. But the man walked past her, completely ignoring her chatter. "Let me know if you need anything," Manager Liu added, rushing after him. Meanwhile, Gan Yuan prepared to leave, ready to hand over this demanding client to Manager Liu. But just as she turned, the man glanced in her direction and ordered, "I need her to serve me." She froze, stunned, and glanced back at him. "What?" she murmured, unsure if she had heard him correctly. Miss Liu looked at her with a mix of confusion and disdain. The other manager stepped in and said, "No worries, every person here is capable of giving the best service," then called out to Gan Yuan. She replied with an awkward smile. "Yes? From now on, you are in charge of Mr. Huangfu's every affair at this hotel," he ordered. She awkwardly smiled and replied, "Sure," then stole a glance at the man. Did he recognize me? Is that why he wants me to serve him? She thought suspiciously. The man was also staring at her, and when she noticed, she swiftly looked away. Turning to Miss Liu, she said, "Well, Manager Liu, in this case, you will now be responsible for receiving Miss Nana." She handed the room card to her and added politely, "Thank you for your efforts." Then, addressing the guest, she said, "This way, Mr. Huangfu," and led him away. As they stood in the elevator, an uncomfortable silence filled the air. She couldn't help but think, though it's been 6 years, he still looks the same, just as handsome as ever. But it seems like he didn't recognize me. How can I blame him? It was just a one-night stand. Why would he remember me? When they reached their destination, he stepped out. Standing behind him, she said, "Mr. Huangfu, if you don't need anything else then." Before she could finish, he turned around and said, "Yes, I do, but..." He paused, taking off his sunglasses. She kept her polite smile and asked, "Yes, please. I need you to be available any time for me," he ordered. She nodded with a smile. "Okay, no problem," she replied and handed him a business card. "You can reach me on this at any time," she added. As she left, she hurried back to the elevator. Letting out a sigh, she thought, "Thank God, at last. He really didn't recognize me." She ordered more security for him. As clearly as I remember, he's not a normal man. Wang Fuzhui is the prince of the nation, a real bigwig, she thought to herself. Lost in her thoughts, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the time and realized it was almost time for classes to end. Quickly, she rushed out to pick up her son. At school, the young boy and his teacher stood outside. Seeing the teacher's serious expression, Yuan wondered if Tang had done something wrong. I heard that his grandpa passed away. I'm really sorry, the teacher said. Oh right, I forgot about that. Yuan thought quickly and replied, well, we didn't expect to suffer such an unfortunate incident, but thank you. Later, as they sat in the car, Yuan questioned, so, next time, are you going to say that your father died? But isn't he already dead? Tang replied with a serious face. Oh, right, Yuan said, remembering that she had lied to him about his father being dead to avoid unnecessary questions. Mom, a model company came to school today, and they said I was suitable for being their child model, Tang said excitedly. So my handsome son is going to share the burden with me now? Yuan teased jokingly. Well, yeah, I said yes to them, he declared proudly. I was just joking. You don't need to do this, and you hate facing the camera, remember? She reminded him. But if I get chosen, they'll pay me a lot, and with that money, we can buy a home. Then we won't have to move houses again and again, Tang said, his innocence shining through. You don't need to worry about that. I'll find a way, Yuan assured him. But I'm going to the audition tomorrow, he said with a smile. All right, tell me what you want to eat. I'll take you, she asked, changing the topic. I want steak at your hotel, Tang replied. We can't go there. That man is still there, Yuan thought. Why don't we go to an Italian restaurant nearby? She suggested, hoping to change his mind. Why don't you want to take me to your hotel? He asked with puppy eyes. No, let's go to the hotel, she said, giving in and thinking. This boy is sometimes too smart to be fooled. Anyway, the hotel is so big, we probably won't run into him. At the hotel, as Tang washed his hands, a drunk man stumbled into the restroom. Trying to avoid him, Tang moved aside, but accidentally stumbled, nearly falling. Before he hit the ground, someone caught him and pushed the drunk man aside. Are you okay? The man asked. Yes, thank you, uncle, Tang replied, glancing up at him. The man noticed the boy's beautiful eyes. Okay then, I'll leave now. Bye, uncle, Tang said, waving. The man watched him leave, thinking, the kid is good-looking and smart, perfect to be a model. His eyes. They're the same as mine. Something struck him, and he glanced back, but the boy had already left. Another man approached him. Mr. Huangfu, the guests are here. Okay, I'll be there, Huang Fuju replied. On the other side, Yuan and Tang were sitting in the restaurant with Chiao, the hotel's head chef, and Yuan's good friend. Chao offered a new dish for Yuan to taste. I'll taste it, but I'll pay for it. And if you keep treating us to free dishes, we won't come here next time, Yuan warned with a smile. Chao agreed and went back to the kitchen. Tong, watching the entire scene, suddenly said, Mom, if you want to date Uncle Chao, I won't stop you. What do you mean? Yuan asked awkwardly. Well, height, looks, and personality, he's perfect. And he cooks too, so we won't need takeout anymore if you date him, Tang said, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Son, do you want to find a boyfriend for me or a cook for yourself? Yuan teased. Then, with a more serious tone, she asked, Do you want Uncle Chao to be your father? Tang thought for a moment, as if the idea had never crossed his mind. Then, making a cross gesture with his fingers, he replied, No, definitely not. Then don't make random suggestions, Yuan said with a laugh. And let's go swimming after I finish my work, okay? She added. At the swimming pool, Yuan let Tang swim while she went to the gym, assuring him to a friendly man she knew. Tang, wearing his swimming goggles, jumped into the pool. 20 minutes later, as Yuan was working out, someone shouted, Director Yuan, please come. Manager Liu and Tang are having a quarrel. At the poolside, Manager Liu was yelling, You're the only one here, so how is it possible it's not you? You disturbed me for this? Tang said with his arms crossed. Anger flared within Manager Liu, and she raised her hand to slap him, but before she could, Yuan grabbed her hand. What are you doing to my son? Yuan asked coldly. Your son is a thief. I'm only asking him to return my stuff, Manager Liu accused. My son never steals. You need evidence before calling someone a thief. Do you have any? Yuan asked firmly. There was only me and him here. My phone is missing from my bag. Who else could take it? Manager Liu said, pointing at Tang. Yuan ordered the other staff member to check the camera footage, but he informed them that the cameras were off during that time. With an attitude, Manager Liu said, All right, give me my phone back and I'll pretend this never happened. Annoyed, Yuan snapped, Are you deaf? My son already said he didn't take it. Okay, then let's call the police, Manager Liu shouted. Just as she finished, someone called out, Manager Liu, I was looking for you. A staff member approached with a phone in her hand. This is your phone, right? She asked. Manager Liu, stunned, picked up the phone and asked, How did you know it was mine? I recognized the wallpaper, the staff member replied. How stupid, Tang muttered under his breath. Didn't your mom teach you some manners? Manager Liu yelled. Yuan kicked her, and with a splash, Manager Liu fell into the pool. So, Tang, here's your lesson. We don't attack others unless provoked, but when we are, tit for tat is fair play, Yuan advised her son. But Mom, what if she comes back because you upset her? Tang asked. Don't worry, son, your mom is strong, she replied confidently. The next morning, Yuan stood outside the office and heard Manager Liu crying loudly. Entering the room, she saw Manager Liu complaining to the manager, tears streaming down her face. Look at the bruises on my hand. It's all because she pushed me into the pool and bullied me, Manager Liu accused. The manager turned to Yuan. Did you do this? He asked. Yes, Yuan replied firmly. Manager Liu stood up angrily, but before anyone could say anything, Yuan's phone rang. Seeing it was a call from that demanding client, she picked up. After ending the call, she addressed the manager. He's asking for me to come. Go ahead. Our clients are our top priority, and he's a key client, the manager said. Before leaving, Yuan turned to Manager Liu and said, Next time, make sure not to fall by tripping over high heels. Then she left. Arriving at the client's floor, Yuan opened the door and froze. Those mesmerizing blue eyes that made her heart flutter were staring back at her. The man stood there, his sharp features as striking as she remembered. Collecting herself, she said politely, Mr. Huangfu, is there anything I can do for you? Huang Fuju glanced at her before signaling to his secretary, who handed her a set of documents. We want to have a conference on the hotel's rooftop. Also, Mr. Huangfu will extend his stay for 10 more days. Could you arrange that? The secretary said. What, 10 more days? Are you kidding me? She thought. Forcing a smile, she replied, I'm sorry, but the rooftop is already booked. I'll pay for the damages. Please negotiate with the guest, Huang Fu replied firmly. Okay, I'll try my best, she said, thinking, he never compromises and is just as stubborn as Tang. As she walked toward the elevator, she noticed Zhu approaching with his subordinates. They entered the elevator together. Which floor? She asked. First, he replied casually. Standing silently, Yuan thought, why is he staying longer? Is it for work? Or some other reason? Zhu also observed her quietly, thinking, this woman always seems to hide something, like a little fox. And her eyes. His eyes widened slightly with realization. She resembles someone I once knew. Have you been working here long? He asked. Nearly 2 years, she replied with an awkward smile. Where were you before this? He asked again. Why does it feel like he's checking on me? She thought. Just in some small hotels, she replied shortly. As the elevator stopped and more people entered with luggage, their fingers accidentally brushed. Startled, Yuan quickly pulled her hand back. Zhu noticed but said nothing, watching her reaction. Does she dislike me? He wondered. When the elevator opened again, Yuan stepped out quickly, pushing past the others. Watching her retreating figure, Zhu stood still, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yuan's face flushed red. Annoyed with herself, she thought, it was just a slight touch. Why am I feeling shy about it? In the audition room, Tang sat confidently in his well-fitted suit, looking dashing as he tried different poses for the shoot. Zhu entered the room, and his eyes widened as he noticed the child. This is the boy I was talking about. Do you like him? The man beside him asked. Yes, Zhu replied, glancing at Tang. Filled with excitement, the man called out, Call the kid's parents here. They didn't come with me, Tang replied casually. The boy continued, I'm the one who will discuss the contract with you. If you agree to my conditions, I'll sign. His maturity and confidence left everyone surprised. Inside the office, Zhu and Tang sat across from each other, both striking similar poses, as if the child was a carbon copy of the man. What do you want? Zhu asked. I need an advance payment for 2 years, Tang replied firmly. The room fell silent in shock. How is this young kid so experienced in negotiating business? Someone mumbled. Are you desperately in need of money? Zhu asked with a faint smile. No, I need to buy a house. Moving again and again is troublesome, and I don't want my mom to worry about it anymore, Tang said with innocent eyes. Is he from a single-parent family? Zhu wondered. And why do you think I'll agree? He asked. Tang answered confidently. Because firstly, I find myself the most suitable for your shoots. Secondly, you require someone for shoots in different countries, and I'm fine with that. Thirdly, you're the boss, and since you're here personally discussing the contract with me, you must be interested in me. The corner of Zhu's lips lifted slightly, impressed by the boy's reasoning. After a moment, he said, Okay, I agree to your conditions. Let's sign the contract. Tang stood up and extended his hand. Nice working with you, he said. Zhu shook his hand and asked, What's your name? It's Gan Tang, the boy replied. The meaning of the boy's name reminded Zhu of her. What's your name? Tang asked in return. Standing up, Zhu ruffled the boy's hair and replied, My name is Huang Fuju. Tang tilted his head, thinking, Except for one night when the moon is full. Every other night it's Zhu, right? It means incomplete moon, doesn't it? The boy explained. Zhu was shocked. How does such a young kid know the meaning of my name, he wondered. The man beside them smiled and said, You two are so much alike. If I hadn't known earlier, I might have thought you were father and son. Both Zhu and Tang glanced at each other, noticing their similarities. Soon, Tang's watch beeped, and he answered a call. Hello, Mom, he said. How's your audition going? Can we now get a house? Yuan asked jokingly on the other end. Is that Director Gan's voice? Is he her son? Zhu thought. Yes, Mom. Can you come here to sign the contract? Tang asked. I have some work assigned by a nuisance. Could you come to the hotel instead? She replied. Hearing her words, anger flared in Zhu. Is she referring to me as a nuisance? He thought. Okay, see you there, Tang said, ending the call. Turning to the man, he asked, Mr. Chairman, can we go to the hotel where my mom works to sign the contract? Ju agreed and gestured to his assistant to take Tang away. Once they left, Ju called Yuan. Yuan picked up the call, sounding annoyed. Mr. Huang Fu, how can I help you? Director Gan, you have a son, right? Ju asked directly. The sudden question shocked her. Trembling, she asked, Why are you asking that? We'll talk in person, Ju replied, and ended the call. Her heart raced. What does he want to talk about? Did he figure it out? Does he know Tang is his son? Overwhelmed by questions, she was lost in thought when Tang approached her. Mom, what are you doing here? He asked. Nothing, just some work, she replied, hiding her worry. She looked at her son, fearing that Ju might have come for Tang. Watching him leave, she thought firmly, even if he came for him, I don't care. I gave birth to him, and no one, not even Huang Fu Ju, can take him away from me. Inside the room, Ju showed Yuan all the pictures taken during the photo shoot. Why is he showing me Tang's pictures? Is he really thinking of taking him away? She thought anxiously. Please sit down, Ju said, gesturing to the chair. I am here to inform you that I'm taking Tang to Europe for 3 days, as the requirement is to shoot photos in an ancient European setup, he added. No, I don't agree, she shouted, her fear spiking at the thought of him taking her son away. Why? He asked calmly. Tang will be where I am, she replied firmly. He nodded slightly, acknowledging her point. Tang was indeed too young to travel alone. Well, you can come along, he added casually. Huh. This guy has the audacity to take both me and my son together? She thought angrily. No. My son is not going anywhere, and neither am I, she yelled. Frowning, he asked, Director Gan, do you have a problem with the contract? Her heart sank as realization hit her. He was the boss of the company her son had signed the contract with. How is that possible? I checked the company before signing, and it wasn't linked to HK Group, she thought in disbelief. As they were talking, a loud bang came from the bathroom. They both turned toward the sound, and water started flowing out. Yuan ran to the bathroom to shut off the main valve. As she reached the valve, the strong flow of water pushed her backward, causing her to stumble against Ju. Fearing he would recognize her if her glasses fell, she quickly pushed him away. But Ju had already noticed her eyes. Grabbing her wrist, he pushed her against the wall. What are you doing, Mr. Huang Fu? She shouted. He stared into her eyes, his expression serious. Who are you? He asked. Leaning closer, he removed her glasses. She turned her head to avoid eye contact. Who are you? He repeated, gripping her chin and turning her face toward him. Why are you avoiding looking at me? He asked again. She struggled to free herself. Mr. Huang Fu, please behave yourself. If you don't, I'll have to call someone, she said. Was it you who spent the night with me 6 years ago? He asked bluntly. Realizing he wasn't completely sure of her identity, she shouted, Mr. Huang Fu, what are you talking about? You've got the wrong person. Then why are you so nervous? He asked, still holding her hands. Because I'm a person who gets nervous when pushed against the wall by someone I hate, she yelled in frustration. His eyes darkened. She hates me? Am I that bad? He thought. He studied her carefully. She denied being the one, but her personality and indifferent attitude said otherwise. He cupped her face and leaned closer, trying to confirm for himself. Don't run away anymore, he murmured. Her eyes widened as she realized what was about to happen. She pushed him back and covered his lips with her hand. What are you doing? She yelled, then ran toward the door. Before she could get far, he grabbed her shoulder, accidentally pulling off her coat sleeve. Embarrassment and anger filled her face. Move your hands, she shouted. Realizing what happened, Ju quickly removed his hand, but in his haste he slipped, and in the next second he fell over her. They both hit the floor, and their lips met in an accidental kiss. Yuan screamed for help, and 2 men rushed into the room. Seeing the scene, they froze in place. Get out of here now! Ju shouted, covering her. The 2 men exchanged glances but left immediately. Yuan tried to push him off. If you try to touch me, I'll bite you, she said angrily. Ju stared at her for a moment before releasing her. I'm sorry, I was wrong, he said and left. She stood there puzzled. What just happened? Why did he leave so suddenly? Then realization dawned on her. She looked at her back. Oh, I see. It's because I removed the tattoo from my back. Well, good for me, she thought happily. Soon, his assistant arrived with new clothes and handed her some money as compensation. Her anger flared. Am I so poor in his eyes? She muttered, refusing the money. Without saying another word, she asked for her room and left. As Yuan entered Ju's room, she saw him shirtless. Embarrassed but gathering her courage, she asked him to cancel Tang's contract. But he firmly denied it. Angrily, she argued with him, but not getting her way, she finally left. Later, after changing into clean clothes, she approached the manager's office, only to find Ju's assistant already there. The assistant offered her dinner as an apology. Sorry, I'm busy, Yuan declined immediately. But the manager insisted, promising to replace her work with someone else. As the assistant left with her positive reply, the manager begged Yuan to go, reminding her of how he had helped her in tough times. Reluctantly, she agreed. At home, as Yuan freshened up, she remembered Ju's disappointed face when he didn't find the tattoo on her back. Did he really remember me? She wondered. But she was determined. No matter how sad he looked, she wouldn't let him take her son. Meanwhile, Ju met with a tattoo artist, inquiring if a removed tattoo could look the same as before. There won't be a big difference, but subtle changes are visible. It's impossible for it to look exactly the same, the artist explained. Ju nodded, understanding. His assistant approached and handed over documents about Ganting, along with Yuan's glasses found in the bathroom. Examining the glasses, Ju noted they were plain frames without a prescription. Looking at Tang's birth date in the documents, Ju calculated the timing and realized it aligned perfectly with their encounter 6 years ago. His eyes widened at the possibility. So I wasn't mistaken. If she's the one, then Gantang. Ju stood abruptly. Prepare the car. I'm going to pick them up, he ordered. At home, Tang stood ready for their outing, calling out for his mom. Yuan entered in her comfy loungewear, still wearing her glasses and with her hair tied in a bun. When the doorbell rang, Tang ran to open it. Ju stood at the door, dressed dashingly. Tang led him inside, announcing, I'll introduce you to my mom. Ju placed a hand on his head and said, We already know each other, right, Gan Yuan? He glanced at her with sharp eyes. Yuan introduced him stiffly. He's a client at our hotel. You can call him Mr. Huang Fu. I prefer uncle, though, Ju replied. Soon, Ju's assistant entered, carrying several gifts. We can't accept these, Yuan said firmly. It's impolite to visit empty-handed. If you don't like them, you can throw them away, Ju replied. Then help me throw them out, Yuan retorted with the same attitude. The air in the room turned chilly. Uncle, don't take it seriously, Mom's just joking, Tang said, trying to ease the tension. Shall we go then? The assistant asked. But Ju sat down and said, No hurry. Formal dress code is required for the restaurant, glancing pointedly at Yuan. Okay, then wait for me, Yuan said, running off to her bedroom. While she was gone, Ju asked Tang, where is your father? He passed away, the boy replied straightforwardly. Yuan returned, dressed entirely in black. I'm ready. Shall we go? She declared. Is she going to a funeral? Ju thought. As she passed him, he noticed her hair was down, making her look gentler. She demanded a separate car for them, which annoyed Ju slightly. At the restaurant, Ju asked Tang, Do you like it here? Tang enthusiastically shared how much he enjoyed it. Yuan turned to him with a fork in hand and said, Don't talk while eating, son. It's bad manners. In doing so, she accidentally spilled a few drops of sauce on Ju's clothes. My bad. Let me help, she said, attempting to clean the stain with a tissue, only to spread it further. Ju stood and walked toward the restroom to clean up. Glancing at her, he thought she did that on purpose. While he was away, Tang turned to Yuan. Mom, why did you do that? You did it on purpose, didn't you? He asked, startling her. But his next question made her choke on her water. Mom, is he pursuing you? He asked seriously. Little one, you better remember he's our guest, she scolded. So what? Tang replied stubbornly. Anyway, what do you think of him? She asked seriously. Well, he's quite nice, except for his bad temper, Tang said thoughtfully. Annoyed, Yuan asked. But he's so arrogant, picky, and proud. What's good about him? As they talked, Ju returned. Don't mind me. Continue, he said, sitting down. Awkwardly, Yuan said, Well, we should take our leave. Thank you, Mr. Huang Fu, for dinner. As they were leaving, someone called out Yuan's name. They turned to see Chao waving at them. Tong ran to Chao with a smile. If you're leaving, should we go together? He asked. Ju stood watching the scene. You don't need to bother, he said, walking closer. They're my guests, so I'll take them home. He took Yuan and Tang by their hands and led them outside. Behind them, a woman shouted, You're leaving because of that woman? Chao turned back and said firmly, I'll leave whenever I want. And what about our engagement? The woman asked hastily. You have all my documents, so you can register by yourself, Chao replied coldly. You're going too far, she shouted. I've never cheated on you. Anyway, I have duties tomorrow morning, so I'm leaving now, he said, walking away. In the car, Yuan sat awkwardly while Ju turned to Tang. Tang, I asked you to bring your passport. Did you bring it? He asked. Tang handed it to him, but Yuan, scared that Ju might discover anything about her child, tried to snatch it away. Ju raised his hand, dodging her attempt. As he glanced at the passport, he noticed that Tang shared the same blood type as him. Yuan yelled, Mr. Huang Fu, I already told you I'm going to cancel the contract. You can't just decide that on your own, he retorted. Tang, looking up innocently, asked, Mommy, why do you want to cancel it? Yuan forced a smile. Because Mommy is busy and can't accompany you, she explained. But I can go on my own, and besides, Uncle will be with me, Tang replied confidently. This kid doesn't even know he's taking his father's side, Yuan thought, frustrated. I can ask the manager to approve your vacation, Ju said to Yuan. I don't need your help, she replied firmly. When they arrived, Yuan sent Tang ahead and stayed behind to deal with Ju. Now give me my car key back, she demanded. Ju handed it back, but in the next second he grabbed her hand and pinned her against the car. Removing her glasses, he asked, He's my son, isn't he? Even if you want a son, you can't just claim someone else's. She snapped. His birth month is August, which means you got pregnant in November the previous year. And his blood type matches mine, Ju explained. In this world, many children are born in August, and anyone can have the same blood type, she argued. Why did you leave that morning? He asked directly. Yuan tried to pull away. Mr. Huangfu, please behave yourself. I've never met you before, and my son has nothing to do with you, she screamed. She pushed him away and ran, but before she got far, he grabbed her hand, startling her. Then he kissed her, making her eyes widen in shock. His grip tightened, and the kiss deepened. For a moment, she forgot everything and kissed him back. His kiss was eager and forceful, yet awkward, just like their first kiss. Realizing what she was doing, Yuan pushed him away. You're shameless, now go away, she yelled. Ju frowned at her continued denial. He leaned in and bit her neck gently, leaving his mark. Are you a dog or what? She shouted angrily. Grinning, he turned to leave. See you tomorrow then, he said. What do you want from me? She demanded. To pursue you, he replied without hesitation. But I have no interest in you, she shouted back. It doesn't matter, because I do, he said firmly, and walked away, leaving her behind. Later, when Yuan returned home, she found Tang already asleep. Sitting beside him, she pulled out his drawing book. Opening it, she was shocked to see a drawing of a father and son. The son was clearly Tang, but the father's features were left undefined. She looked at him worriedly. She knew he was good at painting, and the only reason this picture was incomplete was that she had never told him what his father looked like. It's better this way. The less he knows, the easier it will be for me to handle the situation, she thought. As Yuan returned to her room, she noticed bodyguards outside the building. Did he send them to make sure I don't run away? She wondered. The next morning, at work, Ju's assistant informed her that Mr. Huangfu was calling for her and handed her a courier. Opening it, her eyes widened. It was her portrait, a back profile from 6 years ago. The assistant kept watching her discreetly to gauge her reaction. Noticing this, Yuan calmly threw the picture into the trash. The assistant later informed Ju of everything. Inside Ju's room, Chow brought breakfast. Ju glanced at him. Where's the other chef, he asked. He's not feeling well, so I came on his behalf, Chow replied with a polite smile. I brought everything you like, as Yuan told me, he added. Ju's eyes sharpened at the mention of Yuan's name. He ordered other items, and when Yuan entered, he ordered the same for her. Yuan noticed the tension and how difficult Ju seemed to be. She decided to leave. Then I won't disturb Mr. Huangfu's breakfast, she said, turning to leave. But Ju grabbed her wrist. Be a good girl. Sit down and dine with me, he said calmly. Her face flushed red, but she accepted the invitation. Chow presented the ordered items and said, I can redo them if you're not satisfied. If Yuan likes it, then I don't mind it, Ju said affectionately. His assistant's face paled. His boss had never spoken like this about any woman. Yuan, too, was stunned, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? As their argument escalated, Yuan began coughing hard, startled by Ju's outrageous remarks. Ju leaned closer to her and whispered teasingly, What happened? Does your tongue still hurt from my kiss last night? Her coughing intensified, her face turning red with embarrassment. Chow quickly handed her a tissue, but Ju cupped her face, turning her to look at him. He leaned in, brushing her lips with his thumb, then licked his thumb and smirked. It seems you've changed your lipstick today, he said smoothly. It was clear he had no intention of backing down. Yuan's face flushed in frustration. What is this man even talking about? Chow stood nearby, glaring at Ju. The tension between them was palpable, as if an invisible battle was raging. Yuan stood up abruptly, but Ju pulled her back to his side. Turning to Chow, he ordered, You may leave now. Chow clenched his fists, barely restraining himself, but he left reluctantly. He had hidden his feelings for Yuan for so long, hoping to show her his love gradually. But because of Ju's presence, desperation now clawed at him. Inside, Yuan glared at Ju. I'm warning you one last time, don't you dare touch me with your hands, she yelled. What about with my mouth? Ju replied teasingly. Anger flared within her. Determined to teach him a lesson, she grabbed a teacup and hurled it at him. Ju quickly covered himself with a towel, peeking out with a playful grin. If you don't want to eat, then we can talk about you, me, and Tang, he said. I've already told you I've never met you. And Tang is not your son, she shouted. Okay, then what about a paternity test, he suggested. As long as the results confirm it, I'll believe you, he added calmly. Her face darkened. If you want to play this cat-and-mouse game, fine. I'll play along. Okay, be ready tomorrow morning, and don't forget to pay for it, she replied sharply. Ju frowned at her reaction. Is she really not the one? But everything points to her, he thought, growing frustrated. Suddenly he rose from his chair and leaned toward her. There's something in your hair, he said, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. The next moment, he loosened her bun, letting her hair cascade down. What are you doing? She shouted, startled. Don't tie your hair the next time you see me, he ordered, his tone commanding. Who are you to order me? She asked, her annoyance evident. Who am I? He repeated confidently. I'm the one you'll fall in love with. Annoyance filled her, and with a thud she left, closing the door. She walked into the room, her heels clicking against the marble floor. "Yuan, you're back," Chow said, eyeing her closely. "Did the guy give you trouble?" "No," she replied quickly. Then after a pause he said, "Yuan, how about we make this real? What do you think?" "For the hotel's sake, we should forget about it," she replied firmly. "I don't want to be targeted by your admirers." "I will quit," he declared, her voice unwavering. She exhaled. "Let's have dinner before you leave. A farewell dinner." "I'm leaving with Gan Tang after his shoot. Maybe we'll never meet again," she thought. "It's my way of thanking you." "I'm available anytime," he said without hesitation. "But we're still friends, even after I don't work here, right?" he asked with a smile. "Of course," she replied. As they walked towards the elevator, Yuan's thoughts lingered. "He's the only one I've been close to all these years." The elevator dinged, snapping her back to reality. They were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of Xingqing, who ran up to him with excitement. "Did you come to pick me up? Is this a surprise for me?" she beamed, clinging to him. Chow frowned at the sight. "Xingqing, why is she here?" Yuan tried to leave discreetly, but he called after her. As Yuan hesitated, Xingqing introduced herself with a smug smile. "Hi, I'm Chu Xingqing, Chow's fiancé." Yuan remained composed, replying, "I'm Gan Yuan." After Yuan excused herself, Xingqing turned her attention back to Chow, who firmly told her to let go. "Or how did you find me?" he demanded. "It's a secret," she giggled mischievously. Xingqing, with a sly smile, teased, "Walk me to my room and I'll tell you." Frustrated, Chow grabbed her. "Who told you where I was?" The realization hit him hard. "If my father finds out, Yuan and Tong might get dragged into this." "Didn't you tell me to come here?" Xingqing asked innocently, further confusing him. Checking his phone, Liang found a booking confirmation he didn't remember making. "Did I book this myself?" he muttered, eyes narrowing in suspicion. His suspicions were confirmed. "Damn it. Huang Fuzhu, you bastard!" he cursed under his breath, storming off. Xingqing ran after him, confused. "Chow, what do you mean?" Meanwhile, Ju sat in his room, hearing the news that Liang had quit his job. A smug smile spread across his face. "Fine," he muttered, satisfied with the turn of events. As Yuan drove to meet Ju, she thought as stubborn as he was, she knew she couldn't escape him easily. She sighed in frustration, racking her brain for a solution. "If I keep stressing like this, I'll go bald." Suddenly, an idea struck her. Hair. That's it. Ju wanted to see her untied hair so badly, she'd use it against him. Tang's curious voice broke her thoughts. "Mummy, where are we going?" "To have a meal with the photographer about the shoot," she replied casually. "Will Uncle Huangfu be there?" Tang asked, eyes filled with excitement. Yuan hesitated but gave in. "As you wish, he'll be there. This little traitor is siding with him," she thought bitterly. "Could you two not quarrel tonight?" Tang pleaded, his puppy eyes shining. Yuan sighed. "Fine, I promise not to be mean, unless he provokes me." Tang grinned, feeling victorious, while Yuan shot him a look. "My ungrateful son. You already changed sides." Tang confidently spoke about Ju. "No, I am just trying to help you." Yuan was taken aback. "Help me?" she asked. "I learned he's a big deal, a prince, so I think he can only make a good match with you," Tang added, smiling brightly. "He's really his son. Analyzing people like this," she mused. Yuan felt a pang of realization. They were like black and white, and they really do belong in two different worlds. As they arrived, Ju stood there elegantly in his suit. "Uncle Huangfu," Tang called out excitedly, running toward him. Yuan followed behind, wary of the inevitable confrontation. Ju's eyes locked onto Yuan's hair tied with a chopstick, his expression unreadable. A man approached. "You're Ms. Gan, right? I'm Xu Anran, Executive Director of Prince Children's Wear." Yuan composed herself quickly, shaking hands. Man introduces the photographer who would be handling Tang's shoot. She nodded politely. Meanwhile, whispers filled the room. Our boss filled the chair for Ms. Gan in person? Who exactly are the mother and son? Dinner was served, and Ju's presence across the table made things tense. Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that they really resemble each other. "I need to go to the restroom," she excused herself, stepping out for a breather. Inside the restroom, she grabbed a pair of scissors and cut her hair to match Tang's length. If Ju was determined to check the DNA, she had to act first, before he could take Tang away. Back at the table, Ju and Tang were deep in conversation. Ju subtly gestured to Tang, reminding him to keep their secret. "Son, what did I teach you about eating?" Yuan scolded him gently. "I must focus on the meal and not get distracted," he replied with innocent eyes. "If you are done, then we should leave now," she suggested. Ju stepped in. "I'll drive you back," he offered, his tone leaving no room for argument. Tang cheerfully followed him, while Yuan hesitated for a moment before catching up. She quickly grabbed Tang, pulling him away from Ju. "Mom, you're pulling my hair," Tang protested. "Sorry, Tang, my mistake," she said with an apologetic smile. "Can you wait in the car? I need to talk to Uncle about something important." Tang nodded. "Okay then, goodbye." He waved before heading off. Once he was out of sight, Yuan turned to Ju, raising a small strand of hair. "This is what you wanted. Now, let's not meet again, until the results are out. And, one more thing. Stop treating Tang so nicely. Your kindness will only confuse him. Her voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Ju studied her for a moment, then asked, Are you that sure he's not my son? Yes, Yuan replied confidently. A mother always knows who her child's father is. Without another word, Ju handed the hair sample to his assistant. How long will it take? He asked. The earliest we can get the results is the day after tomorrow, the assistant responded. Ju plucked a strand of his own hair and handed it over. Keep this confidential, he instructed. He knew better than anyone his identity wasn't ordinary. If this got out, it could put both Yuan and Tang in danger. The next day, Yuan was surprised by an unexpected call from Ju. I'll pick you up for the blood test tomorrow morning, he stated confidently. Yuan, annoyed by his persistence, responded, Don't bother. I'll meet you there directly. She stood there waiting for him to speak, but nothing came. If there isn't anything, I'm hanging up, she said. Don't hang up, he answered. Again, she waited, but 5 seconds passed, and still there was no sound. Hey, why are you not speaking? She asked. Because I am drinking, he replied. Frustrated, she snapped. Then enjoy your drink. Why did you even call me? Before she could hang up, Ju's voice softened. I want you. Yuan's face turned red with frustration. You think you're an emperor who can summon and dismiss people at will? No way, she yelled, slamming the phone down. But the phone rang again within seconds. What now? She answered angrily, only to hear Tang's cheerful voice. Mommy, Uncle Huangfu wants to talk to you, he said innocently. Yuan, trying to control her temper, responded, I'm not taking it. Tang, puzzled, asked, Mommy, why are you so childish? She snatched the phone from his hand and cut the wire. Now go to bed, she ordered firmly. As Yuan turned, Tang suddenly asked, Mom, do you like Uncle Huangfu? Caught off guard, she stammered, Son, why do you ask that? Tang innocently pointed out, So many men pursued you, but you never noticed them, like they didn't even exist. But with Uncle Ju, you always get mad. Yuan tapped his forehead lightly and replied, Little detective, I just don't want him to disturb me. She quickly changed the subject, asking, Well, do you want to sleep with me tonight? Tang grinned. Yes, if you insist. Yuan sighed. You're getting naughtier by the day, before tickling him, filling the room with laughter. Later that night, Yuan is startled by a sudden noise. Alarmed, she cautiously checks, only to find Ju standing outside. Where is Tang? He asked. He's sleeping, so please leave. She demanded, frustrated. He calmly asked, perfect timing. Where's the wine? Irritated, Yuan replied, I don't have any. He turned back to look at her silently, then stepped closer, leaning in as he whispered, Liar. Yuan tensed, her voice steady but wary. What do you want? She feared he might have discovered the truth behind her trick. Lately, Ju had been working extra hours just to make time for the photo shoot with them. Whenever he was free, this woman occupied his thoughts, as if she had cast a spell on him. Overwhelmed, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her, accidentally pulling her sleeve. Startled, she pushed him away, but he grabbed her wrist, causing her to stumble. Don't be a freak, she snapped, struggling to break free. Ju held her tightly. What are you going to do? Let me go, Yuan demanded, but he remained silent. Instead, he pulled her even closer, and before she could protest, his lips met hers in a deep, lingering kiss. Despite her struggles, Yuan found herself momentarily caught in the moment. The familiarity of her touch, the taste of her lips, it felt the same as it did 6 years ago. Ju didn't want to lose her again. When he finally pulled away, his husky voice whispered, Gan Yuan, be my woman. Her eyes widened in shock, her heart pounding. But she quickly regained composure and replied firmly, No, I'm serious, he said. But I refuse, she shot back. You can have any woman you want. Why are you messing with me? She asked angrily. Frowning, he replied, I have no interest in others. I only want you. But I have no feelings for you, she yelled. Then start from today, he said, unfazed. Their argument was interrupted when Tang sleepily called out, Mom, I want to go to the restroom. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at them and muttered, I can go by myself, before walking away. Yuan sighed, gathering herself. If you want to see me at the airport tomorrow, then please leave now, she requested. Ju's eyes darkened. Yuan, I've been looking for you all these years. Did you never think of me? He asked desperately. Pushing him away, she said coldly, I already told you, you're mistaking me for someone else. Just then, his phone rang. He answered, his face tensing at the news. Yuan watched him carefully. The paternity test result, it's negative? Ju asked in disbelief. Yes, we've re-examined it, the voice confirmed. Ju stood still, absorbing the truth. Yuan met his gaze with unwavering eyes. I told you, I am not the person you are looking for, she said firmly. You changed the sample, didn't you? Ju asked suspiciously. You've got the wrong person. Why would a normal person like me have anything to do with someone like you? Yuan yelled in frustration. Ju leaned in closer. But I'm sure it was you. Tell me I'm wrong, he pressed. As his hand gently caressed her cheek, Yuan felt her lies piling up, making it harder to escape. Yet she forced herself to meet his gaze and deny it once more. No, I'm really not the woman you're looking for, she said, her voice firm but her heart wavering. Ju finally released her, turning away and leaving the room. Yuan sat silently, watching him go. This was the outcome she wanted, yet seeing him look so lonely and dejected, an ache settled deep in her heart. Why did it hurt so much to let him go? The next day, at the airport, Tang greeted Ju with a bright smile. Good morning, Uncle. Ju, looking exhausted and disheveled from a sleepless night, nodded at him briefly before averting his gaze. Tang observed him with curiosity. Uncle seems tired, let's not bother him, Yuan said, trying to steer Tang away. But Tang slipped free from her grasp and held out a piece of cake to Ju. Uncle, Mom made this. Eat it and you'll feel better, he said with innocent eyes. Ju stared at the cake, a mix of emotions in his eyes. Did she really make this, he wondered? Yuan glared at Tang, thinking this little brat just had to offer him. Tang smiled mischievously. Oops, I wasn't supposed to tell you, but it's really good. Ju's assistant noticed that he hadn't responded to Tang yet, so he stepped in. Tang, Mr. Huangfu isn't very fond of sweets, he said. But before he could finish, Ju stood up and looked at Tang calmly. Even if he's not my son, I shouldn't dislike him for that, Ju thought. With that realization, he took the cake from Tang's hand and tasted it. How is it? Tang asked eagerly, offering another piece. Caught off guard, Ju hesitated. Mom made it for you, Tang whispered. Yuan, realizing the conversation, quickly called out, Tang, you need to go to the restroom. Let's go. But I don't want to, Tang protested. Yes, you do. Come on, Yuan insisted, dragging him away. As Tang walked off, he whispered to Ju, Women are so troublesome. A small smile appeared on Ju's face as he watched them leave. If you like the kid so much, how about being his godfather? Ju's assistant suggested cautiously. Ju shot him a glare. It was just a suggestion, the assistant quickly added, fearing his boss's reaction. Soon, it was time to board the plane. Ju leaned back in his seat, feeling a headache from the lack of sleep. Tang, full of energy, ran up to him. Uncle, can we play chess? He asked excitedly. Be quiet, you two. I'm trying to sleep, Yuan muttered, having been asleep since the flight began. Tang leaned in and whispered, Uncle, Mom didn't sleep well last night. I think it's because of you. Then, with a grin, he added, Now, let's play chess, okay? Ju smirked and ruffled Tang's hair. All right. After you, Ju said as they started the game. He observed Tang closely. Despite his young age, Tang played with impressive skill and focus. Ju realized he might have underestimated him. As the game ended, Ju announced, I win. One more round, Tang insisted eagerly, quickly resetting the pieces. A smile formed on Ju's face as he watched the child's competitiveness, feeling an unexpected warmth growing inside him. Soon, Yuan woke up from her deep sleep and sat up to look for Tang. She spotted him sitting comfortably on Ju's lap, enjoying the view while nibbling on some fruit. Uncle, do you have a brother? Tang asked curiously. Ju nodded. Yes, I have a twin brother who always tries to win against me just to feel what it's like to be an elder brother, he replied. Tang, deep in thought, said, That sounds interesting. I wish I had a brother too so I could play with him. He glanced at Yuan with hopeful eyes. Hearing his words, Yuan quickly turned her face away. Silly boy, what's he talking about with him? She thought to herself. Ju glanced at her and smirked. Yes, having a sibling is indeed great, he said, amused. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Tang was thrilled by the breathtaking scenery of the foreign country. While the staff briefed Yuan about their stay, Tang tugged at Ju's hand. Uncle, are there any horses here? Can we see them? He asked eagerly. Ju nodded and instructed a staff member to take Tang to the stables. Then, turning to Yuan, he suggested, You should get some rest. After he left with his assistant, Yuan took a moment to take in the surroundings. The place felt strangely familiar. She hadn't expected him to bring them here. The scenery was just as beautiful as she remembered. Pulling her luggage inside, she decided to freshen up before checking on Tang. Meanwhile, Ju stood on the balcony, conversing with his assistant. His gaze suddenly narrowed when he spotted Yuan below. Is she lost? He wondered. But soon, he noticed her confidently taking a secret path leading to the stables, one that even the new staff were unaware of. His eyes darkened. How does she know that? She's walking through it as if she's very familiar with this place. Interesting, he thought. 2 hours later, Tang wandered through the long hallways, searching for Ju's room. So many rooms, this could be trouble, he sighed. Eventually, he found the right one. Uncle, you called me? Tang asked as he entered. Yes, Ju replied. I wanted to ask you something. Has your mother ever been to France? Tang thought for a moment. As far as I remember, she hasn't. But of course, I don't know what happened before I was born. But I do know that she really likes France. Is that so? Ju asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, every time she sees this place somewhere, she gets lost in thought and always talks about wanting to visit, Tang answered innocently. Ju smirked slightly. So, she gets lost in thought when she sees this place, he murmured. Tang, tell your mother to meet me in the study. I have something to discuss with her, Ju instructed. Okay, Uncle, Tang said, waving as he ran out. Be careful, don't run, Ju called after him, watching with a hint of concern. Yuan soon reached the study room, her mind racing. What is he plotting now, she wondered. As she opened the door, she found Ju sitting leisurely, reading a book. What is it, she asked, irritation evident in her voice. Be ready tomorrow at 8 in the morning. The driver will take you to the shooting location, he said plainly. Oh, okay, she replied. You can leave now, he added curtly. Fury washed over her. Did he really call me here just to say that? She thought, leaving the room in frustration. Shortly after, Ju's assistant entered. Sir, did you call me? Yes. Prepare for the paternity test and wait for my order, Ju instructed with a smirk. The next morning, as Yuan sat on the bed, numerous doubts clouded her mind. His recent behavior felt off. He's definitely up to something. She glanced out the window, wondering if he was spying on them. As Tang approached, she carefully plucked a strand of his hair, neatly packing it into a small bag, just in case. As they left for the shoot, Ju instructed his assistant, go now. The assistant meticulously searched every corner of the room while Ju's eyes fell on a drawing left on the table. It was a picture drawn by Tang, depicting the three of them, Yuan, Ju, and Tang. His eyes lingered at the bottom corner where the word home was written. A soft smile crossed his lips. Tang had included him in his idea of home. Sir, I found no hair, the assistant reported. Did you check everywhere? Ju asked. Yes, sir. I even instructed them not to clean the room beforehand, he explained. Ju narrowed his eyes. I underestimated this woman. Why don't we use his toothbrush, or any other personal item to obtain DNA? The assistant suggested. No, that will alert them, Ju replied firmly. Tell them to mail me the test sample from before and arrange a feast after the shoot, he ordered. Meanwhile, the shooting was going smoothly. Tang posed confidently in various outfits. Once the shoot wrapped up, he approached the photographer eagerly. Uncle, can you take a picture of me and my mom? He asked. Sure, the photographer smiled. Tang ran to Yuan, who was sitting idly. He removed her glasses and gently turned her face to set up the perfect pose. We're ready now, he grinned, sitting comfortably in her lap and striking a serious pose. The photographer clicked a few shots and smiled. Ma'am, you're really beautiful. Have you considered modeling? Yuan put her glasses back on and offered a polite smile. Thank you for the compliment, but modeling isn't for me. Back at the castle, Yuan noticed subtle changes in her bathroom. The placement of items seemed slightly off, as if someone had been there. Her suspicions grew. Ju arrived soon after. Would you like to go horse riding with me? He asked casually. Can we take Mommy too? Tang asked excitedly. Ju glanced at Yuan with a soft smile. Of course, if she wants to. Tang ran to her, grabbing her hand. Mom, come with us, please. Yuan hesitated, looking at Ju. I can't let Tang go alone with him, she thought. All right, she finally agreed. But I need to change first, she added, before walking away. As she left, Tang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Now that Mom is coming along, I can create opportunities for them, he thought with a grin. Meanwhile, a man handed a photograph to his boss. Boss, a photographer, uploaded this earlier. The man picked up the photo, his eyes narrowing as he examined it. It was a picture of Yuan with Tang. A smirk formed on his lips as he laughed. So, I finally found you, and you are alive, my Gaia. On the other side, Ju rode a horse with Tang seated in front of him. He glanced back and saw Yuan preparing to mount her horse. To his surprise, she looked calm and composed, like someone experienced with riding. As they rode along the path, Tang asked curiously, Does he have a name? Yes, Ju replied, patting the horse's neck. His name is Bray, and he's the fastest one here. Tang's eyes sparkled. When I grow up, I'm going to raise a horse faster than Bray, he declared proudly. They eventually reached a resting point. Spotting a locust nearby, Tang grew excited and ran after it. Don't go too far, Yuan called out, concern in her voice. Turning to Ju, she stated, We'll leave after 3 days once the shoot is done. No, Ju responded firmly. I'm not free, and besides, I'm worried about you. As they argued, Tang hid behind a tree, secretly watching them with a mischievous grin, hoping to give them an opportunity to get closer. During their conversation, Yuan suddenly noticed a strand of Tang's hair on Ju's collar. Her expression shifted. I can't let it stay there. Changing her approach, she smiled sweetly. Mr. Huangfu, you really don't need to worry about us. She walked toward him casually, but in her haste, she stumbled and fell directly onto Ju. They rolled down a small slope, finally stopping as Ju cushioned their fall. When Yuan opened her eyes, she realized with horror that her hand was placed in an awkward position. Her face flushed red as their gazes locked in a moment of confusion. She quickly retreated but then remembered her goal, noticing. An itch on his collar, Ju instinctively reached to check, but before he could, Yuan pounced. Let me help you with that, she said hurriedly, grabbing his collar. Get down, Ju ordered, his voice low and controlled. But Yuan, determined, leaned closer and tugged at his collar. In the process, the strand of hair slipped further inside. She smiled awkwardly. I didn't hurt you earlier, did I? No, but can you get down now? Ju asked again. Ignoring him, she leaned in even further, pretending to inspect the collar but instead blowing gently on his neck to ensure no trace was left behind. Satisfied, she finally moved back, her mission accomplished. Ju, however, remained frozen in place. Gan Yuan, he called out in a dangerously low tone. Yuan stiffened. What? She stuttered. Do you have any idea what you're doing? He asked, his gaze darkening as he pulled her closer, his hands wrapping around her waist. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go, Yuan protested, her cheeks burning. Ju smirked. You're the one messing with my clothes. Shouldn't you be the one to fix them now? He asked seriously, his hold tightening slightly. She struggled to break free from his grip, but he held her tightly. What do you want? She asked, frustration evident in her voice. Weren't you volunteering? He shot back. It was just an accident, she explained hurriedly, but Ju tightened his hold, turning her slightly. I think you did it on purpose, he said with a smirk. Let me go, she protested, struggling against him. He pressed her against the tree, his gaze unwavering. Suddenly, her eyes caught sight of something, another strand of Tang's hair on his coat. Thinking quickly, she placed a hand on his chest, stroking it lightly with a charming smile. Actually, I've always wanted to tell you something, she said sweetly. Ju raised an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. Oh? And what is that? He leaned in closer. She continued to stroke his chest, her fingers subtly brushing away the hair. I wanted to tell you that. I need to go to the restroom. I'll tell you later, she blurted out, pushing him aside and trying to escape. But before she could get far, Ju pulled her back and captured her lips in a deep, passionate kiss, his hand cradling the back of her head. After a moment, he pulled away, his voice husky. Ganyuan, you were the one who lured me in first, so don't blame me now, he said, his eyes locked on hers. His hands roamed freely around her waist. Hey, don't go any further, she yelled, but he gently turned her to face him and kissed her again, not giving her a chance to resist. This man. He's still bad at kissing, just like 6 years ago. But why does he still manage to capture me so easily? Yuan thought, her heart racing. Ju's voice broke through her thoughts. Yuan, come to my room tonight, he murmured. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Huangfu, if you want something like that, go find someone else, she snapped. I don't have anyone else, he said casually. Besides, why reject me when you clearly enjoyed our kiss? It was just a physical response, nothing more, she argued firmly. Ju smirked. So, you're admitting that your body reacts to me? He asked, his tone serious. Her face flushed red in frustration. You're terrible at kissing. Who would react to you? She shouted. He chuckled. Then I'll just have to practice my kissing skills with you. Seizing the moment, Yuan finally pushed him away, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Ju lay there, looking up at her with a playful grin. You're really in a hurry to push me down, huh? He teased. Yuan huffed, catching her breath. Gantang! She called out, quickly grabbing her son and pulling him away. She mounted her horse with Tang, swiftly riding off while Ju stood watching them disappear into the distance. You can't run from your destiny, Yuan, he whispered to himself, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. Later, when Ju followed them, Yuan attacked with all her might, swiftly sliding Tang to the side. Ju dodged just in time, but his bodyguards immediately surrounded him, aiming their guns at Yuan. Back off, Ju ordered sharply. The bodyguards hesitated, confused by his command. I said, back off. Now, he repeated. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons and stepped aside. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan quickly turned and ran. Ju sighed and looked down at Tang. Are you scared? He asked. Tang glanced in Yuan's direction. Mom really seemed angry. Are you going to chase after her? He asked, turning back to Ju. Ju debated for a moment. Should he chase her after making her so angry? Before he could decide, Tang tugged at his hand. You should chase after her and apologize. I've seen it in movies. If you don't, there'll be a big misunderstanding, Tang advised earnestly. Mom looks cold, but deep down, she's really soft. You just have to act cute around her. Like this. Tang demonstrated an exaggerated cute gesture. Ju stared at him. Me? Cute? He thought skeptically. But I have never apologized, Ju muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Yuan hurried back to her room, her thoughts racing. Destiny? There's no such thing for us. She stared out the window, lost in thought. Mommy, are you there? Tang's voice brought her back. She turned and smiled gently. I'm sorry, did I scare you? Tang shook his head. No, Mommy. If you want to cry, don't hold back. You can cry in front of me, he said softly, caressing her cheek. She hugged him tightly. Don't worry, Mommy is okay, she assured him. As long as Tang was with her, no challenge felt too big to face. On the last day, after the shoot was over and everyone gathered for dinner, Ju's assistant approached Yuan and Tang. Miss Yuan, the president would like to discuss some arrangements with you, he informed her. What arrangements? Yuan asked, narrowing her eyes. I have no idea, the assistant replied politely. Tang tugged at the assistant's hand. Uncle, can you take me to my room then? He asked. Sure, the assistant nodded, albeit hesitantly. Ju never appeared in front of Yuan after the incident, leaving her wondering, what is he thinking now? Meanwhile, Ju's assistant sat with Tang, offering him some fruit. As Tang enjoyed his snack, the assistant nervously tried to start a conversation. Tang, your nails seem a little long. Should I trim them for you? He asked casually. No, my mom will do that, Tang replied firmly. Then, would you like to play with a whistle? The assistant tried again. That's childish, Tang dismissed. What about blowing balloons? He suggested hopefully. Boring, Tang replied without looking up. The assistant turned away, almost on the verge of tears. This child is as stubborn as his boss, he thought in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about a fun game, he suggested with a sly smile. I've heard that if you take 2 hair strands, you can find out how long you'll live. Tang looked at him unimpressed. Uncle, how can you believe such nonsense? The assistant's face fell at yet another failed attempt to trick him. How can I fail to deceive a 5-year-old? He thought in despair. Tang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Uncle, what are you up to? Nothing. I'm just playing with you, the assistant stammered. Tang pulled out a strand of his hair and held it out. I'll give you this, but only if you tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll tell my mom everything, he said confidently, leaving the assistant sweating nervously. On the other side, Yuan approached Ju, who stood there in his gray-black turtleneck, looking like a figure from a painting. The shooting is finished, so we will return with the team, she said. Ju nodded in agreement. Why did he agree so easily? Yuan thought, feeling suspicious. He offered her a drink, but she refused and asked, Do you have anything to say to me? Ju calmly put down his glass and looked at her. Why did you leave me that morning? Mr. Wang Fu, how many times do I have to? She began, but Ju cut her off. You've been here before, haven't you? He asked, his voice steady. Otherwise, how would you know the shortcuts to the stables and every corner of this place so well? He added, pulling her closer. Yuan's heart pounded. She had been so careful, yet he still managed to catch on. Why aren't you answering? He pressed. Quickly regaining her composure, she smirked. So what do you want me to say? That I should take responsibility just because I spent one night with you? But I've had many nights like that. Should I take responsibility for all? She said provocatively. Ju's face darkened. What are you talking about? He asked, anger lacing his voice. Playing her part, Yuan continued teasingly. A man who usually rejects women gave in with just a few tricks. And even now you're taking it so seriously. Now, if you're done, return our passports so we can leave. Fury flashed in his eyes. He pushed her away in frustration. Taking advantage of the moment, Yuan quickly ran off. Behind her, she heard the sound of glass shattering as Ju threw it in anger. Looking back briefly, she thought, I'm sorry, Ju, but we live in 2 different worlds. I owe you in this life. If there's a next one, she thought, running away. When Yuan returned, she found Ju's assistant Will, still playing with Tang. Seeing Yuan enter, Tang turned to Will and said, Uncle, Mom is here, so you can leave now. Okay, I'll go, Will replied, swiftly passing by Yuan. Something about him felt off. Yuan's eyes followed him, suspicion creeping into her mind. Turning to Tang, she asked, Did Uncle Will ask you any weird questions or do anything unusual? No, Mom. Why are you asking? Tang replied innocently. Nothing. Go to bed now, she said with a smile. As Tang left, Yuan's eyes drifted to the window. She saw Ju and Will heading out late at night. Realization struck her like lightning. Ju must have distracted her while Will collected Tang's DNA sample. And now, they were heading out for a test. Panic surged through her. She rushed to Ju's room and entered the passcode. It's still the same as 6 years ago, she thought, a bittersweet feeling rising within her. Frantically searching through his drawers, she finally found their passports. Without wasting a second, she carried the sleeping Tang in her arms and ordered the driver to prepare the car. Tang has a fever, we need to get to the hospital, she told him. When the driver offered to inform Ju, she stopped him. I'll tell him myself once we get there, she said, hiding her urgency. Meanwhile, Ju stood outside the lab, waiting impatiently for the results. Tonight, he would finally uncover the truth. Back in the car, halfway to the airport, Yuan suddenly covered her mouth, her face turning pale. I feel like I'm going to vomit. Can we stop for a moment? She asked urgently. The driver stepped out to offer her water. In that instant, she struck him down with a swift move. I'm sorry, but I need to go, she whispered, taking his phone and tossing it away before driving off. At the lab, Ju held the report in his hand, staring at the undeniable truth. He was Tong's father. If you really didn't love me, then why did you give birth to my son? Questions flooded his mind, overwhelming him. Wasting no time, he rushed back to the castle and called out, Tang! Searching frantically, but their room was empty. Heading straight to his room, he found what he feared. Their passports were gone. Just then, Will came running. Sir, we have a problem, he said breathlessly. Miss Gan made an excuse to take Tang to the hospital but knocked out the driver on the way and ran. I'm afraid they've already boarded a plane. Later, Ju returned to the country with his team and went straight to Yuan's place. However, she was nowhere to be found. The landlord informed them that she had left hours ago, taking only a few belongings. Ju ordered, Don't touch anything. Leave it as it is. As they left the building, Will approached him with an update. Sir, we confirmed that she returned hours ago and has also resigned from her job at the hotel without even showing up. Track down her car, Ju ordered without hesitation. He knew she was still in the city, but the question remained, why was she hiding from him? Will hesitated before suggesting, how about we distribute Tang's photo for the search? No, we can't do that, Ju replied firmly. He knew Yuan was running for a reason, and if he pushed too hard, he might lose them forever. That thought alone was enough to make him tread carefully. After a brief silence, Will spoke again. President, there's something I haven't told you yet. Ju's sharp gaze met his. What is it? Will hesitated before confessing. The hair sample. Tang gave it to me voluntarily. He saw through my tricks and questioned me about the truth. I had no choice but to tell him. Ju's expression stiffened. So he knows who I am? Will nodded. Yes. Ju's heart clenched. How did he react? Will sighed. He only asked me one thing. Did he really love my mom? Ju froze at the words, murmuring to himself. Was he blaming me for not being there for her all these years? Will quickly tried to reassure him. Don't take his words too seriously, sir. He's just a child. He doesn't know how much effort you put into finding her back then. Ju remained silent for a moment before he said, But he's right. I was absent from his life for so many years. I haven't been a father to him. A newfound determination filled his eyes as he made a silent resolution. From now on, I won't leave him again. I'll be by his side as he grows up. Meanwhile, Yuan took Tang to a short-term rental service. Are we changing places again? Tang asked, his voice laced with disappointment. Yes, Yuan replied gently. How about somewhere near the sea? You can swim, collect shells, and even go fishing, she suggested with a hopeful smile. But Tang shook his head. Yuan tried naming a few more cities, but he rejected each one. She sighed, understanding how difficult it was for a child to keep moving from place to place. Tang grabbed her hand and looked up at her. Mom, can we not leave this place for now? He pleaded softly. Yuan's heart ached seeing the worry in his eyes. Without a word, she lifted him onto her back and carried him inside, deciding to stay in the city, for now. As long as she was careful she wouldn't be caught by his father. Resting his head on her shoulder, Tang opened his eyes and silently thought, Wang Fuju, I've kept Mom here for you. If you still can't find her, then you don't deserve to be my father or my mom's man. Inside the room, Yuan busied herself unpacking the few belongings she brought along. As she rummaged through her things, she found a photo that Will had given her earlier, an old picture of her. Staring at it, she felt a wave of emotions. She had never expected Ju to still have this picture after all these years. I thought he would have forgotten me by now. Determined to discard it, she threw it into the trash can. But just before it hit the bottom, she instinctively reached out and caught it. Holding it in her hands again, she murmured, Don't be too proud. I'm just keeping it as a memory for our son. Later that night, she decided to retrieve some important items from her office at the hotel, planning to go at midnight when no one would be around. Meanwhile, in his suite, Ju sat staring at a picture of Yuan and Tong, his fingers tracing their faces thoughtfully. Any updates? He asked Will. Will shook his head. No, sir. Ju's eyes remained fixed on the photo, his mind racing. Where would she go? What places would she return to? Suddenly it struck him. She had already cleared out her home, which left only one place she hadn't been to yet, her office. Without a second thought, he stood up abruptly, startling Will. At midnight, Yuan arrived at the hotel, quietly unlocking her office door. She quickly opened her locker and retrieved what she had come for. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a noise outside. Her heart pounded as she pressed her ear to the door, listening carefully. After a moment of silence, she shook her head. It must be my imagination, she thought. But as soon as she opened the door, she froze. Ju stood there, waiting. I knew you'd come here, he said, his eyes fixed on her. Yuan's instinct kicked in, and she tried to run past him, but he caught her in no time, pulling her back inside and shutting the door behind them. Are you still trying to run away? He asked, holding her firmly from behind. Fury boiled inside her. Wang Fuju, what do you want? You were the one who told me to leave back then, she snapped. Where is Tang? He asked, his voice low but determined. You don't deserve to know that, she retorted angrily. He's my son, Ju stated firmly. Just because you gave me your seed. You think you can take him away from me now? She shot back, her eyes burning with anger. Ju's grip tightened. I never wanted to take him away from you. I just want to take responsibility as his father. Yuan struggled in his hold. Let me go. I need to get back to Tang. I can't leave him alone. I'll send Will to pick him up, Ju suggested, refusing to let her go. Without hesitation, Yuan banged her head against his chin, forcing him to loosen his grip. She dashed toward the door, but Ju grabbed her wrist before she could escape. Leave me alone, she yelled, throwing a punch at his abdomen. This time, he didn't dodge, and the impact sent him staggering backward. Why didn't you dodge? She asked, momentarily stunned. Ju steadied himself, his eyes searching hers. Are you planning to hide from me for the rest of your life? Won't you give me any explanation? Yuan's eyes darkened with determination. In a swift motion, she pulled out a knife and pointed it at his throat. No, because not everything can be explained, she said coldly. Ju's expression didn't falter. Then stay, he urged. I don't care about the past, but now that you and Tang are here, I can't leave you both alone. Tang needs a father. For a brief moment, her resolve wavered, but she clenched her teeth, pushing the knife closer. You think I won't hurt you? She asked, her voice shaking slightly. She couldn't let herself dwell on emotions now, otherwise there would be consequences. Ju, unwavering, reached out and pressed the blade further against his skin. If that's what it takes, do it, he said firmly. Seeing his determination, Yuan's hand trembled. With a frustrated growl, she pushed him away. Then, in an act of desperation, she turned the knife on herself, pressing it against her throat. Are you letting me go or not? She demanded, her voice unwavering. Put that down, Ju shouted in alarm, taking a step forward. Then, let me go, she countered, tightening her grip on the knife. Ju's jaw clenched, and after a tense pause, he stepped back and opened the door. Fine, you can go. Yuan backed away slowly. Don't follow me, Ju. If you do, you'll never see Tang again, she warned before turning and running off into the night. Ju stood there, helpless and frustrated, his fists clenched. As he looked down, he noticed something on the floor, an item she had come to collect but had left behind in her haste. Picking it up, he stared at it, curiosity filling his mind. What was so important that she risked coming back for it? Yuan sat at the dining table, frustration written all over her face. She had done everything to escape, even hurting both herself and Ju, yet she had forgotten the very thing she risked everything for. It must have fallen out when I was trying to break free from his grip, she thought bitterly. Mommy, who made you angry? Tang asked, though he already knew the answer. Only one person had the ability to make his mother this upset. Yuan stood up abruptly. I need to go out and find a job. You stay here, she instructed. But I want to go out too. There's nothing here to do, not even any paintbrushes or books, Tang protested. Yuan shot him a glare. Are you trying to annoy me just like him? She snapped. Tang grinned mischievously. Who's him, Mom? He teased. Speechless, Yuan hurried to the room and returned with some paper and colored pencils. Here, you can play with these, she said, trying to distract him. Tang took the items but looked up at her suddenly. Mom, you love me, right? Of course I do. Why would you even ask that? Yuan asked. Tang cuddled into her. But what if I did something you don't like? He mumbled. Yuan knelt down, caressing his cheek. No matter what, Mommy will always love you. But if you do something wrong, Mommy will have to punish you. Understand? Tang nodded, satisfied, and Yuan ruffled his hair before leaving, closing the door behind her. As she walked down the street, she reassured herself. Even if I left that hard disk behind, it's password protected. He won't be able to decode it easily. I'll get it back when the time is right. Once Yuan was gone, Tang stood by the window, holding a phone. He quickly dialed the hotel's number. Hello, can you transfer the call to Huang Fuju? Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Will handed the encrypted hard drive to Ju. Sir, it's protected with encryption. If we try to decrypt it, the files might get damaged. Ju examined the drive, deep in thought. It must be something important if she risks so much to retrieve it. He planned to use it to his advantage. Just then, Will's phone rang. Will picked it up and his eyes widened in surprise. Tang? He called out in shock. Hearing Tang's name, Ju rushed over and grabbed the phone from Will's hand. Tang, where are you? He asked urgently. Tang's voice came through, calm and composed. I have a few questions to ask you. Go ahead, Ju replied, his heart pounding. Do you really love my mom? Tang asked seriously. Yes, I do, Ju replied without hesitation. Tang continued, even though she has a bad temper, can't cook, and acts a little childish sometimes. Do you still love her? Ju chuckled softly. Yes, even with all that, I still love her. When you truly love someone, you love everything about them. Tang nodded as if processing his words. Tang, I know I owe both you and your mom so much. Please, can you give your father a chance to make it up? Just tell me where you are, Ju asked earnestly. I can't tell you that, Tang replied firmly, but I convinced Mom to stay in this city. So now, it all depends on whether you can find us or not. And, by the way, I haven't recognized you as my father yet. Ju smiled. Then I'll make sure you call me Dad soon. Tang smirked. Let's see if you can find us in 3 days. If you do, I'll reward you. Ju's lips curled into a confident smile. It's a deal then. As the call ended, Ju turned to Will. Find them, he ordered, relieved that at least Yuan wouldn't be leaving the city for now. On the 3rd day, Yuan found a new job and a nearby school for Tang. Before heading to work, she advised Tang to wait for her while she withdrew some money. Meanwhile, Tang noticed something and turned around. Ju's car was parked not far away. His eyes lit up, and he ran toward it excitedly. I made it. Where's my reward? Ju asked. Tang grinned mischievously. It will be my mom's birthday in 3 days, so wait till then. He then turned and ran off, waving. See you then, Uncle Ju. Yuan had taken a job as a fitness instructor at a club. This is Miss Yuan. Your friend recommended you. So, which plan would you like to buy? The receptionist asked the client. I want her to be my private coach. A deep voice responded, Ju standing there, his gaze locked onto her. Later, Yuan stood outside the training room, feeling uneasy. It was strange that she had a private client on her first day, but the pay was good, so she didn't question it much. However, the moment she entered, her body tensed. Her client was none other than Ju. Without hesitation, she turned to leave, but his bodyguards blocked her path. I have something to return to you, Ju said from behind. She stopped, and he held up the hard drive. Did you forget about this? He asked, watching her reaction. Yuan spun around, her voice sharp. Give it back to me. Let's talk first, Ju countered calmly. If this is about being Tang's father, then forget it. There's no way, she said, making her stance clear. Ju, unfazed, looked back. Since you don't want to talk, let's make a deal. Not interested, she replied coldly. Stay for 1 month, finish the shoot, and I'll return it. That already belongs to me, Yuan said confidently. Ju smirked. Then by that logic, Tong is my son, and I have the right to see him. Yuan's expression faltered. After a moment of thought, she finally nodded. Okay, I agree, but promise me, after this 1 month you'll never disturb us again, she said, stepping closer. A knowing look crossed Ju's face. Deal, he said. 6 years ago, they had made a promise like this too. Without warning, Ju took her hand and placed a soft kiss on it. A shiver ran through her, and she quickly pulled her hand back, glaring at him. You're as sensitive as before, he remarked casually. And you're still as shameless, she snapped. Later, Yuan brought out the training plan she had prepared for him. As she was about to explain, Ju casually began unbuttoning his shirt. Hey, there's a fitting room over there, she yelled. Ju turned toward her, smirking as he leaned in. What? Are you embarrassed? Yuan folded her arms, shooting him a glare. Why should I be? You're the one who should be embarrassed. They had done things far more intimate than this, yet she still found herself blushing like a fool. Determined not to let him get to her, she pushed him through an intense workout, refusing to give him a break. Tired yet? She teased as he struggled through another set. Ju smirked, pulling himself up with ease. In one swift motion, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. Do you want to test it? He murmured. Yuan's breath hitched, her face flushing. Test what? She stammered. Ju's gaze softened, and without hesitation, he leaned in and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Yuan remained still, feeling the warmth of his touch. But before she could react, a familiar voice called out, Mummy! It was Tang. Seeing Tang, Yuan quickly pushed Ju away. To cover her embarrassment, she ordered Ju to continue exercising. Tang, concerned, asked, Mom, why are you bullying Uncle Ju? Before Yuan could respond, Ju chuckled. Don't worry, Tang. I can even do it with you on my back. Want to try? Tang's eyes lit up with excitement. Mom, can I? Yuan nodded. Sure. She picked him up and carefully settled him on Ju's back. As Ju exercised, Tang clung to him, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Dad is really strong, he thought. Later, they chatted about Tang's first day at school while Yuan watched from nearby. It was his first time riding on his father's back, and she didn't want to interrupt this rare moment. As the day ended, Yuan and Tang waved goodbye before leaving. Once they were gone, Ju turned to Will. What's the progress? He asked. Will reported, according to my conversation with Tang, they've been in this city since he was 3. Miss Yuan doesn't seem to have many close friends. Ju nodded thoughtfully. Pick up Tang tomorrow. The next day, at Dynasty Hotel, Tang walked confidently through the walkway, his trendy outfit making him look like a miniature version of his father. Yuan stood nearby, watching him with amusement. Suddenly, the power went out, plunging the room into darkness. Startled, Yuan panicked and rushed to find Tang. Before she could move further, soft music began playing. She turned around and saw someone sitting at the piano. Then, from the side, Tang stepped forward, holding a beautifully decorated cake. Happy birthday, Mom. I wish you happiness forever, Tang said with a bright smile. Yuan froze in place, her heart swelling with emotion. Tang pointed toward Ju. Uncle Ju planned all this. Ju sat at the piano, his fingers gliding over the keys, his eyes flickering between her and the notes. When their gazes met, Yuan's heart pounded and warmth crept up her cheeks. Come on, Mom, blow out the candles and make a wish, Tang urged, holding up the cake. Yuan smiled, closing her eyes as she made her silent wish, for Tang's happiness and safety, always. Just as she finished, Ju leaned in close, his breath warm near her ear. The next second, both Ju and Tang kissed her cheek at the same time. Happy birthday, Ju murmured. Let's cut the cake, Ju said, gently pulling her toward the table. He held her hand, guiding it toward the knife. Hey, don't get too close, Yuan protested in a hushed voice. Ju didn't budge. Everyone's watching. Let's not make a scene, he whispered against her ear. That's exactly why you should step back, she mumbled, sneaking a glance at him. Unmoved, Ju tightened his hold, rendering her unable to escape. Focus, he murmured, making her shiver. Tang beamed. Mom, Uncle Ju even prepared the cake himself. Oh, really? Yuan smirked. Then I must give him the first piece. Sarcasm laced her voice as she cut the cake, placing the first slice on a plate. Ju reached out to take it, but before he could, Yuan grabbed the cake and smeared it directly onto his face. The entire room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Ju's reaction. Yuan knew his obsession with cleanliness. This was sure to provoke him. She expected him to snap and leave her alone. Will quickly stepped forward. Mr. Huangfu, let me get you a towel. But Ju ignored him. Instead, he calmly wiped some frosting from his cheek with his finger and tasted it. It's good, he remarked, completely unfazed. Yuan stared at him, stunned. Ju turned to her, his eyes dark with intent. In the next moment, he grabbed her wrist, pulling her closer. Before she could react, he wiped the remaining frosting from the corner of her lips with his thumb. Let me help you clean it, he murmured. Before she could protest, he leaned in and kissed her, deeply, passionately. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. By the time he pulled away, the room was still silent, all eyes on them. Ju calmly wiped his hands with a clean towel. I'm only letting this slide because I love you, he said, his tone serious. But only this once. As Yuan chatted with others, Ju stood at a distance, watching her intently. Tang approached him, eyes gleaming with excitement. Did you get a gift for her? Ju nodded. Yes, I prepared a dress for her. He went on to explain how he had personally designed it, staying up all night to perfect every detail. Tang grinned. Okay, I'll help you give it to her. Soon, Yuan came over to take Tang away, but he clung to Ju, insisting they go out for dinner together. Yuan immediately refused, but Ju glanced at her and said casually, If you're busy, you don't have to come. She frowned. She couldn't let Tang be alone with him, so she had no choice but to follow. Just as they were about to leave, Qiao suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. Tang greeted him innocently, while Qiao walked straight to Yuan. I heard you changed jobs. Why? Do you need any help? He asked, concern evident in his voice. Before Yuan could respond, Ju stepped forward, his hand resting firmly on her shoulder. His expression was cold as he said, You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Qiao. Qiao smiled awkwardly and turned to Yuan. Have you had dinner? Let me treat you. Yuan, sensing an opportunity to irritate Ju, immediately agreed. We're heading out for dinner. Would you like to join us? Before Qiao could answer, Ju pulled her aside. No, it's a family dinner, he stated firmly, then led her and Tang toward the parking lot. Undeterred, Qiao followed them. Ignoring Ju's silent warnings, he casually slid into Will's seat in the car. Ju smirked. I heard you're getting married soon? He asked casually. Qiao remained composed. It's just an engagement arranged by my father, he replied before quickly adding, By the way, I also heard you're engaged to a noble lady. Ju leaned back, his smirk unwavering. Just a rumor, he said smoothly. But you, on the other hand, are really getting married. He paused, then added, By the way, should I call you Mr. Qiao or Mr. Liu? Qiao flinched slightly, but quickly regained his calm. One is my father's surname, the other my mother's. You can call me whichever you prefer, he said evenly. Despite his composed front, he was tense. He knew Ju was testing him, probing into his past. And sooner or later, he would have to reveal his true identity to Yuan himself. Later, as they settled into their seats at the restaurant, an unexpected presence arrived, Xinqing. Her sudden appearance startled everyone. Ju smirked, his tone light yet calculated. What a coincidence. Would you like to join us? Xinqing accepted the invitation, eager to spend time with Qiao. Meanwhile, Ju subtly served food to Yuan, his actions full of unspoken affection. Xinqing's gaze soon shifted to Tang. Is he your son, Miss Gan? She asked curiously. Yuan nodded. Tang, greet Miss Xinqing. Tang politely greeted her, his refined manners catching Xinqing's attention. She smiled in admiration. Miss Gan, I had no idea you had a son. I always assumed you were single. But he's truly remarkable, just as perfect as Mr. Huangfu, she added warmly. Ju's smirk deepened. You two also look good together, he remarked in response. Before the atmosphere could grow more complicated, Qiao abruptly grabbed Xinqing's wrist and pulled her outside. Once outside, he harshly released her hand. Xinqing, what were you trying to do? He demanded. I should be asking you the same thing, she snapped back. Frustration flickered in his eyes. Xinqing, why are you insisting on a loveless marriage? Think whatever you want, but I'm going to marry you, she said firmly. Qiao exhaled sharply and gripped her shoulders. Xinqing, marriage should be built on love, and I don't love you. I can't marry you, he stated hesitantly. Despite her persistence, he knew she had no ill intentions, but this marriage was something his father wanted, not him. Xinqing, I should have explained it earlier, and that was my fault. But to be honest, I've only ever thought of you as a friend. His voice softened slightly. I can give you anything within my ability as long as you don't force me into marriage. Xinqing's eyes darkened. Then I want you to love me. Qiao sighed. I already told you, it's impossible. How can you say that without even trying? She argued. You have two choices, marry me or marry no one else. You're being irrational, he said coldly before walking away. Xinqing stood frozen, tears slipping down her cheeks. She had loved him since they were children. How could he just walk away so easily? Inside the restaurant, as dinner ended, Yuan urged Tang to hurry home. Before they could leave, Ju stepped close and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. Hey, just leave already, she exclaimed, blushing as she pushed him away. Ju only chuckled before turning to leave. As Yuan turned to go, a strange feeling washed over her. She glanced back instinctively, sensing something. But there was nothing. What is it, Mom? Tang asked. Nothing, she quickly replied, shaking off the unease. Maybe it was just my imagination, she thought before leading Tang home. The next day, Tang and Yuan arrived at the set where the launch event was scheduled for the evening. Tang looked up at her expectantly. Mom, you have to get ready in a new dress and support me on stage. Yuan shook her head immediately. No way. I don't want any unnecessary attention from reporters. But Tang pouted, his eyes filled with innocence. She sighed, unable to resist his pleading expression, and finally relented. As she was about to head home to fetch a dress, Tang handed her a box. I prepared this as your birthday gift, he said cheerfully. Yuan hesitated before opening it. Inside lay a breathtakingly beautiful dress. Later, she changed into it, the fabric hugging her perfectly, making her look stunning. Just as she finished, an announcement echoed across the venue. The show was about to begin. She hurried to catch Tang's performance. Outside, Ju arrived, dressed sharply in a tailored suit. Reporters immediately swarmed around him. "Mr. Huangfu, can you tell us the brand name of the children's clothing line?" one asked. Before he could answer, his gaze shifted beyond the crowd, catching a glimpse of someone familiar. His eyes trailed behind the reporters, locking onto Yuan as she walked past. Without hesitation, he turned to follow her, leaving Will to manage the reporters. "Mr. Huangfu will answer questions after the show," Will quickly assured them, diverting their attention. Backstage, Yuan rushed to find Tang before the show. Before she could reach him, Ju suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her into a secluded corner, pinning her between his firm chest and the wall. "What are you doing? Let me go!" she snapped, attempting to slap him away. But her movement froze midair as her eyes caught something, the brooch pinned to his coat. Her breath hitched. It was the same one he had worn that night, 6 years ago. Ju lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. The dress suited her perfectly, but there was one problem. His brows furrowed. "The neckline is too low." His voice was firm. "The neckline is too revealing." Yuan scoffed. "And why do you care?" He leaned in, his strong arms caging her in. His voice was deep and commanding. "Don't move, or I'll kiss you." She stiffened. Panic flickered in her eyes, and in desperation she grabbed the brooch from his coat, intending to poke him with it. But before she could act, he swiftly caught her wrist, pulling her even closer by the waist. In one smooth motion, he took the brooch from her hand and clipped it to her dress, adjusting the neckline to cover her more modestly. His lips curled in satisfaction. "Much better." Yuan glanced down. She had to admit, it was a perfect fix. Still, she glared at him. "You ruined my dress. Now pay for it." Ju chuckled, cupping her face gently. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Don't worry, I'll buy you plenty more," he murmured before pressing a soft kiss against her lips. Ju pulled out a matching ribbon and gently tied it around Yuan's wrist. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Don't take it off tonight, or I'll tell Tang that I'm his father." With that, he turned and walked away. Yuan clenched her fists, glaring at his disappearing figure. "How dare he threaten me using my son?" The show began, and Tang stepped onto the stage, looking like a little prince in his elegant attire. Yuan stood at the front, her eyes filled with admiration for her son's charm and confidence. Ju appeared beside her, his voice low. "Isn't he outstanding?" "Yeah," Yuan muttered absent-mindedly, still mesmerized by Tang's presence. Ju's gaze drifted toward her neck. Unable to resist, he leaned in and lightly bit her from behind. Yuan flinched, stiffening on the spot. "Wang Fuju, what are you doing?" she hissed, spinning around and pushing him away. Ju caught her wrist, lifting it to his lips and pressing a soft kiss against her hand. "Wait for me here," he murmured before walking away. Yuan stood frozen, her hand flying to her neck, trying to process what had just happened. "This man is insane," she muttered under her breath. As the show continued, Tang reappeared on stage in a sleek new suit, looking even more refined. But soon, the audience's attention shifted behind him. Ju stepped onto the stage, dressed in the exact same attire as Tang. A hushed murmur ran through the crowd as Ju reached Tang's side, casually taking his hand. The resemblance between them was undeniable, drawing gasps of admiration from the audience. Yuan clenched her fists, unease bubbling inside her. She could already picture the headlines once the reporters captured this moment. Ju took the microphone, his voice steady. "Everyone, thank you for attending today's show. With this, I'd like to officially announce the brand's name," he continued. "From today, it will be called Gantang." Tang's eyes widened in surprise. "That's my name," he whispered. Yuan's breath hitched. Panic coursed through her as she feared what he might say next. Ju, noticing her unease, smirked slightly before turning back to the audience. "I named it after a famous poem, Gantang," he added smoothly. "I believe our brand should carry the same values, growing into something as timeless and renowned as the poem itself." Yuan exhaled slowly, relieved that he hadn't exposed Tang's true identity. But her relief was short-lived. Leaving Tang around Ju was still a dangerous gamble. As the event wrapped up, Yuan called for Tang. "Mom, you look gorgeous," Tang said, running up to her with a bright smile. "Thank you, my child. Now, let's change quickly and head home," she said, leading him to the changing room. As Tang stepped inside, Yuan waited outside. But within moments, Ju appeared, stopping right behind her. "Where are you going? And where is Tang?" he asked. "He's changing, and we're leaving," she replied firmly. Ju grabbed her hand. "The event isn't over yet. I'll drive you home later," he said. She immediately yanked her hand away. "Wang Fuju, I only agreed to the show. There was never any arrangement for after the event. You're violating our agreement, so keep your word and stop bothering us." Ju's sharp gaze held hers before he swiftly grabbed her wrist again. "Let me go," she snapped, struggling against his hold. Before their argument could escalate, a child's voice rang through the hallway. "Auntie Tang is fighting with someone." Inside the room, a boy shoved Tang to the ground. In defense, Tang kicked him, making the other boy stumble and fall backward. Yuan rushed in just as the scuffle ended. She crouched down, pulling Tang up and checking for any injuries. Behind her, the other boy's mother stormed in, lifting her son and glaring at them. How dare you bully my son, she snapped. Yuan and Tang remained silent as the woman stormed toward them, but Yuan quickly stepped in front of Tang, shielding him. What are you doing? She demanded. Behind her, Ju stood with a dark expression. The woman hesitated upon noticing him, fear creeping into her features. Your son bullied mine, she accused hesitantly. I didn't. He pushed me first, Tang defended himself quickly. The other boy sneered and pointed at Tang. You don't deserve to be a star model. You don't even have a father. You're not qualified, he mocked arrogantly. Ju's gaze turned colder. At that moment, the boy's father arrived. Seeing Ju's expression, he immediately ordered his son to apologize. He knew better than to offend someone like Ju Huangfu, but the arrogant boy remained stubborn. Instead of apologizing, he rushed toward Tang again in anger. Yuan was stunned by his behavior but immediately moved to protect Tang. Before the boy could reach him, Ju stepped forward and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. The child, realizing he was now defenseless, burst into frightened sobs. Mr. Huangfu, please let him go. He's just a kid, the boy's mother pleaded, her voice shaking. Ju's grip remained firm, his expression unreadable. He had never tolerated anyone disrespecting Tang. The child cried louder, calling for his mother. Please have mercy, Mr. Huangfu, the woman begged again, desperation in her tone. Yuan placed a gentle hand on Ju's arm. Let it go, she urged softly. No, Ju said, his voice unwavering. She leaned in and whispered. You're scaring Tang, and there are reporters here. This could create negative publicity. Ju's jaw clenched, but he didn't release the boy just yet. Instead, his sharp gaze locked onto him. Apologize, he commanded. The boy, now terrified, sniffled and stammered, I'm sorry. Only then did Ju set him down. Turning to the boy's parents, he ordered, take him away. They wasted no time, quickly ushering their son out. Yuan knelt beside Tang, concern evident on her face. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mom, Tang reassured her, then grinned. But did you see how cool Uncle Ju was? Yuan sighed, shaking her head. I know. Now let's go home, she said, pulling him onto her back as they left. Ju quickly joined them, lifting Tang from Yuan's arms. Uncle, were they afraid of you? Tang asked curiously. Ju nodded. Because of my status, no one dares to offend me. Always remember, if you don't want to be bullied, you must be stronger than others. That's how the world works. Tang listened intently. I see. Mom told me about the law of the jungle, so it applies to humans too? Ju smirked. That's right. Yuan stepped in, interrupting their conversation. Tang, let's go home now. But Ju firmly held her back. Not yet. You owe me a dance. I can't dance, she protested, blushing. We'll see about that, Ju replied with a knowing smile. He handed Tang to Will, instructing him to take him to dinner, and held Yuan tightly, ensuring she wouldn't escape. Just then Chao appeared unexpectedly. May I have this dance with you? He asked. Before Yuan could respond, another young lady approached Ju. Mr. Huangfu, may I have this dance with you? She asked, politely. The atmosphere shifted as all eyes turned toward the sudden intrusion. I see Mr. Huangfu is busy, Chao said with a sly smile. In that case, I'll take care of Yuan. Ju's grip on Yuan tightened. No need for that, Mr. Chao, he said firmly. Frustrated by their tug of war, Yuan seized the opportunity to break free and ran off. Without hesitation, Ju followed, ignoring the others entirely. The young lady, left standing awkwardly, clenched her fists in humiliation. Yuan hurried toward the elevator, but the chilly night air made her shiver in her thin dress. Suddenly, a warm coat draped over her shoulders. She turned to see Ju standing behind her. Without resistance, she accepted his coat. She was freezing. As she adjusted it for warmth, Ju pulled her close, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Yuan's eyes widened at the familiar warmth. She wanted to resist, but for some reason, she couldn't. After a moment, she murmured, I'm not cold anymore. But I am, Ju replied, making it clear he had no intention of letting go. As they stood in silence, wrapped in each other's warmth, countless thoughts filled Yuan's mind. I shouldn't have agreed to this deal. I should have left him behind. So why am I hesitating now? Breaking the silence, Ju asked softly, Will you and Tang come back with me? Snapped out of her daze. Yuan pushed him away and ran. She couldn't give in. She had left him 6 years ago, and if she wavered now, all her efforts would be for nothing. Reaching Tang's room, she sat beside him and gently shook him awake. Tang, wake up, let's go home. Ju's voice came from behind. It's cold outside. Let him sleep here. Tang stirred from their conversation, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Mom, Uncle Will said we can go to the beach, he mumbled drowsily. Yuan sighed. We'll talk about it later. Let's go home first. But he said we're going this weekend. I really want to go. All my friends have been there, Tang pleaded. Ju tucked the sheets around him. I'll take you home now and pick you up later. Don't worry. Your mom already agreed. She won't go back on her word, he added, glancing at Yuan knowingly. Tang's face lit up. He kissed Yuan's cheek, thanking her, then happily waved at Ju as they left. Ju smirked, satisfied. The next day, Tang and Yuan arrived at the destination in the car Ju had prepared for them. Ju carried Tang in his arms as they excitedly discussed various activities. Yuan watched them, deciding to let Tang enjoy his time with his father. Tang ran around the beach excitedly, his laughter echoing through the air. Yuan followed closely behind, worried he might get lost or hurt himself. Suddenly, Ju came up from behind and gently grabbed her wrist. "Don't be so nervous. Will is watching over him," he whispered near her ear. Feeling his warmth so close, Yuan's face flushed. "I see," she replied in a low voice, avoiding his gaze. "There's a bonfire tonight and the night view here is breathtaking," Ju informed her casually. "No, we're not staying overnight. I only promised to be here for the day," she answered firmly, keeping her distance. Ju's eyes lingered on her face, noticing the faint blush creeping up to her ears. A knowing smile played on his lips, but he didn't push further, deciding not to ruin the mood. "All right, no problem. We'll head back before nightfall," he agreed easily. Later, Tang spent the day playing with Ju, swimming, playing volleyball, and running along the shore. Meanwhile, Yuan sat back in her sunglasses, sipping a cold drink as she watched them from a distance. Maybe I was overthinking everything. He really doesn't seem interested in finding us anymore, she thought, exhaling in relief. Her gaze drifted toward Ju when a group of young women approached him, pestering him about joining their bonfire party. Her expression hardened as she observed the scene closely. Ju, unfazed, simply glanced back and replied, "Thank you for the invitation, but I have other matters to attend to." Leaving the disappointed women behind, he walked toward Tang, who was happily making a sandcastle with other children. Yuan smiled slightly at the sight, but suddenly noticed a ball rolling swiftly toward Tang. Her heart clenched, and she stood up abruptly, rushing toward him. Before she could reach, Ju had already reacted. He shielded Tang with his body, securing him in his embrace just as the ball stopped near them. A young woman ran over, breathless. "I'm so sorry, it rolled away too fast," she apologized. Ju crouched down and checked Tang. "Are you okay?" Tang grinned. "Don't worry, Uncle Ju. I'm fine." He turned to the girl. "It's okay, no need to apologize." The girl smiled, ruffling his hair. "You're so cute." Just then, she pulled something from behind her back. In a flash, her demeanor shifted. She lunged at Tang with a knife. Ju reacted instantly, shielding Tang, but the blade slashed across his arm. Blood seeped through the cut. Yuan arrived just in time, eyes blazing with fury. "Who are you? Who sent you?" she demanded, fear gripping her. Had the very person she was avoiding finally found them? Ju's bodyguards rushed in, surrounding the area. The girl, along with a man who had been waiting nearby, took off running. "Catch them!" Ju commanded coldly. Terror flickered in the air as his men immediately gave chase. Yuan hugged Tang tightly while he patted her hand, trying to assure her he was fine. Will hurried over. "Sir, we should return to the hotel and treat your wound." Ju, unfazed, waved him off. "It's nothing." Yuan, still shaken, glanced at his bleeding arm. Despite everything, he had protected Tang without hesitation. Swallowing her pride, she murmured, "Thank you." Ju's gaze softened for a brief moment before he composed himself. "It's best if we leave now. Things are getting too chaotic here." Yuan nodded, knowing he was right. They soon reached the hotel. Tang was fast asleep while Ju suggested, "Stay here tonight. It won't be safe at home until we find out who is behind the attack." Yuan sat in silence, her mind racing. Was the attack meant for Ju, or was Tang the real target? The attacker had spoken in a foreign language, which pointed to the only man in her mind. "Hey, what are you thinking?" Ju's voice cut through her thoughts, startling her. "Tang must be frightened. We should go home," she replied. "To where? Your short-term rental apartment? Or are you planning to grab your passport, pack your things, and disappear again, just like last time?" Ju's voice was laced with anger as he pinned her against the wall. She struggled against him, but in the process, her hand brushed against his wounded arm, making him hiss in pain. Guilt flashed across her face. "I told you to stay away from me," she said tiredly. Ju's expression darkened. "Am I not worthy of your trust?" he asked seriously. "It's not that," she answered hurriedly. Seeing her unease, Ju softened. He pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice low and firm. "Then what are you so afraid of? Why do you keep running away?" For a moment, Yuan melted into his embrace. She was terrified that if she stayed, Ju or Tang might get hurt. A small, familiar voice broke the silence. "Mommy." She quickly pulled away and rushed to Tang, hugging him tightly. "Mom, I'm scared. Let's go home," he pleaded, his voice trembling. Ju sighed. He had no choice but to let them leave. But he wasn't letting them go alone. Until he knew who the attackers were, he wasn't taking any chances. They left the hotel, with Yuan carrying Tang, but she stumbled due to her injured arm from earlier. Before she could protest, Ju scooped Tang up effortlessly. She was too exhausted to argue and let him. Ju and Tang walked ahead while Yuan's eyes darted around uneasily. Something felt off. There was an unsettling sense that danger still lurked nearby. Just as Ju reached the car with Tang, gunshots rang out. In an instant, a man threw himself over Yuan, shielding her. Chaos erupted. People screamed. Some fell to the ground, either injured or worse. Her vision blurred as she took in the horrifying scene. Heart pounding, she shot up and ran towards Ju and Tang. Reaching them, her breath caught in her throat. Tang lay there, his face pale but still conscious. But then her gaze fell on the blood on his forehead. Tang. Her voice broke. I'm fine, Mommy, Tang said weakly. Her panic only grew as she realized the blood wasn't his. Slowly, her trembling eyes moved to the man beside Tang. Ju, unconscious. Her entire world stopped. Tears welled up as she dropped to her knees beside him. She had done everything to keep them safe, yet here he was, lying wounded because of her. His men arrived, quickly lifting Ju while Tang clung tightly to Yuan, his little body shaking. She hugged him back, trying to steady herself, when she heard Tang's small, trembling voice. Mom, Dad saved me. Her entire body froze. He knew. Tang knew who his father was. At the hospital, Yuan and Tang sat beside Ju's bed as Will updated them on his condition. How long will it take for him to recover? Yuan asked anxiously. At least a month, Will replied. Once everyone left, Yuan remained by Ju's bedside, guilt weighing heavily on her. Tang reached out, grabbing Ju's hand. Mom, I'll stay here until he wakes up, he said innocently. Yuan watched them, recalling how Tang had called Ju father earlier. Her heart clenched. Tang then pulled her hand, placing it between his and Ju's. Do you like him that much? She asked, smiling lightly. Yes, don't you, Mom? Tang asked back, startling her. She hesitated. Ju had protected Tang earlier. He had kept his promise to keep them safe. Holding Tang close, she finally admitted, Yes, I like him just like you do. Tang's face brightened. Then can I visit him regularly? He asked eagerly. Yuan's heart sank. That wasn't possible. That man had found them. And now that he knew about Tang and Ju's relationship, both of them were in danger. Tang, let's go home first and pack our things. Then we can come back, she suggested. Just as they were about to leave, a weak but firm grip caught her wrist. Are you trying to run away again? Ju's hoarse voice stopped her in her tracks. She didn't answer, quickly calling for the doctor instead. The doctor arrived and confirmed that Ju was in stable condition due to his good health. He suggested arranging a nurse for his care, but Ju immediately refused. Turning to Yuan, he pouted, Won't you take care of me? Before she could refuse, Tang beamed. I will, Uncle Ju. Later, Yuan sat beside Ju, gently wiping his face and arms. Who is he? Ju asked suddenly, his tone serious. She froze, avoiding his gaze. I don't understand what you're talking about. She turned to leave, but he caught her wrist, pulling her back. Why did you leave 6 years ago? He demanded. Why have you been hiding? Why won't you admit I'm Tang's father? Or who is he? Yuan stood with her back to him, unwilling to answer. Do you think I can't figure it out if you stay silent? Ju pressed. Tell me, has someone hurt Tang? His voice grew impatient, and unable to hold back, Yuan turned around, her voice trembling. He's going to hurt you too. He's a lunatic. He can do anything, she blurted out. Ju's gaze softened. Do you care about me? He asked quietly. Realizing she had revealed too much, she turned her face away. You don't need to know everything, she muttered. Ju's sharp gaze locked onto hers. In the next second, he pulled her down and she landed beside him on the bed. Leaning in, their breaths mingled as he whispered, You should remember, I am Tang's father. You can rely on me anytime. His intense eyes held hers, drawing her in. Seeing her moment of weakness, he hovered above her, pinning her beneath him. Lowering himself, he pressed a soft kiss to her chin. Just trust me. You don't have to handle everything alone. I will protect you both. He murmured. Yuan's heart pounded. She quickly covered his lips with her hand. Wang Fuju, you don't know what you're saying, she said firmly. She had trusted others before, and it had only led to failure. She couldn't make the same mistake again. Ju gently grasped her wrist, moving her hand aside. I know exactly what I'm saying, he stated, and I meant it when I said, I'll never let anyone hurt you or Tang. Leaning closer, he reduced the distance between them, his lips brushing against hers in a soft yet firm kiss. Wang Fuju, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're injured, she yelled, flustered. A mischievous smirk appeared on his lips. Really? He teased. In one swift motion, he pulled the covers over them, his shirt undone, exposing his firm chest. But since I'm injured, I'll allow you to do whatever you want to me for now, he added playfully. Yuan struggled beneath him, but resistance was futile. She knew, sooner or later, she would be swept away by her feelings. Just like before. 6 days later, Huang Fuju stepped out of the shower and was greeted by his brother. It was Huang Fuju's twin brother, Huang Fuqi. Ju was, of course, immediately irritated to see Qi. The man had arrived before the assistant even had the chance to warn the handsome dark-haired twin about it. The other twin, completely opposite Ju, talked non-stop about how happy he was to see his brother. Ju tried to ignore his brother. Unfortunately for him, his twin knew the secret about his baby. However, the dark-haired twin did not care if his mother found out that he had a child out of wedlock. It turned out that Gan Yuan was the mysterious girl who had bewitched the handsome male lead, and the twin worried that his brother had been hurt by the beautiful mistress. The man was determined to write a story about an unmarried mother, and he begged his twin for some inspiration. Obviously, Ju had no time for his brother. The twin would not be pushed down so easily, though, and threatened to inform their parents about the new successor to their line. Naturally, Ju could no longer continue ignoring his twin. The brother just wanted to know how the couple had come to be. but the handsome prince just admitted that women were unpredictable, and even he was not so sure how he'd bagged the beautiful woman. It had been 6 years since the lady had disappeared, and she knew that his brother had never forgotten that beautiful lady. Now, the man realized that his brother must be so grumpy because he had not won the heart of the woman that he loved. So, the twin happily hugged his brother and asked if he was interested in learning how to hit on girls. Men were bound to suffer if they did not get with girls soon enough. That was Ju's last straw, and he yelled for his brother to get out immediately. Later, when Ju was busy working, when he suddenly got a visitor. It was Yuan who brought lunch for him. Yuan asked the man why he was working so hard and reminded him to take it easy, as he had not yet recovered. However, the man just wanted to see his adorable son. Likely the sight of the little boy would instantly make him feel better, despite the fact that he was very unsteady on his feet. He ended up falling on Yuan, who pushed him to the bed and urged him to take a nap. She had even been kind enough to bring him some soup that he could eat. Ju was grateful, and he reminded her that she would move to his house and live with him as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. Yuan-gan could barely stop her blush at his words, and insisted that she would not. Then she went ahead and accidentally spilt soup on him because he was busy grabbing her like a snapping crab. Naturally, she told him to be a good patient and immediately had the man take off his clothes. She knew that Ju was acting up again, and he only did that nonsense when he was with her. The man that she'd enjoyed a one-night stand with had gotten so many injuries because he had been protecting his son. She could not be mad at him for that. Barely containing her blush, she stalked away with his dirty clothes. However, as she was washing them, he hit her with a sneak attack and hugged her from the back. She tried to protest, but he was very close, and they were almost kissing. The tension between them was strong, and it only strengthened when she tried to wiggle away because he suddenly grabbed her and pulled her into a kiss. Old habits die hard, and she scolded the man for still doing whatever he wanted. He was injured, but he was not acting like an injured man at all and was busy trying to coddle up to her in his state. However, she would not let him go without mercy and started flirting back, making the poor injured man rather flustered. He had gotten dirty because of the soup, and she planned on cleaning him up bit by bit. Ju was flustered by Gan Yuan's move, warning her that she was playing with fire, but Yuan was not scared of getting burned. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a very deep and passionate kiss. Ju responded without hesitation, cupping the back of her head and drawing her even closer. The couple sighed as they fell into each other's arms, and they had a very passionate moment as they held each other, their eyes locked in adoration and love. Unfortunately, the man's back pain chose that moment to kick in, and his injuries reminded him why he needed bed rest in the first place. Still, the handsome prince refused to back down, and his lady laughed at how adorable he was when he was trying that hard. Gan laughed, saying that the doctor had already told her about the man's very delicate condition, and that he was not supposed to get too excited before full recovery. It was such a pity that the duke would have to put his desire aside. Naturally, he was not very pleased about it. But just then their son appeared. Yuan rushed out to attend to her son, and Uncle Huangfu popped out, covered in bruises, like they just so happened to be hanging out in a really private place doing nothing irregular. Anyway, the man took the opportunity to tell the boy that he would be moving in with him before the mother could protest. She had a lot of protests that she had to swallow because her son was exceedingly excited about this proposal. So, Huangfu won this round, much to Director Gan's annoyance. Well, she decided that she could live with it as long as it remained temporary and wanted to get away from him. But the man hugged her with a smile of amusement, holding her in place, telling her that she had no reason to worry so much about him. After all, he was a strong, big boy. Soon he would recover, and they would do the bedsheet dance all night long. He turned her towards him, brushing her lips against his, but Yuan could not say that she was looking forward to that kind of thing. Next day, the family headed out in a car, as Ju had hired a teacher for Tang so that the little boy could keep up with his studies. As for now, it was safe to live with him, so Yuan did not have any reason to worry. However, she did worry that someone would find them, or maybe he had already found them. Chi, Ju's twin brother, was waiting for them at the house, and it was the first time that he had seen the little Tang. Immediately, the twin was captivated by how adorable the little boy looked. Chi had also finally met the woman that his brother longed for and missed all day and night. Of course, Ju was not crazy about having his twin in his house, and he wondered why he was still here. Chi was there for inspiration, and he so desperately wanted to know the love story between the two. Their little boy was a carbon copy of his brother. They could tell that the boy was his son even without any DNA. The world was big, but fate had brought them all together. It would make for a wonderful story, and he wanted to know every detail. Ju just stewed in anger, and wished his brother would leave him alone. It would make things so much easier for Ju if his twin just went back home to take care of Mom and Dad. Suddenly, the twin had a wonderful idea and he raced out the door. Ju was a little anxious about whatever idea his twin had, but he did not think too hard about it. Suddenly, the phone rang and the handsome man asked how things were going. Meanwhile, the brunette twin approached the young boy, and Tang was delighted to see him as Ju had told him a lot about him. Chi noted that the little boy still called his father an uncle, so he clearly was not yet aware of his parentage. Anyway, he decided to share his pudding with the little boy, and they got chatting about the boy's interests and hobbies. The man asked what the little boy was reading, and the little boy explained that his mom encouraged reading in their house. The little boy did not have much information about his father, as his mother very rarely talked about his father. And the little boy did not even think that he had a dad. This made the twin feel very sorry for his brother all of a sudden. Meanwhile, the boy also had some questions for his Uncle Chi. The little boy wanted to know all about the country that they came from, and the young boy was excited to hear that he would get a tour from Uncle Chi, and Tang also praised him, calling him a cool person. Chi smiled, suddenly spilling the beans that Tang's dad was way cooler since he was the heir, and the young boy would be his successor someday. The little boy was not sure what a successor meant, so Uncle Chi stuttered as he was unsure how to explain that one. Chi immediately tried to redirect the conversation to a lot safer topics, but just then, the boy's mother showed up. The little boy ran to happily hug his mother, and she was not so pleased to see Uncle Chi sneaking around for information. The man tried to explain to her sister-in-law that he was just chatting with the young boy, and she immediately rejected the title of sister-in-law. Chi really could not resist such an amazing story potential that his brother had blessed him with. Meanwhile, Huang Fuju was busy handling a lot of business when Yuan came to visit. Without her saying anything, he immediately said that he had no intention of interfering too much in Tang's affairs, especially since he knew how protective she was of the boy. The man knew that his brother was digging around the little boy, and he was determined not to let his brother get what he wanted. He would wait for the little boy to accept him and choose to call him dad, so he would not force himself on the child. Yuan was shocked, and also greatly moved that Ju understood her worries and would not cause a fuss in order to keep her safe. However, the man did ask for a dance when he fully recovered, and this time, Yuan was only happy to grant that request. Later that night, Yuan read her little boy an adorable bedtime story, and the little boy asked if they would stay with their uncle Huang Fu in the future. Yuan asked back if he wanted to stay here, and Tang happily answered that he liked living with Uncle Ju. For now, the boy could not go to the kindergarten, but they would hire a teacher so that Tang would not fall behind on his studies, so she agreed. The little boy then happily went to sleep, and Yuan smiled, happy that he was happy and determined that she would never let her son get hurt. Suddenly, she saw one of the pictures that he had drawn of their entire family together, including Huang Fuju riding beside his mother. The painting was so soft and adorable, and she recalled when the young boy had said that his father Huang Fuju had protected him. The boy, like his father, did not show his feelings directly. Even now, he still did not show that he was not willing to leave Huang Fuju. But the picture was proof that the little boy truly wanted to spend his life with his father. However, the man that the young boy was getting along with would only put them and himself in danger. Once again, Gan Yuan was finding it more and more confusing whether to stay by his side or leave him. That evening, Ju's assistant showed up with a gift dress for her and informed her that Ju was waiting for her on the rooftop. The silk was gorgeous, clinging to sleek curves and the soft pink bringing out the beauty of her skin. Yuan Gan was gorgeous when she stepped out to join Huang Fuju for dinner. It had been such a long time since that one night, and she had not expected the man she loved to keep the dress. Ju, pulling her in his warm embrace, said that he had many surprises, and he would show them to her one by one. He had even gotten better at speaking honeyed words, Yuan thought, but she liked it anyway in her heart. Suddenly, a song began to play, and it was the exact tune that they had danced to right before Gan had beaten it and disappeared for 6 years. Ju hugged her from back, complaining about her run away from that night, and declared that now he will punish her by keeping her all night with him. The two embraced closely, their touches growing more intimate. Ju wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into a deep, passionate kiss. Yuan, still flustered and breathless, struggled to keep up with the intensity of his desire, and the man confessed that he had been looking for her for 6 years, and she had promised that night that she would tell him her name by dawn. The poor prince had waited for the man till the next morning, but so much time passed, leaving the poor man in agony. The more he spoke, the more heated the man became. Her unexplained departure that night had left him tormented for years, endlessly questioning why she vanished without even a proper goodbye. Yuan now was trying to wiggle away from his passion, asking him to calm down. However, the man just wanted to know why she had abandoned him. She wanted to tell him, but couldn't bring herself to reveal those facts yet. As if knowing what was on her mind, Ju promised that such a thing would not happen again, as he would do everything that he could to protect her and Tang. Their dance slipped from the ballroom to the bedroom, where he gently pushed her onto the large bed. Hovering above her, he took her hand and placed it against his wildly beating heart. "Can you feel it?" he asked, his voice low and trembling. Yuan wanted to resist, but how could she, knowing this man was crazy for her? His lips crashed against hers in a passionate, almost desperate kiss, as if he were starving for her. "Only you can calm me," he whispered between kisses. "Haven't you yearned for me all these years too?" 6 years ago, the man had brought the beautiful lady to his study in Paris, and he had shown off a painting that he had bought at an auction the other day. He also showed off all of his really nice trophies that he had won, and he'd taken her around and showed her almost everything he owned, like a boy bringing home his first school crush. Yuan had insisted that she needed to go, but the prince was not ready to let go. He used the secret path to take her to the stable, the one she had taken when they were on Tang's photoshoot trip. So this was the time that made Gan Yuan the only one to know of the secret path outside of his royal highness. The man then, of course, showed off his prize horse, and the lady asked if she could ride a different horse. Immediately, her request was granted, and the man asked her name. However, Gan was more of a dance-and-run kind of partner, and she did not plan on sticking around that long. But the man had fallen deeply in love with her. He wanted her to stay with him. But she had no reason to stay here, as she had no family here, so he even asked her to let him be her family. The moment was peaceful, serene, and beautiful, and it looked like a romance fantasy. Until a gun was raised, and it shot down the man that she loved. Suddenly, Gan Yuan's eyes snapped open, and she jerked awake from her nightmare, turning to find the man busy kissing love marks into her beautiful skin. The lady leapt up in horror, as she recalled what she'd done last night. and she raced out in horror. The beautiful lady had once again let herself lose control just because the man had tempted her with his sculpture-like body. She called him a jerk, and now he wondered if she was angry because his back injury hampered his performance last night. Later, the man greeted his assistant that morning, but the assistant had some bad news. Apparently, there were some rumors starting to circulate about the Duke, and he could not let the media get away with that. Immediately, the man tried to shut things down. The man demanded that the photos be received and added to his own personal collection. Obviously, he would not let those beautiful photos of his family go to waste. Meanwhile, the same information was given to a blonde man who stared at the pictures like he had found what he was looking for a long time. He noticed that the amazing prince seemed to share some similarities with the young Gantang, like their eyes were perfectly similar violet eyes. Back in the villa, Uncle Chi greeted Tang to ask if he'd spent the night with his mother. He had woken early to stir the pot of gossip, and the little boy shot down that invasive question, saying that he was way too old to need his mother to sleep by his side. The boy was just 5 years old and already quite good at talking smack. He knew that his uncle Huang Fu had been his mom last night, even if he had no idea what they'd been doing. Chi was baffled by how similar both father and son were, and he wondered if Gan Yuan would have a second child. The author let himself get carried away with the idea, and now imagined the Yuan somehow returning with triplets. Speaking of which, Yuan took that moment to appear, and she could barely look Ju in the eye, considering what had happened that night. She got even more nervous when she realized that all the focus of the room was on her. After a short, awkward greeting, they settled down for breakfast. The two looked like a perfect match, and Yuan casually pulled out her phone to see something that shocked her to silence. The rumors of their affair was all over the news. It turned out that 3 days before the incident that sent Huang Fuju to the hospital, the worker responsible for maintaining the fountain had gone missing. They'd found the man in a certain place before he'd disappeared. The Duke suspected that this man was a professional killer. And then Yuan entered with a knock. She needed to talk to Ju about the rumors that were spreading around. She was worried about their private life becoming dangerous, but the man was also aware of all the things that she worried about. Gan Tang was his son, and the incident in the hotel proved that hiding would not solve the problem that they faced. The man did not want his beautiful woman to escape after having a good time with him. She had the decency to be embarrassed about getting caught in yet another escape plot. Yuan just wanted her sweet boy to have a normal childhood, but now he could not even leave the villa. Huang Fuju was too special, and she worried that something bad would happen again. Ju said that giving the boy a normal life would involve telling him the truth about his mother and father. She wanted it too, but she was worried about doing that because the boy's father was just way too important. He was the heir of a nation, and all this should not have started. And instead of her desire, she needed to choose to save him and their son. She left his embrace asking Ju to deal with the news, as she was going to go take care of her boy. The man worried as he watched her go, knowing that he had to find out who targeted Tang, and what it was that made his beautiful woman hide for so many years. Suddenly, they got a call from the princess, and the man picked up the call to get a compliment from his sister. The princess was quite happy to find that her sister-in-law was hot as heck. The entire world had seen the published article, and it was becoming quick gossip. This was rather frustrating. Of course, the Duke's mother and father knew because even the princess had gotten the news. In the villa garden, Gan Yuan stared blankly as she considered her future and her choices. Her little boy called her attention, worried about why his mother looked so unhappy. The woman laughed, reassuring her son that she was fine. The two got busy playing in the gardens when the woman suddenly heard some rustling in the bushes. The silver-haired beauty froze when a dog suddenly appeared. The beautiful, adorable creature barked happily, and they noticed that it was just an adorable puppy. The little boy happily chased after the little snowball with his mother close at his heels. Suddenly, Yuan noticed some footprints in the grass, which were odd for a remote area far away from the villa. Fortunately, before the boy could stray into danger, his uncle Huang Fu showed up. The man had caught the puppy with a head just as giant as the little boy's, and he handed the puppy dog to his little boy and declared that he can keep it if he likes it. The boy was excited and begged his mother to keep it, saying that he would take good care of it. Meanwhile, the Duke had found out who was behind the explosion. John Wilson, wanted by his nation for smuggling arms, had fled to Italy. His men had followed the Duke, and it had not been a spontaneous explosion. In recent years, he had changed several identities, and his travel records were fake. Now the man was in France. Anyway, they had located the man, and once they caught him, his woman and his kid would finally be safe. Yuan pondered this information, most importantly noting that the target was Huang Fu and not Tang. However, the lady was sure that the female killer had come straight to the little boy at the beach. There was no way that situation had been a coincidence and had nothing to do with that man. Yuan suspected that perhaps she was just reading too much into the situation, and she asked Ju to share some of the information that he had found. They arranged to meet at his study at 6, but she could not find him at the time. While he was out, she got busy and started snooping for the box which he had taken from her. Looking through the room, she found a strange folder. Suspiciously, she opened the folder and her eyes widened. It was the design of the dress that Tang had given her. She was shocked to find that the design had come from her baby daddy, and that it had been designed at 9 in the evening of the day before her birthday. In one day, the man had designed the dress, and this knowledge brought complex emotions. She also noticed the blood, which indicated that the man had hurt himself while sewing the dress. With love, he had personally made the outfit just for her, and she hid when he suddenly appeared, accidentally cutting her hand. Ju strolled up to her in all his handsome glory, and he handed her the file of all the people involved in the explosion incident. They were all killers from Italy. The file also had the details of the incident and how the bandits had carried out their task. After looking through it, it seemed clear that the handsome Duke was the target, but the lady could not understand why her son had gotten involved. The man explained that the men must have assumed that Yuan was his lover. However, that still did not make sense to the intelligent director Gan. She knew that the assassins could have targeted the Duke alone. There was no need to go after the boy as well. The man watched her and suddenly realized that she seemed to know a lot about the people who had come to kill him. Now put her in a real tight spot, and she just said she was good at analyzing the situation. It did not make sense to hurt Tang before attempting to kill the Duke. The man then asked what Yuan would do if their desire was to kill him. Yuan was horrified that he would even ask such a question. Suddenly, the woman found herself pinned once again as she kept continuously falling into this man's traps. It turned out that the Duke actually had pure intentions this time, as he had noticed the cut on her finger and scolded her for being so careless. The man grabbed her and carried her bridal style, setting her on the table before fetching the evidence that she desired. There were photos that they'd secretly taken over a month. They were trying to track John Wilson, and the Duke feared that if the madman could not get to him, then he would kill his relatives instead, just to make him suffer. The silver-haired beauty knew that the kind man had a soft spot for her. The man wanted to do all in his power to protect her. That's why he wanted Yuan to tell him who she was desperately running from. Hating emotional topics, Yuan tried to push him away and redirect the focus to arresting the culprit behind the incident. She would only reveal who she ran from when the assassin mastermind had been caught. In the bedroom, the little boy asked his mother to sleep by his side that night. The lady was happy to oblige, and she held her baby close, hoping that he would grow up happy and healthy. However, that night there was a scream of alarm, warning that some killers had come. The woman panicked, crying and telling the man that she could not leave him, but he needed her to go since the killers were coming for him alone. The man assured her that he would not be hurt, but suddenly she stabbed him with a weapon herself. The man was shocked and speechless, and there was a clap of joy behind them as someone sinister congratulated Gaia. The blonde woman told the silver-haired beauty that she had done a great job as the best assassin from their organization. Fortunately, that whole fiasco had just been a terrible nightmare, and the lady snapped her eyes open in horror and panic. She looked around in relief, but then leapt to her feet, wondering where Tang had run off to. Fortunately, she found her son having the time of his life playing with his puppy. His father was with him, and they both greeted her when they realized that she was awake. She came down to join them, taking a moment to appreciate the beauty of her baby's daddy and her own high-quality taste. She was still hesitant, shaken by the nightmare that she had had the other night. The poor former killer scolds herself for letting her head become dizzy with happiness when she'd never be able to live a normal life like a normal family, cooking with him. A normal life, having family trips, was all that the woman desired. But they were not ordinary people. And she had not forgotten why she had gotten closer to him back then. On the other hand, John Wilson is an international gun runner, and he was arrested in Paris a few days ago when he was about to flee Italy. In a shopping mall, two twin brothers attracted the praise and adoration of the women gathered. However, they were immediately discouraged when they identified a woman with a baby walking in front of the two handsome men. Clearly, one of them was taken, but that meant that the other one was up for grabs. Yuan was not sure how she felt about other ladies ogling them like they were slabs of meat on display. Those ladies had no shame. Meanwhile, there were lots of things that little Tang wanted, and his mother was only happy to rush around to fulfill his every desire. Chi had to admit that it was the first time that he had been surrounded by so many people on such an informal occasion, and the secret bodyguards spread around the mall were making him nervous. Ju was quite annoyed, and said that his brother should have just stayed at home. The women were having a field day with the twins, and some even hurried to take pictures of them clinging to each other. Suddenly, little Tang ran right up to them, and asked them to come join in the fun that he was having. Without hesitation, the dark-haired handsome prince joined his son in play at once. She then admitted to the beautiful lilac-haired lady that he had not expected his brother to enjoy family life so much. Just like his brother, the woman wondered why Chi did not have anything better to do than to follow them around. The man easily noticed the not-so-subtle attempt to get rid of him, but he planned on sticking around a little longer. The woman insisted that they were not family. But the man just smirked, as he thought that with the rate his twin and the lady were going at it, they would soon be expecting yet another baby. At any rate, the man was just wondering if the beautiful woman had somehow cast a spell on his brother. Whenever the prince was around his son, he would act completely different and smile like he never had before. Plus, the man had searched for the lady for 6 years like an obsessed maniac. The man had not even dated anyone during that time either. See, the other twin really desperately wanted to know everything about how the two had met, and she was just thinking that both brothers were very different from each other. Fortunately, her family showed up to save her, so she hurried away happily to go get some steak. Meanwhile, at a Western restaurant, the little boy ordered some ice cream, although he was only allowed to have one. The little boy also wanted to know when he'd be going back to kindergarten, and his father revealed that he would be going back to school soon. It was reported after all that John Wilson was arrested in France, and Ju had used his power and influence to bring an end to the case in such a short time. So, Tang could graduate and return to his normal life. As much as the woman tried to resist this man, she had to admit the positive effect that the man had on her son. Now her son was able to take it easy and act much like a child. Their life had changed, and his actions showed that he could protect her and her baby. However, she somehow felt that the enemy would not let them go easily. She even bet that the enemy was spying on them somewhere. Speaking of the devil, there was a mysterious blonde man seated in the background of the exact same restaurant. The man was as beautiful as he was audacious, and he even had the gall to argue with the waiter about the cleanliness of the water that he'd been brought. The poor waiter could not understand why he was so terrified of this gentle-looking man. Time passed, and it was finally time for the adorable little boy to return to kindergarten. The boy was happy to see his friend again, and he chatted with them about where he had gone. Suddenly, they wanted to know the identity of the handsome man who had brought him to school. Of course, the handsome man was Huang Fuju, who stood there with Yuan, and the boy just said that the man was his mom's admirer. Most of the kids were not sure what that meant, and took guesses from their own imagination. However, one kid asked if the man was going to be his dad, and the little boy admitted that he just might have a dad soon, because he was rooting for his uncle Huang Fu to win his mom's heart. The children were called into class, and they were excited to have some cake for a celebration. Yuan was happy to see her son with his peers, and her man offered to take her to her apartment so that she could go get her things. The lady kept trying to weasel out of going anywhere with him, but he was rather insistent, and found a solution to all the problems she brought up in an attempt to dissuade him. She could not stand his tenacity, and asked how he could follow her everywhere, like he did not have anything else to do. However, the man had no shame and did not care. He would happily follow the beautiful woman everywhere, and he stuck to her like glue. When they returned to the apartment, Chao Liang suddenly showed up. Of course, Ju was not happy about seeing the nosy chef again. The chef basically tossed the other man out of the way as he got to chatting with the beautiful lady, asking where she was and why he could not find her anymore. The man worried that Huang Fuju had stolen the beautiful Yuan, and that something had happened between them. At any rate, he was glad to see that she was doing all right. Ju was not crazy about being ignored, and he suddenly invited the other man to dinner. However, the chef tried to weasel out of the date idea, but the rich prince was insistent, and he told the chef that he would see him that evening. Then, he grabbed his girl by the arm and said that they had to leave at that moment. Though they had hurried inside the apartment, the handsome Huang Fuju noted that the chef was still hovering around like an annoying menace. Honestly, the man was not fond of that guy at all. To distract himself, he turned his attention to helping his girl, and the beautiful lady thought about how she had never expected that he would be involved in ordinary physical tasks. It was almost like they were an ordinary couple. It was very cute. The man then asked if she needed anything else, and she was fine. Then, he tried to get his assistants to do the rest of the work for her and to terminate the lease. The woman had no intention of doing that, as moving to his house was supposed to be temporary only. His idea did not sit well with the worried handsome man, as he did not like the idea that she still wanted to leave him and take her son with her. She insisted that she did not want to freeload and can pay the rent if he didn't mind. Ju pulled her into a passionate kiss, reminding her that their relationship was not like some landlord and the tenant. But for Yuan, they were both adults who took what they needed. Man's eyes darkened hearing her words, and he clearly wanted more from their relationship, and the two quickly got entangled in seductive touches and holds. They had spent so much time packing and messing around that it was already noon, and she had to go pick up her son from school, she reminded him. But the man was not fond of letting her go yet, and he told her that he was not short of money, and he had no desire for rent. He only wanted her and her alone. Little Tang had a wonderful day at school, and he rushed to his mother to tell her all about it. Apparently, there was already a school activity for the next day that involved going to the farming suburbs. Tang then noted that she was blushing, and her man helped cover up all of their messing around, saying that the woman had run so fast to come pick up him that her cheeks were now flushed red. The boy easily believed that, and he told his mother not to worry and that he would always be here waiting for her. The man then told the little boy that they had retrieved all the stuff from the apartment, so they would now be living together. This made the little boy very happy. While the two happily chatted, the lady contemplated her life and all the things that had led to this moment 6 years ago. She did hope, deep in her heart, that the happiness that they currently shared would last longer and would not disappear so quickly. Later, at the Luodi Hotel, the little boy happily waved to his Uncle Chow as they all met up with the chef for dinner, just as promised. The little boy was surprised to see his Uncle Chef by himself this time, and not with her fiancé, and Ju even offered to contact the chef's family. It was all a series of very annoying threats, and the chef was not fond of that at all. The chef insisted that the important prince had no reason to worry about him, but the man responded that it was important to help someone who used to be his wife's colleague. The man's words were honeyed and sweet, but his intentions were actually very bad. The chef first started keeping a lookout for any member of his family, especially his fiancé, who could suddenly show up. Suddenly, the little boy noticed some fireworks outside, and he was so excited to see them. Ju accompanied them, and they all went out to watch the fireworks together. As the chef watched, he realized that the three standing together made for a rather cute and harmonious family picture, one that he did not want to destroy. The little boy saw a man selling cotton candy, and he craved some. Ju insisted to take the boy to eat some candy, especially since it seemed that Mr. Chow had something that he had to say to Yuan, so he gave them some privacy. This left the chef and Yuan alone. She tried to apologize for making the man worry, but he admitted that she did not need to apologize over and over again. It was inconvenient for the woman to explain why she had disappeared, so he would not force her to explain. However, Yuan admitted that she had always thought of Chow as a good friend of hers. The man then could not help but ask if things were truly impossible between them. The woman had to admit that this was rather the truth, It was not that the chef was not good enough, but it was that she would not fall in love with anyone else but with him only. That's how it is. The woman had tied the rich prince down because she was selfish back then. She could not get any more people involved in that. The one that she loved, the chef asked if it was Hong Fu or Ting's father. The situation was rather ironic, and the woman confessed that the one she loved was Ting's father. So, the man had to give up. The chef believed that he stood no chance against Ting's father since the woman had known the man for a really long time. He had no idea that Huang Fuju and Tang's father were the exact same person. The chef had tried to get her heart, because he had never seen the woman wear a wedding ring. The reason why this beautiful lady was willing to give birth to a child for a man and raise the child all by herself must be for a love stronger than what she felt for him. So, the chef accepted that he had no right to interfere in such matters, and he had no reason to stay anymore. Yuan was surprised to see the man leave, and he admitted that his fiancée would never give up on chasing him around, and he did not know when she would give up, so he had to keep running. Speaking of the lady, she did appear and called his name with joy. Xu Xingying had shown up, as expected of Huang Fuju to the bad guy to give out the poor chef's location to the obsessive woman. The man dropped his business card with his beautiful crush, telling her to contact him if she needed any help. He was born in a good family, and he was rather competent. Waving his hand, he even asked her not to consider him an outsider, and just take it as compensation for not being his girlfriend. Then the man raced away with his fiancée on his heels. It was a rather perplexing sight, to be honest. The little boy asked his Uncle Ju if he had called Aunt Chu, and sure enough, the handsome rich prince had been the culprit. The chef had taken good care of the people he loved after all, so the man had called the woman over as a show of thanks. The man was out here acting like he had done a good deed, and the boy laughed because it explained why his handsome daddy was not worried about his mummy being alone with Uncle Chow. They made a pinky promise secret between the two of them, and someone suddenly took a picture of the two while they were having a moment together. Later that night, Yuan read a bedtime story to her son once more. The little boy asked his mother if they would move again, since she did like to move rather frequently. The little boy had no desire to move around this time, though. The woman explained that eventually in the future, her little boy would grow up and pursue his studies and fall in love with a girl to live the life that he wanted. No one could predict what could happen in the future, so it was best not to worry about any of that. Now the boy had to sleep so that he could wake up early to go to the farm the next day. Now that Tang was asleep, the woman snuck off to organize all the stuff they had packed into their new house. Yuan ended up distracted as she admired the little photos of her baby from when he was still 1 year old, and suddenly Ju showed up at some point asking how old Tang was at that time. He even brought her a glass of milk since she had not eaten a lot of dinner. At any rate, they started looking at the photographs together, and the little Tang had always had a big head, even when he was just 8 months old. They looked at the pictures together, admiring the little boy's progress and growth over the years. The man was amazed as he saw each photo, and he thanked the woman for all of her hard work over the past years. Yuan was surprised. Leaning on his shoulder, she admitted that she thought he would be upset since he had not gotten the chance to participate in raising the kid. However, he acknowledged that it was not easy to raise a child, especially raising a child alone. Instead, the man wanted to thank her for giving birth to his baby, and for teaching the little boy to behave well. Yuan smiled, admitting that he was a pretty nice kid, young and sensible. She did not regret giving birth to him. So then Ju asked if she regretted meeting him. Did she regretted knowing him? This question took Yuan back to when they were skiing down a very snowy mountain. Back then, Ju had taken note of her nice skills, and he was very impressed. Suddenly, an avalanche started coming down, and everyone was told to run. Quickly, he told the Yuan to follow him to get out of the snow. Together, they zoomed off, drawing suspiciously close to one another as they skated by. But Yuan lagged behind, until the ominous rumble of a massive snowball closing in sent panic through her. Just as it was about to hit, a strong hand yanked her aside, pulling her into the safety of a solid embrace behind a snow-covered rock. Her face lifted, breathless, and met the eyes of the man who had just saved her. That was the first time they met. And even now, after all this time, she never once regretted it. She never regretted meeting Huang Fuzhu. Yuan held him tighter, her heart stirred by the memory of that day. She whispered softly, confessing she could never regret meeting him, because if it weren't for him, she would have been buried beneath that avalanche. Ju pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his voice just as tender. He too had never once regretted meeting her. But in the very next moment, Yuan shyly pushed him away, mumbling that he should go to sleep, maybe out of embarrassment. Before she could escape, he caught her wrist and pulled her back into his arms. Their faces hovered just inches apart. In a low, husky voice, he murmured, "Aren't you forgetting something? Don't I deserve a little gratitude for saving your life?" Yuan's body tensed as his touch deepened, growing more intimate with each passing second. A soft moan escaped her lips, betraying her restraint. She scolded him in a breathless whisper. "Well, you're never satisfied, are you?" Later, Yuan placed a safe watch on her son's wrist before sending him to school. The boy smiled, saying that he missed her Omuris, and she smiled, saying that she would make it for him that evening. Gantang then waved goodbye and hurried to join his friends on the bus. Fortunately, the tracker that his mother had put on his hand was working really well, so she'd pick him up in the afternoon as soon as she was done with work. As the lady was on her way home, she thought she noticed something, but there was a photographer in the back taking pictures of a lady and her son. Maybe she thought too much and started to walk on her way again, leaving the crowd behind. But as she had noticed, another photographer man was just looking for a place to hide, when a hand landed on his shoulder. Yuan threw him in retaliation for taking her pictures in secret. She wondered why an entertainment officer was bothering with a person like her, but he was obviously stalking her because of her close relationship with the rich Prince Wang Fuju. The whole thing was bothersome, so she broke the stalker's stuff and threatened to beat him up. That sent the man running. The effect brought by Huang Fuju's identity was great, but if things went on like this, people would find out about her little boy, and she did not want that at any cost. Later that day, her alarm went off, and it was time for her to go pick up her son. Suddenly, the teacher called to ask if Tang was with his mom because they had somehow lost the boy on the farm. Apparently, the little boy had been picked up by someone who they thought was a family or friend. The woman kept her cool, asking for details about the incident so she could prepare. The boy had been missing for 30 minutes, so Yuan asked the school to call the police. The tracker that she put on the boy placed his location at the farm and then lost connection after that. Yuan could not wait around, and she rushed to call Ju to tell him the horrible news. Meanwhile, Tang was found with a suspicious-looking man who told the little boy that he was being taken to a fun place called Heaven. The little boy was in a truck that was zooming away, and the beautiful boy admitted that he did not think that heaven was fun. The wicked man laughed at how easy it had been to pick up the child, and he was sure that the little boy was from a rich home, which meant lots of ransom money. A few hours before his kidnapping, the little boy had been playing on the farm when a man suddenly grabbed him, saying that his mom sent the man to pick up the child. The boy had instantly seen the knife in the man's sleeve, and cooperated to stay safe. So, the little boy was obedient to make sure that the man would not hurt him. The watch had been broken too, so likely his mother could not find him. Meanwhile, the wicked kidnapper was gleefully planning how much money he could extort from the rich family. The wicked man even planned on killing the boy right after to exchange his clothes for money. Back in the truck, Tang took off a sock and slipped it out of the truck because his mother had always said to drop his clothes on the road to help her find him. The boy was going to leave a mark for his mother to find, and he hoped that she would find him soon. Outside Chengxing Farm, Yuan had arrived, and she approached the crying teacher. Just as they'd feared, there was no sign of the boy on the farm. Yuan rushed toward the farm, desperately searching for any clue. Ju followed close behind, calling out to her, "Slow down!" But she didn't listen. In her haste, her foot caught on a rock. Just as she stumbled, Ju reached out and pulled her back in time. Still, they both lost balance and tumbled down the slope of the hill. Ju landed hard, his back slamming against a tree trunk. Realizing her mistake, Yuan scrambled to his side, worry flooding her voice. "Are you okay?" He winced but gave her a reassuring nod. "I'm fine. I've already assigned my men to search for Tang." Just then, Yuan's eyes caught something behind the tree. She stepped closer and picked up a small boy's handkerchief. Her heart raced. He had been here recently. Ju, already on alert, noticed tire tracks leading off toward the northwest. He turned to his assistant. "Will send a team to search that direction. Now." On the other side, the road got bumpier the longer Tang remained in the truck. It was such a bleak place, and the little boy was getting scared. Suddenly, the truck jolted to a stop, stuck in a rough patch of the road. The back door swung open, its buckle shaken loose from all the bumping. The little boy didn't hesitate. He seized the moment and bolted. The man noticed the child escaping. Of course, an adult was faster than a child, but Tang ran with everything he had, his small legs fueled by pure fear. The man grew frustrated, furious that he couldn't catch a single kid. But Tang didn't spare a glance back. He just kept running, breath ragged, heart pounding. Then suddenly, his foot slipped near the edge of a cliff. He skidded to a halt, frozen in place. There was no way forward, just a sheer drop below. The man finally caught up, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. "Run all you want," he mocked. "But now what, little brat?" Tang begged the man to let him go, promising that his parents would give him a large sum of money in exchange. But the kidnapper had something else in mind. With a chilling grin, the man pulled out a large knife and demanded Tang's clean clothes. Tang froze. He knew exactly what would happen if he obeyed. The man had no intention of letting him live. The man stepped closer, trying to reassure him in a low, coaxing tone. "You'll be fine, kid, just do what I say." Tang slowly took off his jacket, appearing to comply. But in the next second, he hurled it at the man's face along with a handful of dry sand he had scooped from the ground. The sand stung the man's eyes, clouding his vision. Without wasting a second, Tang turned and bolted into the woods. Panicked and barefoot, the child ran as fast as he could, heart pounding. Behind him, the furious kidnapper gave chase. But Tang in his fear stumbled and crashed to the ground, twisting his ankle. The man closed in fast, but just as he reached out, a heavy kick landed on him, sending him flying backward. A silver-haired man had appeared out of nowhere. He stood tall, cold, and unreadable. "Close your eyes," he told Tang. Terrified but trusting, Tang obeyed, pressing his little hands over his wide eyes. Behind him, the stranger made quick work of the attacker, beating him into submission. When the fight ended, the man approached Tang. "You all right?" he asked. Tang nodded gratefully and tried to stand, but a sharp pain shot through his leg. "My ankle," he whispered. The man crouched down. "Climb on. I'll carry you to the roadside. We can call your parents once we get a signal." Tang clung to his back. The man carried him gently through the forest. But before they could find a road, they came across a rundown house. Weathered, empty, barely standing. "It's not much, but it's shelter," the man said, setting Tang down on the dusty floor. "Stay here. I'll go to the hillside and check the way forward. Don't leave." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ju and his men had found an empty truck by the roadside. Suspicious, Yuan checked the area and discovered some of Tang's belongings, the very items Tang had dropped earlier on purpose. "Sir," one of Ju's men called. We found someone. It was the kidnapper, bruised, beaten, barely conscious. Yuan picked up Tang's school jacket from nearby. Ju stepped forward and grabbed the man by the collar. Where is he? Where's the boy? Ju demanded. The man groaned, his face twisted in pain. I don't know, some other guy showed up. He beat me and took the kid. Ju handed him off to Will. Find out who he is. I want everything on him. Yuan, scanning the area, spotted a set of fresh footprints leading into the forest. Without hesitation, they followed them, and before long, they reached the decrepit house. There, inside, was Tang. Mom, Tang cried out, running into Yuan's arms. She hugged her son tightly. It's okay. I'm here now. You're safe. Ju stood beside them. Tang, can you tell us what happened? How did you end up here? A mountaineer saved me, Tang explained softly. He fought the bad guy and brought me here. He went to the hillside to get a signal. Ju didn't press further. He looked at the sky, sun already dipping. We should go home. It's getting late. And with that, they began the walk back, Tang safe once more in his mother's arms. As the family departed, unaware, two men stood silently atop a large rock, watching them from above. One of them was the silver-haired man who had saved Tang. Beside him stood another figure, face obscured beneath a hood. The kid's sharp, the silver-haired man remarked, his voice calm but intrigued, much calmer and smarter than his mother. Pity, though. He doesn't resemble her much. Inside the car, Ju looked over at Tang. You all right? He asked, glancing at the boy's foot. I'm fine, Tang replied quickly. But Ju wasn't convinced. He noticed the swelling around Tang's ankle. That looks bad, he said. Tang waved it off with a smile. I can handle it. I wasn't scared. Ju raised an eyebrow. Not even a little? Nope. Mom always plays games like this with me, Tang explained cheerfully. So I knew what to do. Ju turned his gaze slowly to Yuan, clearly surprised and suspicious. Yuan coughed awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. It was for his safety. He needs to know how to handle dangerous situations. Ju didn't argue further. He simply nodded. Next time, I won't let anything like this happen again. That made Yuan feel slightly more at ease. Their first stop was the hospital. The doctor examined Tang's ankle, prescribed medicine, and after a short wait, the family headed back home. That evening, Ju looked at Tang. Want to take a bath together? Tang turned to his mother for permission. Yuan gave a small nod. Go on. He had a tough day, so it was good to spend time with his dad. In the bathroom, Ju gently helped Tang bathe, splashing water and playing with him. Tang's giggles echoed off the tiles, his fear slowly melting away. A little while later, Yuan stepped in with a towel. All right, bath time's over or you'll catch a cold, she said, smiling softly. She knelt beside the tub, carefully drying Tang's hair. Oh, by the way, she added, your Uncle Will is back, and he brought your favorite cheesecake. Tang's eyes lit up. Wrapped in his towel, he practically ran to the table, happily munching on cheesecake after a terrifying day. But Ju's thoughts were elsewhere. Will was back, and that meant he had something. I'll be right back, Ju said to Yuan. There's something I need to take care of. Put Tang to bed if he gets sleepy. Yuan nodded, but her eyes followed him as he left with Will. She was sure he was close to finding out the truth. Outside, a man sobbed on the ground. Will had captured the one who had arranged the kidnapping. Please, I didn't mean to, just did what I was told. The man stammered, on the verge of breaking. Ju didn't waste words. Enough. Will, start the interrogation. I want the name, whatever it takes. Will didn't hesitate. He lifted his arm and struck the man hard with the flat edge of a large knife. The man screamed. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, he gasped through tears. It was a foreigner. A guy who comes to my nightclub often. He paid me to arrange it. Will pulled out a photo. This one? The man shook his head frantically. No. His name was Jack. At that name, Ju froze. His eyes narrowed. Something clicked in his mind. Recognition flashed. Without another word, he turned to leave. Handle the rest, he said to Will. Will gave a curt nod. The next morning, the family sat down together for breakfast. Tang was noticeably more cheerful now, laughing softly and chatting between bites. The tension from the previous day had lightened, replaced by a sense of calm. Ju, reading a newspaper, called Will. Cancel the cooperation with Nation F, he said plainly. Will, on the other end, was stunned. That deal was mutually beneficial, and it's a win-win for both parties. That's an order, Ju cut him off. Will paused, then replied firmly, understood. Later that morning, Tang turned to Ju with something on his mind. I've been thinking, the man who kidnapped me didn't seem to know much about me, he said. Ju leaned forward, listening. He believed me when I said we were rich. But the truth is, right now, it's just Mom and me. She works a normal job. If he really knew about us, he wouldn't have believed that. Ju stared at the boy, impressed. You're sharp, he said with a small smile. Deep inside, he felt proud. This is my son. I think it's time you learn how to protect yourself, Ju said after a moment. Boxing, self-defense. I'll have you trained properly. But for that, you'll need to come home with me. From a distance, Yuan stood in the hallway, listening in silence. A quiet unease settled in her heart. Is he planning to raise Tang as his heir? Ju turned to Tang again. What do you think? Will you come with me? Tang's eyes lit up at the idea. Really? Boxing and all that? That sounds so cool. But after a pause, the light dimmed slightly. He glanced toward where his mother was. Then, gently, he shook his head. I want to go with you, he said honestly. But I can't leave Mom. I'll stay wherever she is. Ju looked up and met Yuan's eyes. He gave Tang a gentle nod. All right, I'll talk to your mother. Tang smiled, satisfied, and trotted off. Yuan stepped forward immediately. Don't even think about taking him away, she said sternly. Ju looked at her for a moment, then smiled quietly. I understand, he said. Where you are, he will be too. Yuan didn't respond, but her eyes softened just slightly. And in that moment, for all their differences, they both understood what mattered most. Tang. In Nation F, a man walked into a lavish room holding a newspaper. He handed it to a blonde woman. The man who kidnapped the kid, he's dead. The woman's expression shifted instantly. Dead? She repeated, her voice trembling. The man nodded gravely. And I'm afraid Huang Fuju might have found out about us. Panic washed over her. What if the Duke comes after us? She whispered, fear gripping her chest. He'll kill us. Just then, her sister entered the room, having overheard the conversation. What have you done? She snapped at her older sister. Are you insane? Do you even realize who Huang Fuju is? Senen didn't think the blonde woman began, but her sister cut her off, fuming. Oh, Kido didn't think. Exactly. You never think. As the two argued, the man's phone buzzed. He stepped aside to answer it, and his face drained of color. He slowly turned back to them. He's done it. Huang Fuju has rejected the cooperation terms. The blonde woman's eyes widened. He can't do that! The kid had nothing to do with him. Her sister folded her arms. Maybe he did. The boy was a model for his brand. What if that's the connection? We need to inform your husband, she said firmly, already turning to leave. No, wait. The woman tried to stop her, but it was too late. Her husband had already arrived. He had heard everything. You, he growled. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to go this far. He raised his hand, furious, about to strike her. But her sister stepped in between them. You touch her, and I swear I'll make sure you regret it. Before he could react, his phone rang. He answered, and his face twisted further in disbelief. When the call ended, he stood frozen for a moment, then shouted, I'm no longer the ambassador! What? The blonde woman gasped. They want me to clear my office immediately. Everything is gone. He raged, eyes blazing. His fury turned back toward his wife. You ruined me. I've lost everything because of your stupidity. But her sister was quicker. You lost everything? Please, you never had anything. Everything you are, everything you got, was because of my father. And if you lay a finger on her again, I will tell him. The man glared at both of them, then stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Left in silence, the blonde woman turned to her sister, voice shaky. What do I do now? Her sister replied calmly but firmly. Before things spiral further, shift the blame to your husband. Make it look like he planned everything. But what if he and Huang Fuju both find out the truth? She whispered. Her sister met her eyes, voice low and cold. Then don't give him the chance to talk. Later that night, the blonde woman quietly prepared a drink for her husband, one laced with a sedative. Her plan was simple. Once he passed out, she would act. But as she discussed the final details with his assistant, the man himself suddenly stormed into the room. What are you doing here? He barked, eyes narrowing. She froze. You really are brainless, aren't you? He snapped, voice rising. You provoked Huang Fuju. For what? For your petty revenge? The woman tried to defend herself, but he cut her off. Don't act high and mighty just because your father is powerful. This world doesn't revolve around you. Her temper flared. How can you only think about power and influence? Your son was bullied. Don't you want revenge? That struck a nerve. The man's anger exploded. He shoved her forcefully and she stumbled backward, falling into the assistant who had instinctively moved to catch her. Seeing her in another man's arms, the ambassador's fury doubled. You dare touch my wife? He roared. The assistant quickly stepped away. She's scared. Don't hurt her. As the two men faced off, the woman spotted the assistant's gun lying nearby on the table. Her heart pounded. The moment her husband raised his hand to strike her again, she reached for the weapon, grabbed it, and pulled the trigger. A deafening shot rang out. The ambassador collapsed to the floor, groaning in pain, blood seeping from his chest. And from the side, Huang Fuju arrived, dressed sharply as always in his tailored business suit, his expression unreadable. Will stepped forward and crouched beside the fallen man. After a brief check, he looked up and confirmed, he's dead. The assistant didn't miss a beat. Pointing at the woman, he shouted, it was her, she killed him. The very same man who had once conspired with her, now throwing her under the bus without hesitation. The woman's eyes flared with rage. You liar, she screamed, lunging at him. She grabbed his collar. You planned this with me. You told me to do it. In their struggle, the assistant lost his footing near the large window. They both tumbled over the edge. Later, Will reported to Ju with a calm voice. Both of them survived, but they're in comas. If they wake up, they'll be sentenced for murder. Ju gave a curt nod. The matter is resolved then. Dismissed. Will left quietly. Ju stepped out onto the balcony where he found Yuan standing silently, the wind tugging at her hair. He gently wrapped a shawl around her shoulders. It's cold. Stay inside, he said softly. Yuan looked at him. Huang Fuju, please let Tang and me go. His expression tensed. Again with this? He muttered, irritated. I want a normal life for him, Yuan said firmly. A childhood without bodyguards or political enemies, without your name hanging over his head. He is my son, Ju replied. That destiny is already written, but I'm not ready to accept it, Yuan whispered. Ju stepped closer and wrapped his arms around her from behind, his voice quieter this time, raw and pleading. Don't leave me again. Whatever you want, power, money, status, identity, I'll give it all to you. Yuan stood still for a long moment, then she made a decision. Then give me one thing, she said. Give up your position as successor. Walk away from the throne. Ju stared at her silently. If you're willing to let it go, I'll stay, she added. If not, then I can't be with the crown prince. Her voice was calm but resolute. I'll give you 3 days, she said. 3 days to decide. If you can't give up the crown, then you'll have to let us go. And with that, she turned and walked inside, leaving Ju standing alone on the balcony. She knew it in her heart. Wang Fuju would never give up the throne. He had worked for it relentlessly since his teenage years, pouring blood and sweat into building his legacy. But everything that had happened recently, it was a wake-up call for Yuan. She couldn't let Tang grow up under constant threat, not when his very existence would be a target. As long as Tang remained by Ju's side, he would always be in danger. The next morning, Ju was nowhere to be found. Will approached Yuan. The Duke had to leave early. Urgent matters, he informed her. Tang came running over. Mom, I want to bring back one of my old paintings from our house. Yuan immediately seized the opportunity. That's a great idea, she said quickly. Then, turning to Will, can you help us out? It's in the old apartment. You'll know which one. Will nodded and rushed outside, then gestured to the 2 guards stationed outside the door. Keep an eye on them until I return, he ordered, and left without suspicion. As soon as the door clicked shut, Yuan turned to her son. Tang, we're leaving. Right now. The boy blinked in surprise. What? Why? Yuan knelt to his level. I can't tell you the reason, but you have a choice. You can stay here with your father if that's what you want. Her voice was calm but heavy with sorrow. After all, Wang Fuju was his father. She couldn't take that truth away from him. Tang looked torn. Can I stay with both of you? Yuan's expression softened, but she shook her head. No, baby. Not this time. There was a long silence. Then, with quiet determination, Tang whispered, I'll go with you. Yuan smiled faintly but didn't stop there. She looked him in the eye and told him the truth. If you stay here with your father, you'll never have to move from house to house again. You won't have to worry about anything. He can protect you. Tang's gaze dropped to the floor. He understood what she was saying, but he looked up again and hugged his mom, resolute. Daddy has everything, but you only have me, so I'll stay with you. Tears welled up in Yuan's eyes at his simple, loyal words. All right, she whispered, stroking his hair. We'll go together. Tang nodded, but just as she reached for her bag, he raised a hand. Wait, Mom, can I go to the bathroom first? Yuan paused, then nodded. Okay, but be quick. She didn't think much of it, completely unaware that her son had something up his sleeve. Elsewhere, Wang Fuju arrived at a quiet, luxurious estate, the residence of his twin brother. The man was sprawled lazily on a lounge chair beside the swimming pool, half asleep with a book covering his face. Ju didn't waste time. I want you to take the throne, he said firmly. There was no response. His twin continued to play dead, not even flinching. Ju narrowed his eyes, then swiftly snatched the book off his brother's face. Still, the twin didn't budge. Instead, he rolled to the other side, stubbornly pretending to sleep. Ju stared at him, unimpressed. His twin, ever the child, was acting like this wasn't serious. A few seconds passed. Then the sound of pages tearing cut through the air. Rip. Immediately, the twin bolted upright. Are you insane? That was an original manuscript. He snatched the book back from Ju, inspecting the torn pages with wide, horrified eyes. Ju didn't say a word. He just stood there, calm and unreadable. The twin sighed heavily and finally sat up straight, rubbing his temples. You know, if a woman really loves you, he muttered, she'll stay with you, whether you're a beggar or a king. Ju's tone was cold. I didn't come here for advice, but his brother wasn't done. Then what did you come for? You think I'm fit to be king? You're wrong. Ju frowned. And how are you less fit than me? Just because you were born a few minutes after? The twin raised a brow, amused. Exactly. You are the elder. You are more appropriate by default. Then his tone shifted. And if Mom and Dad knew you were doing this for a woman, do you think they'd let Yuan walk free? He leaned forward, his voice edged with realism. Choosing a woman over your crown only works in romance novels, not in real life. He shook his head. A man has to be strong, powerful, to protect the woman he loves. Before Ju could answer, his phone rang. He picked it up and his expression darkened almost instantly. What? He said sharply. On the other end, the voice was urgent. Sir, Madame Yuan is missing. Ju didn't respond. He turned on his heel and strode out without another word. Behind him, his twin let out a long sigh. Love really does make people crazy, he muttered, watching his brother disappear into the distance. At the airport, Tang stood near the departure gate, eyes scanning anxiously. Why isn't Daddy here yet? He mumbled, glancing back one more time. Come on, Tang, we're running late, Yuan urged, waving her hand. But Tang hesitated. Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Yuan frowned slightly, concern flickering in her eyes. Again? Are you okay? Tang gave a quick nod. I'm fine. Promise. I'll be quick. Yuan sighed and watched him head toward the restroom. She waited near the entrance, glancing at the time again and again, uncertainty slowly building in her chest. Should I ask someone to check on him? He's taking longer than usual. Just then, a man brushed past her, bumping into her shoulder. She staggered slightly, startled, and was about to turn when she heard a familiar voice. The tone, the cadence, it made her heart skip. Moxie? The name echoed in her mind. Carefully, she raised her small makeup mirror and tilted it to catch a glimpse of the man walking away. Even from the back, she recognized him, her former employer, the man she thought she'd never see again. And he was heading straight toward the bathroom. Inside, Tang was waiting patiently. He stared at his phone, hoping for a message from Ju. Just then, his mother called. "Tang," Yuan said quickly, trying to sound calm. "Stay inside the bathroom a little longer, okay? Mommy is going to get us something to drink." "Okay," Tang answered happily. Truth be told, he'd been trying to delay anyway, and now he had a reason. Back in the terminal, Moxie slowed his steps. His assistant glanced at him. "Sir? Something wrong?" "No," he muttered, scanning the crowd. "I thought I saw someone I knew, or maybe it was just an illusion." Yuan, listening nearby, stiffened. "He can't see me. I need to leave." But before she could move, someone grabbed her wrist. She turned, startled, and met Huang Fujui's intense gaze. "Why did you lie to me?" he asked, voice low. "Didn't you promise to stay if I gave up the position of successor?" Yuan opened her mouth to respond, but she was still too close to Moxie. If he saw her, everything could collapse. Thinking fast, she pulled Ju close and wrapped her arms around him. He stiffened. "What are you doing? Is this another trick to run away again?" Before he could pull back, Yuan cupped his face with both hands, brought it close, and kissed him. Ju froze. For a second, his eyes widened in shock, but then, as if enchanted, he responded to the kiss, pulling her closer, deepening it without even realizing. From a distance, Moxie turned away, never noticing her. Inside the bathroom, Tang's phone buzzed. It was a message from Uncle Will. He stepped out, stretching his arms, and looked around. The first thing he saw? His parents. Kissing. His mouth dropped open. "They're kissing," he whispered, then grinned. "Does that mean they're back together?" That's what always happens in movies when the hero and heroine kiss. But his happiness was short-lived. In the next instant, Ju pulled Yuan by the hand and quickly exited the terminal, taking her with him, leaving Tang behind. Tang stood frozen for a second, confused. Wait, what just happened? Will came up behind him. "Let's go." Tang looked up sharply. "Is he going to hurt my mommy?" Will hesitated. "No, he won't." But Tang wasn't convinced. "I want to go with her. I need to see if she's okay." Will sighed and gently held the boy's shoulder. "Not now." He turned Tang around, leading him away. That evening, Yuan slowly opened her eyes. The memories from the past few hours of their passionate lovemaking. And above all, Huang Fuju's firm words echoing in her ears. "I won't let you leave me again." As she lay there, still processing it all, the door opened and Ju stepped in, carrying a tray of food. She sat up quickly. "Where's Tang?" she asked, her voice coming out hoarse and dry. Ju smiled gently. "He's fine. I already tucked him in. He's asleep." Yuan flushed at the sound of her own voice, suddenly self-conscious about how hoarse it was. Seeing her red face, Ju chuckled softly. He came closer and leaned in, placing a light kiss on her shoulder from behind. "Are you all right? Maybe I was a bit too excited earlier." She immediately pushed him away, her cheeks burning. "Don't say things like that." Ju blinked, a little amused. "Why are you still so shy? We're not some newlywed couple." Still flustered, Yuan tried to change the subject. "I'm hungry. Is that for me?" Ju set the tray down and handed it to her. "Of course. Eat." As she ate in silence, her mind was far from calm. What if Moxie saw me at the airport? What if he found out the truth? That I betrayed him? For Huang Fuju? That I gave birth to his child? The thought chilled her to the bone. He'd kill me. And Tang. Maybe even Ju, too. One thing was certain. She couldn't stay here any longer. Even if Ju came with her, she had to run. She had to protect Tang, no matter what. She set the tray aside and turned to look at the man next to her. So calm, so loving, so warm. How could she not fall for him? Without a word, she wrapped her arms around him and buried her face in his chest. "Ju," she murmured, "take me and Tang away from here, please." He froze slightly, surprised. Why? Did something happen? Yuan hesitated, then finally opened up. "I fell for you, Ju, 6 years ago, but I was scared, because of who you were." His brows furrowed. "You left me because of that, without even saying goodbye?" She nodded slowly. "We were from 2 different worlds. You were the future king, and I was just an ordinary girl. That's why I left that night." Ju stared at her for a long moment, then gently touched her cheek. "You don't need to worry about that anymore," he said softly. "I've already spoken to my brother. He'll take my place. I've even convinced our parents." Yuan looked up, her eyes wide in disbelief. Ju's gaze was steady. "I meant what I said. I'll give up everything if that's what it takes to be with you." But Yuan immediately shook her head. "No, don't do that." Ju frowned. "Why not?" "You have dreams," she said softly. "You want to make this country better? A place with no war, no poverty, no suffering. How could I ask you to give that up, just to be with me?" Ju stood frozen. How do you know about that?" She turned her face away, cheeks flushed. "I saw the Crown Prince's speech 3 years ago. Every word. I still remember." Then, almost whispering, she confessed. "Over the last 6 years, I saw every live telecast, read every article, every magazine that mentioned you. I didn't collect them, because I didn't want Tang to find out. But when you visited that disaster zone, I stayed up all night watching the news. I just wanted to make sure you were safe. I'm not religious," she added, voice trembling, "but I prayed that night. With everything I had." Ju's heart tightened at her words. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder, overwhelmed. "Yuan?" Right there, he made his decision. "I'll take you and Tang to meet my parents," he said. We'll make it official. You'll be mine, completely. But Yuan placed her hand gently on his. I'll go with you, she said. But keep a low profile. Don't announce anything yet. I don't want Tang to become the center of public attention. Not now. Ju paused. So you'll stay, but quietly? She nodded. Still, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Will you really stay this time? Yuan looked away. If you don't believe me, I'll leave tomorrow. Ju's eyes darkened, his hand tightening slightly around hers, reminding her that he will not let her go. She continued, but I believe. The man I love would never give up on his dreams either. Ju's mind latched onto those words. The man I love. Was she really talking about him? He stepped forward and pulled her into a gentle hug from behind, his voice low and urgent. Say it again. She stiffened slightly. No, he didn't budge. He gently pushed her down, leaning over her, his expression earnest and vulnerable. Just once. Say it again. I need to hear it. He cupped her chin, tilting it up toward him. Yuan, say it. She hesitated, torn. Because once she said it, truly admitted it, there would be no turning back. No more pretending. If she left again after this, he would never forgive her. But looking into his eyes, she realized there was no use denying it anymore. She wrapped her arms around him and finally whispered, I love you. Ju's heart soared, and then he kissed her, again and again. Each kiss a vow, a promise, a response to the love she'd finally allowed herself to say out loud. If I'm the king, he murmured between kisses, then you're the only one who can be my queen. Elsewhere, Moxie arrived at Yuan's old house. His assistant, efficient as always, had already arranged for a group of men to break the lock. With a dull crack, the door creaked open. They stepped inside. The air inside the house was thick with dust and stillness, untouched by time. Moxie paused at the entrance, his eyes scanning the space. This is it, he said quietly. This is her home. I can feel it. His assistant nodded. We also found out where Yuan used to work. One of her close friends, Chow, used to work with her there as a chef. Recently, we saw him wandering near this house. As if on cue, Chow really was just outside, walking down the street when he noticed unfamiliar men breaking into Yuan's old house. His eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, he stepped back and pulled out his phone. Inside the house, Moxie made his way slowly through each room. When he reached what used to be Yuan's bedroom, he paused. There, on the dresser, lay a photo album. He picked it up and opened it. Inside were pictures of Yuan and a 5-year-old Gantang. His fingers froze on the page. His mind suddenly drifted back, years ago, when he himself had been just 11. Even then, Moxie had been a striking boy, handsome with sharp features and piercing eyes. But those very eyes often kept people at a distance. No one dared to approach him, let alone get close. Until one day, his father had brought a little girl home. Her name was Gaia. Call him brother, his father had told her. She was Yuan and was 5 at the time, tiny, bold, and full of curiosity. Without hesitation, the girl had reached out and grabbed his hand. He remembered how stunned he was. She wasn't afraid of him. She had smiled up at him, calling him brother so naturally. For the first time, a faint smile had appeared on his own face. It was barely noticeable, but it had been real. Only Gaia. Only Yuan had never feared him. Meanwhile, Yuan's phone rang. She picked it up and heard Chow's voice. Yuan, some men just broke into your old house. Yuan blinked. What? Wait, what are you doing there? I was nearby and saw them enter. I'm going to follow them and take pictures. Chow, no, Yuan said urgently. Don't do anything, wreck. But before she could finish, the call abruptly ended. Chow was already on the move, trailing the sleek white car carrying Moxie and his men. From the back seat, Moxie's assistant glanced at the rearview mirror. Sir, the man, Yuan's friend, is following us. Moxie didn't look up from the album in his hands. This Chow. Who is he exactly? The assistant replied. He's the son of a well-known tycoon in the catering industry. Moxie's eyes narrowed. If he's close to her, then he must know a lot. About my Gaia. He closed the album with a snap. Change the route. Get off the highway. The car suddenly veered off, taking a sharp exit and heading deeper into the suburban area, startling Chow, who was following behind. He slowed his car. The road ahead was unfamiliar and quiet. Should I call Yuan again? He wondered. He picked up his phone and began dialing. But before he could speak, headlights blazed in his direction. A white car came out of nowhere, crashing into his vehicle with terrifying force. Chow screamed in pain. On the other end of the call, Yuan, who had just picked up, heard it all. Chow? Chow? Yuan stood frozen, phone trembling in her hand, a wave of dread crashing over her. The man stepped out of the car and walked over to Chow, who lay on the ground, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. Next to him, a phone buzzed. Yuan's voice was screaming from the other side. Chow, what happened? The man calmly picked up the phone. Gaia, he said softly, his voice smooth and unmistakable. Yuan's breath caught. That voice, it was him, Moxie. He didn't wait for her to respond. Your friend? The one following me? He met with an accident. He's seriously hurt. His calm tone contrasted sharply with the cruel intent in his words. A chill ran through Yuan's spine. Her mind reeled, flashing back to her childhood. She remembered the day he'd taken her to see the animals in the wild. What are they? He had asked her. The animals, the little girl replied innocently. He had shaken his head. No, they're not animals. They're prey. He raised his rifle and fired, striking a deer without hesitation. She remembered his younger sister, hiding behind him, eyes wide in fear. He looked back and explained gently, as if teaching a lesson. We're hunters, and you must never forget that. From then on, she had trained hard. She fought swiftly, fiercely, because her brother had told her to become a perfect hunter. And she had also seen, even at that age, how he treated those who betrayed him. He'd burned them, and their families, alive. Because that was who Moxie was. Now, back in the present, his voice came through the phone again. So tell me, how should I deal with a man who follows me? The threat was clear. He had no intention of letting this slide. Later, Chow was dragged to an abandoned building, his head still bleeding, his body weak. Moxie sat beside him coldly. Tell me everything you know about Gaia, he ordered. Tell me everything. If you want to live. Chow groaned, barely able to sit up. Who the hell is Gaia? He muttered. Moxie's eyes narrowed. He studied Chow's confused expression. He was telling the truth. He didn't even know Yuan by that name. At that moment, his assistant stepped in, holding a device. Sir, Yuan's location seems to be close. She's somewhere nearby. Moxie tilted his head, intrigued. She's come here? Yuan had arrived. But before stepping into danger, she tied her phone to a small pig she'd picked up earlier, letting it run ahead through the alley. Moments later, Moxie's assistant updated again. Her location's moving now. She's heading away from here. Moxie smirked. So, this is her way of playing games with me, he muttered. Fine. I'll let her have her fun. Inside the building, Chow's lips were cracked. Water, please, he begged the guard nearby, barely conscious. But before the man could reply, a sound came from the window. The guard turned, alert. Crash! In the next second, Yuan leapt in, silent and swift, and struck the guard with a sharp blow to the neck. He collapsed immediately, unconscious. She rushed to Chow's side. Cow! Are you okay? He could barely speak, but his eyes flickered with recognition. She knelt, wrapping his arm over her shoulder, supporting his weight. Don't talk. I'm getting you out of here. We're going to the hospital, she assured him firmly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the compound, one of Moxie's men found the small pig, still trotting along with the phone tied to it. He picked it up and called in, chuckling. Sir, it was a pig. She tried to throw us off. Moxie, now sitting back in the shadows, smiled silently. She knows how to distract me, he said under his breath. My clever little sister. And though he was being deceived, he didn't stop it, because deep down, he was enjoying the chase. As Yuan helped Chow outside, his arm slung over her shoulder for support, he turned to her weakly. Yuan, do you know that man? He asked, his voice strained. The you I just saw back there. It's like I've never met this version of you before. Yuan didn't answer directly. Instead, she lowered her gaze. I'm sorry, she said softly. I dragged you into my mess. You shouldn't have had to go through this, but I promise, I'll get you out of here. Chow managed a faint smile. Don't worry, I didn't tell him a thing, not even your name. You're safe. Yuan paused and looked at him, her expression full of quiet gratitude. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling. You've always been a good friend. I never wanted to bring you trouble. But before they could move any farther, bright beams of torchlight swept over them. Moxie's men had found them. Orders are clear, one of the men called out. Don't harm her, just bring them in. Yuan stood her ground, expression unreadable. Somehow she had expected this. She knew it wouldn't be so easy to escape. A car's engine suddenly roared in the distance, and moments later it skidded to a stop in front of them. Behind the wheel was a woman, Chow's fiancée, her eyes wide with panic and worry. Yuan gave a small smile. Go, Chow. She'll take you to safety. You called her? Chow asked, surprised. Yuan nodded. She'll take care of you. Just go. The woman rushed out and helped Chow into the car. She turned to Yuan. Aren't you coming too? But Yuan gently shook her head. If I get in, none of you will make it out. Please, just go. With visible reluctance, the woman returned to the car and started the engine. The vehicle sped off into the distance, leaving Yuan standing there alone as the torches closed in. And then, from the shadows, he appeared. Moxie. They stood face to face after all these years. He stepped forward slowly, his expression unreadable. 2,461 days, he said softly. That's how long you've been gone. This time, Gaia, you went too far. Yuan's lips tightened. You shouldn't have hurt my friend. He reached out, raising his hand to caress her cheek. But she turned her face away in disgust, as if repulsed by even his touch. You never change, he muttered. That man wasn't worthy of your friendship. Those words, those same words she had heard for years. In Moxie's eyes, no one had ever been worthy of her. And because of that, she had never been allowed to make a single friend. Then tell me, she said coldly, looking away from his eyes. Are you the only one worthy of being close to me? He stepped closer, lifted her chin, and said it clearly. No one is worthy of my Gaia. Yuan's eyes narrowed. In a blink, she seized the moment, pulling out a knife and making a quick, clean cut across his neck. A thin line of blood appeared. But Moxie only smiled. Your skills have improved, he said, amused. More of his men stepped forward, surrounding her dot, but Yuan didn't back down. One after another, she struck them, swift and precise, taking down each man who came near her. But there were too many. Even with all her training, she couldn't handle them alone. Eventually, they overpowered her. From the sidelines, Moxie took a towel from his assistant and calmly wiped the blood from his neck. You've been gone long enough, he said, watching her struggle. It's time to go home. I'm not going anywhere with you, Yuan spat. Moxie gave a slow smile, like a man giving his final offer. Then here's my condition. Come with me now, and I'll let this whole thing go. But if you resist, you know there will be consequences. Back at the villa, Ju stood in his study, holding a letter. It was from Yuan. In the note, she wrote simply, "There's something I must take care of. Go to the airport with Tang first. I'll meet you there," Will called. "Should I look into her whereabouts?" he asked. Ju shook his head. "No need, we'll leave for the airport as planned." He looked out the window, voice firm. "She promised she'd come, and I trust her, she won't disappoint me." This time, Ju had chosen to believe in her love, fully, wholeheartedly. But what he didn't know was the storm Yuan had walked into, and that the woman he trusted was now standing face to face with the one man she had feared her entire life. Yuan knew it all too well. If she was captured now, escaping again would become nearly impossible. So when the distant sound of police sirens reached her ears, she made her move. In a heartbeat, she pulled out her gun and fired. The bullet didn't hit Moxie. It wasn't meant to. It whizzed past him deliberately, a warning shot. His bodyguards instantly moved in, shielding him from further attack. In the chaos, Yuan turned and bolted, but not toward the main road. Instead, she darted into the woods. One of the bodyguards prepared to chase after her, but the police cars were already pulling up, lights flashing, sirens blaring. Moxie's assistant stepped closer to him. "Sir, it's best we cooperate with them. We don't want trouble with the authorities, especially if we intend to return to this country." Moxie narrowed his eyes, watching the direction Yuan had disappeared into. "It's no coincidence," he murmured. "She planned this." A faint, crooked smile tugged at his lips. "My clever little sister." Meanwhile, at the airport, Ju arrived with Will and Tang. "Where's Mommy?" Tang asked, eyes scanning the crowd. Ju placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "She'll come. We'll wait for her." Will, however, looked at his watch. "If we delay any longer, we'll miss the morning meeting with the delegation." Just as he was explaining, Tang suddenly shouted, "There she is!" All eyes turned, and there was Yuan, jogging toward them with her bag slung over her shoulder. "I'm so sorry," she said, slightly breathless. "I didn't mean to be late." On board the flight, Yuan yawned as she buckled her seatbelt. The adrenaline had faded, and exhaustion was settling in. Ju noticed immediately. He reached over and gently guided her head onto his shoulder. "Sleep," he said quietly. "You need it." She didn't resist. Within minutes, she was dozing, her breath soft and even. Ju didn't know what had happened the night before, but he knew one thing for certain: she was tired. She had fought through something she hadn't told him yet. They landed in Ju's home country later that day and arrived at the palace. Staff lined the entrance, bowing respectfully as they entered. "This is our home now," Ju said, glancing at Yuan and Tang. "We'll settle here from now on." Tang's eyes sparkled with wonder. "Whoa, is this a real palace?" Yuan stood quietly at his side, her expression unreadable. The palace was magnificent, but her heart was heavy. "Can I really live here? With him?" Around them, Ju's staff exchanged stunned glances. Their master, who had never brought a single woman into the palace, had not only returned with one, but with a child who bore a striking resemblance to him. After settling them into one of the residential wings, Ju turned to Yuan. "If you need anything, just ask the staff," he told her. "I need to step out for a while." Yuan nodded. "Go ahead, don't worry about us." Once he left, Yuan let out a long sigh. "I never wanted to bring Tang here, but right now, it's the safest place. If I stay hidden behind Ju's power, maybe Moxie won't reach us." Not long after, a tutor arrived, assigned by Ju for Tang's early education. The teacher introduced herself to Tang, quickly striking up a friendly conversation. Yuan watched silently from a distance, her thoughts churning. Ju's intentions were clear. He wants Tang to be raised as the future king, but she wasn't ready to make that decision, not yet. She had come here to hide, not to build a throne. Now, she had to decide what her next move would be. On the other side, Ju arrived at a private training ground, where a woman stood tall, dressed in a sleek modern swordsmanship uniform. Without a word, she tossed a sword in Ju's direction. "Join me," she commanded. Ju caught the weapon and immediately stepped into the sparring circle. The clash of blades echoed through the air as the two exchanged sharp, powerful moves with fluid precision. Sparks flew with each strike, neither holding back. After a few intense minutes, the woman spun, dodging Ju's final move and landing a clean strike to his shoulder. She stepped back and removed her helmet. It was Ju's mother. Calm but fierce, she lowered her sword and said bluntly, "When do I get to meet my grandson?" Ju blinked. He hadn't expected that. So, his twin brother had already informed their parents. He opened his mouth trying to dodge the question, but she cut him off sharply. "I asked when, Ju." "Soon," he replied hesitantly. "1 week," she declared without missing a beat. "You have 1 week, or face the consequences." Ju might have argued with his father, but not with her. Not when her tone made it clear she wasn't bluffing. "Understood," he said, defeated. She turned to the butler nearby. "Bring the gifts." The butler stepped forward, holding many elegantly wrapped boxes. "These are for Yuan and Tang," she said. Ju took the gifts, stunned. "Does this mean you've accepted them?" His mother raised a brow, her tone dry and sarcastic. "Would you give up if I didn't?" He chuckled quietly, but she continued more seriously. "I want you to be happy, Ju. I support your choice." Relief flickered across his face. "Thank you, Mother. But," she added sharply, "don't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. If you jeopardize this country's future, I will strip you of your rights." Her gaze was steel. "I'm not joking. You know I mean it." Ju nodded solemnly. "I understand." As he turned to leave, she watched him with narrowed eyes. So eager to go. "Have you already placed that girl ahead of me?" she said, half joking. Ju glanced back with a small smile. They're new here. I'm just worried. She gave him a long look, then smiled gently. I believe in you, and I support you. He nodded slightly, almost in a bow. You'll like them, I'm sure. As Ju walked away, his mother's smile faded. Gone Yuan. She'd already had her people look into her, but the girl's identity was impossible to verify. No past, no records, no traceable lineage. Who exactly is she? But no matter her background, Ju's mother was certain of one thing: she would protect her son. Even if that meant taking him away from Yuan, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Yuan had just tucked Tang into bed. She sat quietly beside him, gently brushing back his hair as he slept peacefully. Ju arrived moments later, his expression unusually serious. Yuan looked up. Something wrong? He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he motioned for her to follow. Outside the room, he handed her 2 beautifully wrapped boxes. These are from my mother, he said. Yuan stared at the gifts in disbelief. You told her? No, Ju said quickly, pulling her into a hug from behind. I didn't say anything, but she knows, and she's already accepted us. She doesn't mind that I'm just an ordinary girl? He kissed the side of her head. She said it herself. She wants me to be happy. Yuan let out a slow breath. She glanced down at the gifts, her heart tangled with gratitude and unease. But am I really just an ordinary girl? They were living in a modern world now, yet the shadows of her past still loomed close. Elsewhere, Moxie stood in silence as his assistant delivered an update. We haven't located Miss Yuan yet, the man said, but we found some clues. He handed over a photograph. She and her son appear to be very close to Huang Fuju. Moxie took the photo. It was a candid shot, Huang Fuju with a young boy beside him. He stared at it for a while, saying nothing. Then finally, he spoke. Doesn't the boy look quite a bit like Huang Fuju? The assistant hesitated, then nodded. Yes. The resemblance is hard to ignore. He's returned to his country for National Day. It's public news. Moxie's voice was cold and decisive. Book a flight. We're going to his nation. At the Moner estate, when Yuan awoke the next morning, she found a note on the bedside table. It was from Ju. Had to leave early for work. If you need anything, ask the staff. I'll be back soon. After getting dressed, she went downstairs. The morning air was fresh, and the estate grounds stretched wide like a painting. To her surprise, she saw Tang in the distance, riding a small horse with a riding tutor by his side. He waved excitedly as she approached. Mom, look, I named him. His name's Thunder, because he runs fast. And my riding's getting way better, he added proudly as he dismounted. The tutor said I'll be amazing if I keep it up. But just then, a commotion broke out. A white horse came charging wildly from the other end of the grounds, neighing loudly and throwing the nearby handlers into panic. Tang's horse startled and bolted forward. In the chaos, the reins tangled around Tang's wrist, and he was dragged along, unable to break free. Tang! Yuan shouted in horror. Someone stop that horse! The tutor cried out. Shoot it if you must. Save the young master. The guards raised their rifles, but before they could fire, a commanding voice rang out across the field. Who dares aim a weapon at my horse? Everyone froze. A girl rode in on a tall mare, surrounded by an entourage of well-dressed riders and staff. Her presence was impossible to ignore. Sharp eyes, noble posture. She was Nancy, the Duke's daughter. The security team lowered their weapons immediately, torn between duty and fear. No one dared defy her. But Yuan didn't have time to wait. Without thinking, she grabbed a large stone from the ground and hurled it at the white horse's leg. The stone struck hard. The horse stumbled with a pained cry, faltering in its run. Tang was thrown off, tumbling toward the ground, but Yuan was already sprinting. She caught him mid-fall and the two rolled onto the grass together. Mom! Tang gasped, trembling. I've got you. You're safe, she whispered, holding him tight. But then came the crack of a whip. Nancy stood before her, fury written all over her face, whip raised. She lashed at Yuan, but Yuan caught it in one swift motion, shielding Tang behind her. How dare you hurt my horse? Nancy shouted. Do you have any idea how valuable he is? Yuan looked her straight in the eyes. To me, nothing is more valuable than my son, she said coldly. If you want to keep your horse alive, get him treated now, before the injury worsens. Nancy's glare faltered. She turned to her staff. Take him to the vet, immediately. With a final huff, she left the field, her entourage following. As calm returned, another girl stepped forward toward Yuan. I'm really sorry for what happened, she said softly. Nancy's temper can be a lot. Yuan turned to her, surprised. I'm Qian Shuiying. I'm her classmate, she added with a half smile. Yuan gave a small nod. I'm Yuan, thank you. They exchanged polite greetings, but as Yuan looked more closely at the girl's face, something stirred in her memory. She looks familiar. I've seen this face before. She tried to place it, but the thought slipped away. After a brief exchange, Zhuing left with a graceful goodbye. Yuan stood there in silence, holding Tang close. Her mind clouded not only by the chaos just past, but by that nagging feeling. Where have I seen her before? Later that afternoon, Madame Tutor gently treated Tang's minor bruises while Yuan sat by his side. The woman glanced at her before saying quietly, Madame Yuan, the girl from earlier, Nancy, she's the Duke's only daughter. In the future, it's best not to engage with her unnecessarily. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Taking the opportunity, she asked, What about the other girl? The one who came afterward and apologized. Qian Suying, Miss Qian? She and Lady Nancy became close friends while studying abroad. A few years ago, her parents passed away in an accident. The Duke adopted her afterward, because reportedly she once saved the Duchess's life. Yuan took a quiet stroll around the estate, needing air to clear her head. Her thoughts circled around the earlier chaos. She was worried that the incident might reflect poorly on Ju, or worse, cause conflict with Nancy's powerful family. Just then, something shiny caught her attention near the edge of the woods. Without hesitation, she walked toward it. It was a still warm cigarette stub lying in the grass. Someone had been there very recently. Yuan crouched to examine the area. Her eyes narrowed. From this angle, one had a direct, unobstructed view into Huang Fuju's master bedroom. The range? Less than a kilometer. Perfect distance for a sniper shot. She spotted faint footprints in the dirt. Someone had been watching. And, possibly, targeting Ju. That night, Ju returned from work. Yuan waited for him in the living room, her mind heavy with the discovery. "Hey," she said, trying to keep her tone casual. "I accidentally broke the curtains in your bedroom. They're ruined, so maybe sleep in the guest room tonight?" Ju paused, raising an eyebrow, but didn't press. "All right, I'll shower first. Can you grab my pajamas?" "Sure," she said quickly, suggesting the guest room farthest from the visible angles of the woods. She laid out his clothes carefully, choosing a room that would be safest. But after some time passed and there was still no response from him, her nerves spiked. She walked to the bathroom and knocked. "Ju?" No answer. Worried, she pushed the door open slightly and froze. Ju was standing under the running water, drops gliding down his body, steam curling around him. His gaze lifted the moment she stepped in. Maybe he had waited for her. Yuan turned on her heel in panic. I'm sorry." But before she could flee, he reached out and gently pulled her in, wrapping an arm around her from behind. His voice was low, teasing. "Why did you break the curtains?" Her breath caught. "I told you. It was an accident." He leaned closer. They're made of reinforced silk blends, nearly impossible to tear unless someone used scissors. So, caught in her lie, Yuan stammered. I was scared. This manor is so big. I just wanted you to stay closer." Ju chuckled, not buying it. "Yuan, if you wanted to sleep next to me, there are easier ways." Her cheeks flushed bright red, but then his eyes shifted and locked onto a wound on her arm. "What happened?" he asked, voice changing instantly. "It's nothing," she said quickly. "Just from today's horse incident. I've already handled it." He let out a deep sigh and pulled her into a full embrace. "Why do you always take everything on yourself?" She didn't reply. "I'll announce our relationship soon," he said. "Once it's official, you won't have to hide anything. You can stay by my side freely for the rest of your life." His warmth seeped into her bones. And then, she asked something she'd been holding in for years. "Ju, were you mad at me when I left you 6 years ago?" He looked into her eyes, then leaned forward and kissed her forehead. "Yes," he said honestly. "I was furious." She blinked, startled by his bluntness. "But not anymore," he whispered, "because now, you're here, and from now on, you'll be with me for the rest of my life." And with that, he held her tighter, like he would never let her go again. The next morning, when Ju opened his eyes, the clock already read past 8 a.m., later than usual. He glanced at the empty side of the bed. Yuan was gone. After freshening up, he stepped outside and asked one of the servants, "Where is Madame Yuan?" The servant replied quickly, "She's in the kitchen, sir." Ju froze, genuinely shocked. He turned and saw 3 people already gathered by the kitchen door, all wearing confused expressions: Will, Tang, and the butler. Ju walked over and greeted his son. "Good morning, Tang. Where's your mom?" Tang greeted him back, cheerful. "She's in the kitchen, and she's not letting anyone inside." Just then, a loud clatter came from within. Alarmed, Ju immediately pushed the kitchen door open and rushed in. Inside, Yuan stood, surrounded by smoke and the smell of overcooked eggs. She was mid-panic, holding a spatula, her face slightly smudged. Eggs had splashed, and Ju stepped in just in time to shield her from another accidental splatter. I'll make them again," she stammered, frustrated by the failed dish. "Just wait a bit." Ju stared at her for a moment. "Were you making breakfast? For me?" Yuan's ears turned red. He said nothing more. Instead, he sat at the breakfast table and took a bite of the slightly burnt eggs. "Ju, don't eat that," she protested. "I like this flavor," he said simply, chewing as if it were the finest dish in the world. Tang sat across from them, watching curiously. It must be hard for Dad to be in love with Mom, he thought, but he really does love her. Soon after breakfast, Ju got up to leave for work. Yuan walked him out, and just before he stepped into the car, she gave him a quick kiss on the lips. It really was turning out to be one of Ju's luckiest days. When she returned inside, a formal letter awaited her on the table. It was an invitation from Duke Loker's household for a party that evening. Yuan looked at the envelope, thoughtful. The perfect place to look for clues about whoever is targeting Ju. That night, under the glow of chandeliers and diplomatic grandeur, Yuan entered the Duke's estate in a sleek black evening dress. Her hair, pinned elegantly, shimmered with a faint hue of purple under the lights. Her amber eyes scanned the ballroom with quiet caution. As expected, the hall was filled with senior dignitaries, nobles, and military officials. Suddenly, a blonde man approached her, flashing a charming smile. "Abel Roost," he introduced himself, offering a courteous bow. Yuan smiled politely. She recognized the surname, Roost, a family as powerful as the Lockers. And Abel? A known playboy. I'm Yuan, she replied, subtly observing him. They engaged in light conversation. Art, travel, food. But after a while, Yuan casually steered the topic. I'm curious. I haven't seen any royal family members here tonight. Abel chuckled. Oh no. The Queen and King don't attend events like this. The Prince and Princess are currently overseas, and as for the Crown Prince, he shrugged. He hates these functions. Yuan feigned innocence. I heard he was attacked once. Is that true? Abel blinked, startled. Attacked? I've never heard anything like that. His genuine surprise confirmed it. He knew nothing. Yuan smiled, excused herself, and headed toward the hallway. She walked quietly through the corridor. The party was in full swing, but something was off. The Duke wasn't present. Strange. Why host a party and disappear? She stopped outside a closed door, muffled voices coming from within. One of them, her heart skipped. Moxie, what is he doing here? She strained to listen, but the voices grew louder. Someone was coming out. Quickly, she slipped behind a large pillar. Moxie stepped out of the room, followed closely by Ying, Duke Loker's adopted daughter, Nancy, and the Duke. Let me walk you downstairs, Ying offered sweetly. Yuan's mind raced. He can't know I'm here. Did he find my location? Or is he here for something else? But Moxie wasn't her only problem. Moments later, Abel Roost, now tipsy and flushed, stumbled into the hallway, calling out, Nancy, have you seen a girl in a black dress? Purple-tinted hair, amber eyes. Her name started with Gan, I think. Ying's expression sharpened. Gan Yuan? Moxie's bodyguard immediately lunged forward and grabbed Abel by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Moxie's voice darkened. Where is she? Abel stammered, his face pale. She was here. I saw her earlier. She talked to me. Just then, Duke Lokers appeared from the hall and raised his hand. Easy. He's the grandson of Duke Roost. You wouldn't want to start a scandal. Moxie narrowed his eyes, then signaled. The guard let Abel go. She's here, isn't she? Moxie said coldly. Yes, Abel answered, trembling. Then find her, Moxie ordered the Duke before turning away. But by the time they turned, Yuan was already gone. She had used the chaos to disappear into the night. Later, Moxie stood alone on the balcony, the evening wind brushing through his coat. I didn't expect to find you this early, he murmured into the dark. Ying appeared beside him. You still want to find her? Moxie looked at her silently. I can help, she said with a faint smile. If you want a meeting with Gan Yuan, I can arrange it. Moxie's lips curled ever so slightly. Then do it. At Huang Fujui's residence, Will stood in front of him with a file in hand. We've confirmed the identity of the attacker who ambushed you at the hotel. Ju flipped through the report, his expression unreadable. But his silence said everything. This isn't enough, he said finally, tone clipped. Double the security around Yuan and Tang immediately. I want full surveillance day and night. Will nodded. And set up the press conference, Ju added. It's time I made the official announcement. I'm getting married. Will blinked, slightly surprised but unsurprised all at once. Understood. Anything else? Preparing to leave. Ju paused, then raised an eyebrow. Got any proposal ideas? Will coughed awkwardly, clearly caught off guard. How about just kneeling? That's it? Ju deadpanned. With a slight shrug, Will turned and exited. Works in the movies. Left alone, Ju sat down at his desk and spread out his materials. Drafting paper, pencil, and a velvet box lay before him. He wasn't buying a ring, he was designing one. Carefully, he sketched the shape, delicate yet strong with tiny details only Yuan would notice. Once satisfied with the design, he stood up with a rare softness in his expression and made his way to Yuan's room. But just before knocking, he paused. No, he thought. A proposal should be a surprise. As he turned around to leave, a small tug pulled at his sleeve. He looked down to find Tang standing there, curious-eyed. Ju knelt to the boy's level. I'm going to show you something, he said in a whisper. But you have to promise, don't tell your mom. Tang's eyes lit up with excitement. Promise! Ju handed over the ring design sketch. Tang's mouth fell open. It's so beautiful, Uncle Ju. The little boy's face beamed with joy. I wish you good luck, Uncle Ju. The next morning, Yuan stepped out of a warm bath, feeling refreshed. Tang came running. Uncle Ju already left for work, he announced. Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Already? He's been so busy since we got here. Something's going on. Later, she wandered into Ju's study, only to stop short. It was a mess. Paper scattered, drawers half open, ink smudged on the desk. It was the complete opposite of Ju's usual meticulousness. What happened here, she wondered. With a sigh, she began tidying up. As she was organizing the drawers, a photo slipped out from between a file. She picked it up and froze. The man in the picture was unmistakable. Red Flame. A notorious assassin, infamous for never missing a target. Yuan's heart pounded. Was Ju being targeted by someone even more dangerous than we thought? Or was this connected to Moxie? She turned toward the window, and there he was. Moxie, standing outside in a crisp, tailored suit, hands clasped behind his back, looking perfectly composed. Her phone buzzed in the next second. It was the butler. Madam Yuan, Miss Ying is here. She's invited you to dinner. Yuan stared at the man outside the window for a moment longer. Of course, she thought. This dinner isn't about food. She understood what this was, a calculated move. But she accepted it anyway. I'll go, she said calmly. She needed to face this. And if Moxie hadn't acted last night, even with his volatile temper, it only meant one thing. They were being cautious. They were not ready to risk provoking Huang Fuju. Yet. As promised, Yuan arrived at the Duke's residence. She greeted him politely upon entering. "Thank you for the invitation." Duke Lokers offered a warm smile. "It's I who should apologize for not meeting you properly at last night's banquet." Just then, Ying appeared with a graceful smile, joining their exchange. "I hope you don't mind the sudden invitation," she said sweetly. "I do hope I didn't offend you." Yuan returned the same polished, diplomatic smile. "Not at all. I'm happy to be here." But behind the courteous tone, she knew they were all faking it, and she had no problem playing along. After all, she needed to see this through. Ying led her out to the gardens, offering to give her a tour of the estate. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Nancy was seething. She stood before her father, arms crossed, lips curled in a sneer. "I am the Duke's real daughter," she snapped. "But it's always Ying who acts like she runs the house just because she's better with her words." The Duke frowned and cut her off sharply. "Enough, Nancy. If you spent less time being jealous, and more time learning from Ying, perhaps people would treat you differently." "I'm serious," he snapped. "Try acting with dignity for once." Furious, Nancy spun on her heel and stormed out of the hall. The Duke sighed heavily. If only she were half as composed as Ying. Just then, the butler stepped forward and whispered, "Sir, Mr. Moxie has arrived." In the backyard, Ying guided Yuan through the vibrant landscape and stopped under a blooming cherry blossom tree. "This is my favorite spot," she said, smiling as petals drifted on the breeze. "This species is called Shidare Zakura. Its blossoms hang like silk threads in the wind." The way Ying spoke so fondly, so knowledgeably, caught Yuan's attention. "You seem very familiar with Japanese culture," she said carefully. "Did you grow up there?" Ying nodded. "Not exactly. I was already an adult when my parents immigrated to Japan, but even before that, I was obsessed with the culture." That explains part of it, Yuan thought, but why does she still feel so familiar? Before she could reflect further, a staff member approached and informed them that lunch was ready. Ying led her toward the garden, where a lavish table had been set, adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. As they took their seats, the Duke gave Yuan a polite smile and said, "Would you mind if one more guest joined us for lunch?" Yuan smiled back coolly. "Of course not." "So it begins," she thought. "Let's see what this setup is really about." As expected, Moxie arrived soon after. But he didn't greet her as Yuan. He smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Gaia." Yuan didn't flinch. She took a sip of water and replied with a perfectly neutral expression, "I'm sorry. I think you have me confused with someone else." Moxie chuckled under his breath, catching her game instantly. "My mistake," he said smoothly. "It's just, you remind me so much of my younger sister. Would you be kind enough to have a drink with me?" Across the table, Nancy clenched her jaw, her eyes narrowing. Even Moxie, who barely talks to anyone, is showing interest in this woman, she thought bitterly. Yuan smiled again, perfectly measured, perfectly fake. "Of course, and I hope you find your sister soon." At Moxie's subtle nod, a butler brought over a bottle of wine and began to pour into Yuan's glass. But Yuan's eyes sharpened. This wasn't the usual palace staff. The man posing as a butler was one of Moxie's people. As the wine approached her glass, she quickly moved her hand as if by accident, bumping into the man's arm. The wine spilled, splashing onto her dress. "Oh no," she said with a soft laugh. "Look at that. I'll need to clean up. May I excuse myself?" Without waiting for a reply, she stood and made her way to the guest bathroom inside. Once alone, she sighed, her calm mask cracking just slightly. "There's no way I'm drinking anything served by Moxie. The food on the table might be safe, but the wine? That was a risk she couldn't take." Just then, the door creaked open. Ying stepped inside, holding a beautiful evening dress in soft lavender. "I brought you something to change into," she said warmly. "It's new, and I thought it might suit you." Yuan hesitated. "That's too much." "Please," Ying said with an almost pleading look. "I insist. I'd feel terrible if you stayed uncomfortable." After a long pause, Yuan nodded slowly. "All right, thank you." But inside, her mind remained on high alert. Everything here might be a trap. And yet, she had to keep playing along. After a short while, Yuan stepped outside wearing the elegant purple dress Ying had brought her. The soft fabric caught the afternoon light, and the delicate embroidery shimmered with each step she took. Ying gasped softly, her face lighting up. "Miss Yuan, you look absolutely stunning. It's as if the dress was made just for you." Yuan smiled politely at the compliment. "Thank you. You have a good eye. And a smooth tongue," she thought silently. The girl really did know how to talk. But then Ying suddenly changed the topic. "Miss Gan, are you sure you don't know Mr. Moxie?" Yuan's gaze sharpened. "Why do you ask?" Ying hesitated, then said with an innocent look. "I only meant that Mr. Moxie mentioned someone named Gaia. He seemed to regard her as someone very important." Yuan's voice remained calm, but her instincts kicked in. "Oh? Then you must know this Gaia as well?" Caught off guard, Ying visibly flinched. "No, I heard the name recently from Mr. Moxie, that's all." Before Yuan could press further, someone called out from the other end of the corridor. "Yuan." She turned at the sound, and was stunned to see Huang Fuju standing there, dressed in a tailored black suit. "Ju?" She blinked, confused. "What are you doing here?" She had asked Tang to inform him if she hadn't returned by 2 p.m., but it wasn't even close to that yet. I have some business with the Duke, Ju replied coolly, walking toward her and extending his hand. Thought I'd drop by. Yuan stepped down the stairs to meet him just as Ying followed behind, wearing her ever-graceful expression. Mr. Wang Fu, Ying said sweetly, we invited Miss Yuan to lunch since we couldn't properly welcome her at the banquet yesterday. Banquet? Ju repeated, his brows furrowing slightly. Yuan immediately pressed herself lightly against his chest, slipping her arm around his, as if for support. Can we go home? She asked, her voice soft and a little breathy. I think I drank a bit too much. I'm feeling lightheaded. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes just glossy enough to make it convincing. But Ju had known her long enough to see through the act. She wasn't drunk. She was trying to get him out of there, fast. Still, he played along. Whatever was happening, she clearly didn't want him tangled in it. For now, he'd trust her judgment. He smiled and took her hand. Of course, let's get you home. As they began to walk away, Ying's calm facade cracked ever so slightly. She stepped forward quickly. Wait, Mr. Huang Fu, but Ju turned coldly toward her. She's clearly unwell, he said sharply. Can't you see? Ying froze in place, lips parting as if to defend herself, but the words didn't come. Without waiting another second, Ju led Yuan out of the estate. Later, Ying informed both the Duke and Moxie that Yuan had left, with none other than Huang Fuzhu, the crown prince. Moxie's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, Nancy strode in, heels clicking sharply against the floor. Mr. Moxie, she said confidently, give me 3 days. I'll bring Gan Yuan to you myself. Moxie was amused. I don't care which sister delivers her, he said coldly, as long as I get what I want. The moment he left, Ying quickly followed after Nancy. You shouldn't get involved with Gan Yuan, Ying warned in a hushed voice. She's dangerous, and you don't know what you're dealing with, Nancy scoffed. Don't try to act noble. You're always playing the innocent one, but I see through your act. Don't forget who the real daughter of the Duke is. I could ruin you overnight. Ying paused. Her eyes shifted slightly. If that's what you want, then I'll leave. Then go, Nancy snapped. Right now. Without a word, Ying packed her things and walked toward the gates. But before stepping out, she turned back one last time. Whatever you do, Nancy, don't provoke Gan Yuan. You won't like what happens. Just shut up and leave, Nancy barked. But before Ying could take another step, the Duke arrived with a thunderous expression. Who said she could leave? He growled. In this house, no one walks out without my permission. He turned to Nancy and scolded her sharply in front of everyone. Nancy, red-eyed and furious, shouted back, If she's staying, then I'll leave. She stormed off. Ying moved to follow her, but the Duke stopped her. She'll be back before nightfall, he said with tired certainty. Her temper never lasts. Ying bowed her head politely. Thank you. For everything. The Duke patted her shoulder gently and walked away with a sigh. Sometimes I wish you had been my real daughter instead. As his footsteps faded, Ying's gentle expression darkened. Her smile vanished. What remained wasn't innocent, but calculated. Meanwhile, in the car, Ju glanced sideways. Feeling better now? Yuan leaned her head lightly against his shoulder, nodded. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you. He smiled softly. In that case, you can have me until tomorrow's meeting, and maybe longer. When they arrived home, Yuan requested the butler to bring their lunch to the terrace. Then, with a gleam in her eyes, she took Ju's hand and led him up herself. Sit here, she instructed, gesturing to the table, and don't move. Promise? Ju raised an eyebrow but played along. All right, I promise. Minutes later, she returned, glowing. Yuan walked out holding a lit candle, wearing a flowing light yellow-orange dress. It might have been lunch, but she had brought the romance of a candlelit dinner with her. They clinked their glasses, toasting quietly. To our reunion, she whispered. As time passed and the wine flowed, Yuan's cheeks flushed, and her words slurred just enough to reveal her tipsiness. I think I'm a little drunk, she murmured, reaching for the wine again. Ju stopped her hand gently. That's enough for now. But she pouted, then looked at him with sparkling eyes. Then, Your Highness, may I have this dance? Ju stood, chuckling, and extended his hand with mock formality. You can have all of me. With one arm around her waist, he pulled her close. They swayed under the open sky, surrounded by candlelight and fading sun. I want to dance with you forever, she whispered, resting her head against his chest. Even if I'm drunk, I still mean it. She pulled back slightly, looking up at him. You're so handsome, you know that? She teased. No wonder I fell for you. He stared, startled. Yuan leaned in and kissed him softly. I love you, she whispered against his lips. More than you'll ever know. Ju froze, momentarily speechless. Those words, he had waited 6 years to hear them. He gently lifted her and sat her down on the edge of the table, holding her close so she wouldn't sway too much. If you love me, he said, then promise me. You'll never run away from me again. She looked at him, her gaze slightly hazy but full of sincerity. I didn't even want to. Not back then. Not ever. I only left because I thought it was for the best. Her voice cracked slightly. And I felt guilty every single day since. Ju closed the distance between them, his forehead resting gently against hers. Then stop running, he whispered. Stay. Just be with me. And become my queen. In the morning, the butler arrived at the palace study carrying a velvet box. Inside it lay the ring Ju had meticulously designed himself. A breathtaking piece fashioned in the likeness of a spider lily, identical to the tattoo he had glimpsed on Yuan's back on their very first night together. Ju opened the box and smiled. It's perfect, he murmured. just like her. He turned to Will. Make the arrangements. Everything must go exactly as planned. Then, Ju made his way to the bedroom. Yuan was still fast asleep, her breathing soft and even. As he leaned in closer, she stirred and instinctively lashed out with a sharp defensive move, clearly a reflex from her years of training. He caught her wrist mid-air, unfazed. It's me. Yuan's eyes snapped open. Ju! I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you. Then, as if recalling something, Yuan suddenly asked, Oh, were you coming to tell me about the dress? I saw it in your closet already. Ju narrowed his eyes. So, you were snooping around my room? She gave a sheepish grin. Just curious. Ju stepped closer, a mock-serious glint in his eyes. Should I punish you for trespassing? But before he could carry through, Yuan's hand brushed against his coat pocket. Wait, what's this? She asked suspiciously. He lifted her up instead. Actually, I was thinking of helping you take a bath. It's been a while since we've done that, hasn't it? Yuan narrowed her eyes, seeing right through him. Nice try, but I can handle a bath myself. Before he could say more, she had already disappeared into the bathroom. His plan to hide the ring, successful. For inside the bathroom, Yuan filled the tub and took a long soak. Her eyes drifted to the dress laid out for her. It was a bold, flamboyant color, one she wouldn't usually wear. But if Ju picked it out for her, she would wear it, even if just to make him happy. She emerged a while later, dressed and radiant, and froze. The palace garden had been completely transformed. Lavish floral arrangements, shimmering drapes, and soft music filled the air. And at the center of it all stood Ju, in a perfectly tailored suit, looking impossibly handsome. She blinked in surprise. Is there a special guest coming? She asked, stepping toward him. Ju said nothing. Instead, he took a step forward and slowly dropped to one knee. Her heart skipped. Wait, Ju, don't. He paused. Why not? You don't really know who I am, she said softly. Not everything. Ju's brow furrowed. So, you're not willing? It's not that, she whispered. Then just answer me one thing, he said, voice low but firm. Do you love me? Her lips trembled. She tried to speak but hesitated. Yuan, he pressed. Just answer me. Yes, she finally said. Yes, of course I love you. But maybe I'm not as good as you think I am. I'm not asking for perfection, Ju replied. I don't want an angel. I want a wife. She looked at him, eyes brimming with conflicted emotion. Have you thought this through? If you marry me, you could lose your right to the throne. He reached for her hand and, without hesitation, slid the ring onto her finger. If I can't even protect the woman I love, and our son, then I'm not worthy of being king, he said. Yuan stared at the ring, stunned. How could she back out when this man was willing to fight the world for her? Her hesitation melted away. Then I'll stay, she whispered. I'll fight too. If there's even the slightest chance for us, I'll give it everything. The crowd of staff and aides who had gathered in secret erupted into cheers. Kiss her, someone shouted. Ju smiled and pulled Yuan into his arms, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips, sealing the promise they had just made. Later, the butler approached Yuan with an envelope. It's from the Duke's estate, he said. An invitation for Miss Yuan to attend Lady Nancy's upcoming polo tournament. Yuan's brows lifted. Nancy? Another invitation? She narrowed her eyes. What sort of trick is she playing this time? Ju noticed her unease. You don't have to go if you don't want to. But Yuan shook her head with a quiet determination. No, I'll attend. If I'm going to be your queen, I need to start facing things head-on. No more hiding, no more backing away. I'll fight for this future, no matter who stands in the way. Yuan arrived at the polo tournament grounds to find an unusual sight. Nancy, usually arrogant and condescending, greeted her with a bright, overly warm smile. Miss Gan, I'm so glad you could make it, Nancy said with a touch too much sweetness. Yuan raised a brow slightly, immediately sensing something off. But before she could respond, a familiar voice called out. Miss Gan! It was the blonde man from the banquet, Abel Roost. He hurried over excitedly and sat down beside her without hesitation. Nancy's smile twitched as she watched the interaction, the discomfort in her eyes poorly masked. Clearly, Abel's presence was interfering with whatever plan she had laid out. Trying to maintain control of the situation, Nancy leaned in with a perfectly poised expression. Miss Gan, would you mind assisting me with the opening speech? I've prepared a small segment for you to read. It would be such an honor. Yuan accepted the neatly stapled script. Soon after, Nancy stepped forward to begin her speech. She welcomed the guests with all the grace and charm expected of the Duke's daughter, then turned dramatically to the audience. Now, I would like to invite Miss Gan Yuan to say a few words as well. After all, she is the woman living with our beloved crown prince. Whispers rippled through the crowd instantly. All eyes were now on Yuan. Yuan calmly stepped forward. She unfolded the script again, and her eyes narrowed. It was written entirely in French. A hush fell over the crowd as she hesitated, the pause just long enough for Nancy, standing at the side with her arms crossed, to smirk triumphantly. But then Yuan lifted her chin. With steady, fluent pronunciation, she began to read aloud. What Nancy didn't know was that Yuan had worked in the hotel industry for years. Speaking foreign languages had been a benefit, and French was among those she had mastered long ago. As she concluded the speech, Nancy's smirk vanished, her face turning stiff. Plan 1 failed. After the ceremony, Nancy moved on to Phase 2. She brought over 3 glasses of wine, offering one to Yuan and another to Abel. Yuan accepted hers with a gentle smile but didn't drink. She already knew better than to take anything from Nancy without caution. She held the glass delicately and glanced toward the table behind them. Yuan tilted her head. Wasn't that Ying just now? Nancy turned quickly. Where? The moment Nancy's attention shifted, Yuan smoothly switched their glasses. Oh, Yuan said casually, maybe I was mistaken. But speaking of her, why isn't Miss Ying here today? Nancy turned back around with a slightly forced smile. Oh, she had other matters to attend to, she said dismissively. They clinked glasses. Nancy took a long sip. Minutes later, the effect began to show. Nancy's skin flushed deep red, and she started fanning herself restlessly. Her breath became uneven. She staggered slightly. Yuan held her to support her. You don't look well. Abel, can you take her to the lounge? I'll go find a doctor. Abel nodded and helped Nancy off the field. But as they reached the lounge, things spiraled quickly. Nancy, overwhelmed by the spiked drink's effects, clung to Abel desperately, pressing herself against him. Nancy, stop, Abel said firmly. You're not yourself. And don't you like the crown prince? But Nancy was far gone, moaning softly and trying to drag him closer. Abel panicked and pushed her away, stumbling out the door in a rush. Just as Yuan returned, she met Abel halfway. Where is she? She's in there, he said. But you should go check on her. She's not doing great. Yuan hurried into the lounge and gasped. Nancy was sprawled on the sofa, her dress askew, mumbling incoherently as several onlookers peered inside. Phones were already coming out. Whispers flew through the air. Yuan quickly grabbed a throw blanket and covered Nancy's body. Someone call an ambulance. Now. This wasn't what she'd wanted. She never intended to humiliate Nancy, only to avoid being humiliated herself. But this was Nancy's own doing. At the hospital, Nancy's assistant arrived, asking for her whereabouts. But waiting in the corridor was one of Moxie's men, his expression unreadable. This way, he said. The assistant followed without suspicion, until, moments later, everything went black. She woke up to a splash of cold water hitting her face. Gasping, she opened her eyes and saw Moxie sitting in front of her, lazily sipping a drink. He looked at her with calm detachment. Were you the one who added the drug to the wine? The woman glanced down. She wasn't tied up. Thinking she had a chance, she bolted toward the door. But before she could take 2 steps, Moxie's man shoved her back effortlessly. Foolish, Moxie asked again, his tone polite but laced with danger. Was it Nancy's idea? The muzzle of a gun pressed against her temple. The girl, trembling now, broke. Yes, it was Miss Nancy's idea. Moxie exhaled slowly and looked toward his man. Get rid of her. To him, it was simple. No one had the right to lay a finger on Yuan. No one but him. Prepare the car. We're going to the hospital. Meanwhile, back at home, Yuan was at the dinner table with Tang and Ju. The conversation had taken a lighter turn, filled with laughter and warmth. They were discussing the type of wedding they should have. Tang, bright-eyed, clapped his hands. I want to walk Mommy to Daddy on the wedding day. Ju smiled, brushing Tang's hair. Of course, you'll lead her beautifully. Just then, Will burst into the room, his face pale. Something bad happened. Everyone turned to him. What is it? Ju asked, instantly serious. Will swallowed. Nancy, the Duke's daughter, is dead. Yuan's eyes widened in shock. What? How did she die? Ju asked sharply. Will took a breath. As per the initial report, she took her own life. Found in the bathroom with her wrists cut. Ju's face hardened. Investigate it thoroughly. It's too sudden. Yuan frowned deeply. She was drugged, yes. But suicide? It doesn't make sense. Could it be that Moxie was behind it? It was possible if he had found out Nancy was trying to drug Yuan. Ju looked at her. Did something happen at the polo field? She was acting strange, Yuan admitted. But I never imagined she'd do something like this. Still, we need to look deeper. At the hospital, Ying clung to the Duke, sobbing. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't left the house that day, maybe Nancy would still be alive. The Duke, devastated and grieving, patted her back gently. Don't blame yourself. You're still my daughter, Ying. I've already lost Nancy. I can't bear to lose a second daughter. Inside a black car parked quietly near the hospital, Moxie listened intently as his assistant gave him an update. She's dead, wrist slits. They're calling it suicide. Moxie stared ahead, unmoved. Suicide? He repeated slowly. That's too clean. Without another word, he got out of the car and made his way into the hospital through the back entrance. Unseen by others, he slipped into the room where Nancy had been staying. Everything was a mess. Too messy. His eyes scanned the room, sharp and calculating. Then, they landed on the balcony. He stepped out, and there it was. A footprint. Small. Feminine. It was clear now. Someone had entered and finished Nancy off. The whole scene was staged, fabricated. But who could it be? Was it Gaia? Or should he say, Yuan? He wondered, eyes narrowing with suspicion. On the other side, Yuan read a piece of breaking news. The daughter of a wealthy businessman, and someone known to be close friends with Nancy, had died in a sudden accident. Her instincts sharpened. This couldn't be just coincidence. It had to be related to Moxie somehow. Just then, Ju entered the room. I'm heading to the Duke's estate, he said. Nancy's funeral is today. Yuan immediately stood up. You're not going alone. I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, back at the estate, little Tang, left in the care of a servant, went out for horseback riding. While searching for his lost ball in the woods nearby, an old man appeared, casually rolling the ball in his hand. Tang rode up to him. Excuse me, sir. That's my ball. Could you give it back? The old man looked at him with amusement. And how are you so sure this ball belongs to you, young man? Tang explained confidently. There is a mark on it. It looks like the American continent. It got stained when I dropped it in a puddle a few days ago. That proves it's mine. The man studied the ball closely. The child was right. Still with a smirk, he said, even so, this entire estate is mine. Everything that falls on it belongs to me. Tang paused, then nodded politely. Then I'll give it to you as a gift. The old man stared at him, visibly impressed by his manners and clever thinking. Finally, he handed the ball back and said, come to this spot again tomorrow afternoon, alone. Let's keep it a secret between us. Tang smiled and waved goodbye. Okay, I promise. At the funeral, Ying personally welcomed Moxie, thanking him for coming. It means a lot that you're here for my sister, she said softly not far from them. Ju and Yuan arrived, walking hand in hand. Ying's eyes flicked to Yuan's ring. She smiled and turned to Moxie. Did you notice the ring on Yuan's finger? She's going to marry the crown prince soon. Moxie's hand clenched at his side. His eyes locked onto Ju, sharp and full of restrained fury. Ju, catching the hostile stare, frowned. Who is this man? I've never seen him in my city before. Moxie approached them slowly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Gan Yuan, he greeted, voice deliberate. Ju's brows drew together, his irritation rising. The way this stranger addressed Yuan so directly, so familiarly, was not something he could ignore. Yuan stepped in quickly, her tone steady. This is Mr. Moxie, a guest of the Duke. Moxie extended a hand to Ju. It's an honor, Your Highness. The two men shook hands, firm, tense, silently challenging. Before the mood could worsen, Yuan gently tugged on Ju's arm. Let's head inside. Moxie watched them go, his gaze fixed on Yuan's ring. After the funeral, Yuan scanned the crowd but didn't see Moxie. Good, she thought. At least he didn't try anything here. But outside, Moxie sat silently in his car, eyes dark. That ring on her finger. The image refused to leave his mind. How could he possibly let this marriage happen? He clenched his fists tighter. This wasn't over. At the manor, Ju had to step out for work. Before leaving, he gently assured Yuan, I won't be gone long. Wait for me. Yuan nodded and then went to check on Tang, curious about what he had been up to all morning. Just as they were chatting, Ju's younger brother, Qi, arrived unexpectedly. Good afternoon, sister-in-law, Qi greeted with a smile, his gaze shifting to Tang. And you, little man? Then he leaned down close to Yuan's ear and whispered softly, should I call you Gan Yuan, sister-in-law, or Gaia? The name struck her like lightning. Yuan's eyes widened for a moment, clearly startled to hear her real name spoken aloud. But she quickly composed herself and replied calmly, I don't understand what you're talking about. She didn't push it. Instead, he simply said, let's have lunch. They sat down together, and during the meal, Qi slid an old photo across the table to her. Yuan stared at it, and knew immediately she couldn't pretend any longer. Her voice was low but steady. Why are you showing me this? Why not just give it directly to your brother? Qi met her gaze. Believe me, I have no interest in interfering in anyone's life, but since this involves Ju, I thought you should be reminded. My brother despises lies. Yuan nodded. I know that well, but since I've decided to stay by his side, I'm ready to accept whatever comes from it. Qi tilted his head slightly, impressed. You're braver than I expected. Still, he added, you only have one day. If you want to tell him yourself, now is the time. But Yuan, thoughtful, pushed back gently. Since you've already found this and made the effort to track it down, why not just give it to him yourself? Qi blinked in surprise. This woman really wasn't easy to handle. What she didn't say out loud was, she didn't yet have the courage to tell Ju the truth herself. But no matter what happened now this time, she wasn't going to run. That afternoon, Tang snuck away to the same spot he'd gone the day before, excited to meet the kind old man again, his grandfather. But this time, he was surprised to see another person with him. His grandmother had come too. Smiling brightly, Tang pulled out a small box of chocolates and held it up to her. These are for you. I heard from my father that you like them. The old lady blinked in surprise. You brought these for me? Tang scratched his head. I didn't have much money left. I spent most of it on a dress for Mom. But when I get more, I'll buy you something better. His grandmother was completely touched. She knelt beside him and handed him a royal emblem, an item reserved only for royal family members. Then let me give you something in return. As they talked, she asked gently, what about your mother's family? Your maternal grandparents? Tang looked down. They passed away when Mom was my age. She doesn't have anyone except me. Ju's mother exchanged a look with Ju's father. There was something unspoken in that gaze, a shared realization. She then smiled at Tang and asked, would you like to live in the palace? Tang hesitated. Only if Mom agrees. If she's okay with it. I'd like that. Then he remembered the time. I should go, or she'll be waiting for me. I don't want her to worry. And with that, he rode off. When he returned, he saw that Ju had also come back and was searching for Yuan. Noticing she wasn't home, they decided to call her. But just then, Will arrived with an urgent envelope in hand. I'll call Mom, Tang offered, seeing the seriousness on Will's face. You can take care of your work, Uncle Ju. Inside the office, Ju closed the door behind him. What's so urgent? He asked, walking over. Will hesitated, his face tense. It's about Miss Yuan, he said, then handed over the document. Later, Yuan returned home, her steps slow and heart heavy. She was sure Ju must have learned everything by now. And just as she feared, there it was. The envelope Qi had sent, left open in the study. She stared at it. What had his expression been like when he saw the truth? Was he angry, hurt, disappointed, or disgusted? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Ju entered the room, his face unreadable. Yuan's heart pounded. How was she supposed to face him? He said nothing at first, just walked toward her, grabbed her hand, and suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. His voice was low but firm. It must have been painful. So it was you. You were the one who jumped in front of me that night to take the bullet. But then, why did you leave with that wound? Yuan leaned against his shoulder, her voice trembling. I'm not the person you think I am. I have blood on my hands. I've killed people, Ju. I'm not good. But Ju had one question still haunting him. Then why? After leaving me that night, why did you follow me? Why did you come back? She closed her eyes, whispering, I didn't know you were a prince. I never expected that the man I'd fallen in love with would be my next assassination target. Her hands clenched. After I left that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something might happen to you, so I followed, quietly. She paused, then added softly, and one day, when I went to the hospital to check on my wound, I found out I was pregnant. At first I thought I couldn't keep the child. But then, when I heard his heartbeat, everything changed. Her voice cracked. Maybe he was proof. Proof that what we had was real. That it existed. She looked up at him, eyes glistening. But Ju, we're so different. You're a prince, and I'm just someone who spent her life hiding in the shadows, with only a code name. She had managed to disappear for 6 years, but when fate brought them together again, she couldn't stop herself. She kept getting pulled back, toward him. I was terrified, she admitted, that once you knew who I really was, you'd hate me. Ju cupped her tear-streaked face, his thumbs gently wiping the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry, he whispered, voice full of regret. I should have found you sooner. You suffered all this alone. Do you really not mind what I am? Yuan asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't care, Ju said firmly, shaking his head. Even if the whole world is against you, I'll still stand by your side. Yuan's tears fell again, but this time they came with a soft smile. Thank you for not leaving me, even after knowing everything. He kissed her wet cheeks tenderly. Don't cry anymore, he whispered. I'm right here. But as his hand gently trailed down to her waist, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Wait, he blinked, pulling back slightly. I remember, you had a tattoo on your waist, the spider lily. Where is it? That night, Ju finally saw it again, the spider lily tattoo on her waist. The same one etched into his memory from that first night 6 years ago, and with that one look, all his emotions came crashing down. He couldn't hold back anymore. Like a man driven half-mad by years of longing, he kissed Yuan desperately, as if finally reclaiming the love he thought he'd lost forever. The next morning, Yuan's eyes fluttered open at the sound of a knock on the door. Tang's voice came from outside, calling for her. But before she could move, she caught the intense gaze of the man lying beside her. She sat up quickly and rushed toward the door, only to be pulled back into Ju's embrace. He held her close and calmly called out, Tang, come in. The door opened and the boy entered, cheerfully greeting them. Good morning, Mommy and Daddy. Ju froze for a second, stunned by the word Daddy. But then a beautiful smile spread across his face. He responded warmly, Good morning, son. It still felt like a dream, but no, it was reality. At breakfast, Ju mentioned that he had to visit the palace to speak with his parents. In the meantime, he said, You two can move to the Duke's residence. It's closer to the palace than this manor. Once I've settled things, I'll come get you and bring you both to the palace. Yuan looked at him with concern. Please don't argue too much with them. I don't want to lose their blessings. We need their support. Ju nodded. Don't worry. Everything will go well. Later, Ju arrived at the palace. His mother welcomed him, but her tone was laced with sarcasm. I heard about your grand proposal, she said coolly. It's just surprising we had to hear it from others. Still, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she handed him a card, an invitation for Gan Yuan to attend a dinner at the palace. Ju was sincerely grateful. She had taken the first step without him having to push. But his mother reminded him sharply, The rest is up to you. Everyone will be watching you, and the woman you're bringing. Ju nodded. He wasn't afraid of anyone, except perhaps his own parents. His mother seemed to be supporting him in marrying an ordinary girl. But what would happen if they found out the truth? As she watched her son leave, the queen's expression grew solemn. She was convinced that a girl with no background could never be truly ordinary. But she wasn't about to force her son to speak. She had her own ways. She picked up her phone and called an old informant. Find out who this girl really is. The call didn't take long. Her name is Gaia, the informant confirmed. That was all the queen needed. She narrowed her eyes. This girl was anything but a commoner. Meanwhile, Ying visited Moxie, under the pretense of delivering a gift from her father. Moxie wasn't fooled. What do you really want? He asked bluntly, eyes narrowing. You didn't come here just to drop off a gift. I don't have time for hide-and-seek games. Ying hesitated, then pulled out a palace invitation card. It's for the royal dinner. I wanted to ask if you'd accompany me. The Locke family can't appear weak. Moxie arched a brow. And what's in it for me? Flustered, Ying tried to convince him. I have connections. I can introduce you to people with power in this country, people who can help. But Moxie just leaned in close, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm not interested in power or connections. Maybe I'm more interested in you. Ying's cheeks flushed. She stepped closer and admitted softly, I like you too. She bowed slightly, thanking him for accepting the invitation. But hidden beneath her lowered gaze was a sly smile, her intentions far from innocent. As soon as she left, Moxie ordered his assistant, "Check that woman's background. I want everything on her." He wasn't someone who'd be deceived by a pretty face. The assistant also reported, "Gaia is staying at the Duke's residence." Moxie shook his head. "No need to go there. I'll see her at the palace dinner." Then, as if remembering something, he added coldly, and confirmed the boy's parentage. "I want to know if he's the Crown Prince's son." Everything was starting to make sense. So that's why Gaia had betrayed him, for that man. He could forgive her for leaving him, but the man who took her away? That man was unforgivable. At the palace, Moxie arrived with Ying by his side. Together, they looked like a stunning couple, drawing everyone's attention, until the crowd suddenly turned toward the entrance. There stood another pair, the Crown Prince and the woman everyone had been dying to meet. "Let's go and say hello," Ying said sweetly, linking her arm with Moxie's. With practiced ease, Moxie walked over and greeted the prince warmly. "Your Highness," he said politely. Ju gave him a brief nod in return. Then Moxie turned to Yuan, gently taking her hand. "You look stunning tonight. It's nice to meet you again," he said softly, pressing a kiss to the back of her hand. Yuan immediately pulled her hand away. "Please excuse me," she said flatly and turned to leave with Ju without another word. As they walked away, Ju glanced back, his eyes cold and sharp. He didn't know who this man was, but the way he'd touched Yuan stirred something possessive in him. What he didn't realize was that the man who had just kissed her hand had a far deeper connection to her than he could imagine. Later, when dinner began, Ju pulled out a chair for Yuan and gently helped her sit. She noticed Moxie sitting nearby but reminded herself not to worry. This was a royal banquet. Surely he wouldn't cause any trouble here. Soon, the king and queen arrived. The king led his wife in, pulling out a chair for her. Yuan watched the simple gesture and smiled faintly. So that's where Ju gets his manners, she thought. The queen's eyes briefly landed on the woman sitting beside her son, but she said nothing. Instead, she smiled and ordered the dinner to begin. After the meal, Yuan excused herself to go to the restroom. As she washed her hands, a shiver ran down her spine. She wasn't alone. She turned sharply, and there he was. "Moxie," she said warily, eyes narrowing. Her hand slipped behind her back and pulled out a small blade. "What do you want? A knife?" Moxie smirked. "At a royal banquet? Aren't you afraid of getting caught, or are you planning to kill me here?" "Back off," Yuan said firmly, her grip on the weapon tightening. "I don't want to make you my enemy. Let me go, and I'll pretend none of this happened." Moxie laughed. "Still pretending you don't know me? How long are you going to keep up this act?" "I've already cut ties with the past," she said, her voice steady, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. "Do you really think it's that simple?" he said, stepping closer. "What do you think will happen when the king and queen find out your true identity?" His words sent a chill down her spine. "Don't forget, you were once assigned to assassinate Huang Fuju. Do you honestly think this will work out between you two?" Yuan's lips trembled slightly. She knew he wasn't wrong. Her past would never leave her alone, but she lifted her chin. "Even if the world turns against me, I know Ju will stand by my side. That's all I need." Moxie grabbed her shoulder roughly. "Don't be foolish, come home with me, we're not like them." But Yuan didn't waver. "I want to try, just once." Moxie stared at her, stunned by the fire in her voice. "So it really is all because of that man." He clenched his jaw, anger boiling inside him. Just then, they heard footsteps outside the door. Ju's voice called out, "Yuan?" Moxie moved toward the door. "Let's see what he says when he learns the truth. About us." "No." Yuan grabbed his arm. "Please, just give me this chance." "Brother Moxie," she cried out, her voice trembling. The word brother stopped him cold. It had been years since she called him that. His mind flashed back to the days when a younger Yuan used to run after him, calling him brother with a bright smile. But ever since she'd met Huang Fuju, she hadn't said it once. Even though he believed he was right, just this once, he would give her a chance. "Fine," he said at last, his tone low. "But if you fail, you'll come back with me." He turned and stepped into one of the stalls to hide. Yuan took a breath and opened the door. Ju entered, glancing around. Strange. Was this door stuck? Maybe someone closed it by mistake, Yuan said quickly. "Can we go back now?" Ju nodded, but as they left, his gaze dropped to the floor, and he caught a glimpse of unfamiliar shoes beneath one of the stalls. He said nothing. As they were leaving the palace, Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Who had told Ju about her whereabouts? He hadn't said a single word the entire ride home, and that silence was starting to eat away at her. Is he angry? She wondered, glancing at him nervously. But for now, she chose to remain quiet too. When they reached home, Ju walked inside first, still without uttering a single word. Yuan's anxiety only grew. Will, noticing her worried expression, offered gently, he might just be tired from the day. But the silence continued even after they settled in. Finally, Yuan couldn't take it anymore. She decided she had to tell him the truth. "There was a man in the restroom yesterday," she began cautiously, her voice low. Ju turned slightly, but said nothing. "He was the one who gave me that tattoo," she continued. "The only reason I survived back then was because of him and his father. He taught me everything I know. He was my mentor. And he was there yesterday to ask me to go back home with him." That's when Ju finally turned to her, his eyes unreadable. "So," he asked quietly, "are you going back with him?" Yuan quickly shook her head. "Of course not. I've already decided to stay with you, no matter what." She stepped forward, gently reaching for his hand. "If you're angry, then hit me. Scold me if you want. Just don't go silent like that." she said, her voice trembling. Ju pulled her into a hug. I would never, he whispered into her hair. It's not anger. I was just jealous. Maybe. Yuan let out a small laugh, looking up at him. You looked kind of cute, being all jealous. He stared at her for a second, then suddenly kissed her back, fiercely, deeply. Should I punish you then for teasing me? He whispered between kisses, pressing her against him. Ju, let go. What if someone sees us? Yuan protested lightly, her voice catching. But the man in front of her wasn't going to give up tonight. He pulled off his shirt, eyes burning with desire, then grabbed her gently by the back of her neck and pulled her into another kiss. As he pressed her down onto the bed, his voice was breathless. You're not going anywhere. Not again. Their bodies moved against each other, the heat between them reigniting everything they had once lost. Elsewhere, Moxie sat with Ying over drinks. She's my sister, he said flatly, referring to Yuan. Ying's eyes widened. You mean, are you her biological brother? Moxie didn't answer. His mind drifted far into the past, to the time when he was severely injured, and a younger Yuan had knelt beside him, crying, begging the doctors to save him. She had clutched his hand like a child, tears soaking her cheeks, whispering again and again, Don't leave me alone. He snapped out of the memory when Ying raised her glass and clinked it gently against his. She leaned toward him and said, almost wistfully, To everything we've lost. Those words hit something deep inside Moxie. I will never lose her, he said coldly, pushing Ying aside and getting up. He left the place, his anger burning in his chest. And in his heart, he was certain his judgment was right, and time would prove it. The next day, Tang decided to take a trip on his horse to meet his grandparents again. But instead of them, he found a man standing at the usual spot. It was Moxie. Tang didn't know him as his mother's brother, but he did recognize him from the day he had been rescued. Nice to see you again, little one, Moxie greeted with a smile. You've grown since our last meeting. Tang blinked, surprised. Why are you here, uncle? Because I know you, Moxie replied calmly. I know your birthday, and I'm your mother's brother. Tang tilted his head, studying the man up and down. You don't look like my mom, he said bluntly, and she never mentioned having a brother. You can ask her, Moxie replied smoothly, if you don't believe me. Tang stayed silent, then Moxie asked directly, Is the prince, the one in the palace, is he your father? But Tang was smart. He didn't reveal anything. Instead, he turned away. I don't want to talk anymore, he said and rode off on his horse. Later, when Tang returned to the palace, Yuan welcomed him with a warm smile. Where have you been? She asked gently. I went horse riding and met a man named Moxie, he said casually. The moment Yuan heard that name, her entire body stiffened. Who did you say you met? Did he do anything to you? She asked, panic rising in her voice. Tang shook his head. No, he didn't. He's the climber who saved me when I was kidnapped. Yuan was stunned again. That man? She thought. Tang continued. He also said he's your brother. Is that true? Yuan sighed. There was no more use hiding it now. It was better to tell him the truth. Yes, he's my brother, she admitted. Then why wasn't he around before? Tang asked, puzzled. Because I betrayed him, Yuan explained, her voice low. And my brother, he never forgives betrayal. He doesn't allow anyone near him who dares to turn against him. That's why our relationship is complicated. Tang looked at her, thoughtful. So, if he asks about my father, should I tell him? No, not yet, Yuan replied firmly. I know it's not good to ask you to lie, but it's not time yet to reveal everything. I can't risk your safety, or your father's. She touched his shoulder gently. If he asks, just tell him it's something the adults need to talk about. Tell him to speak to me directly. Soon after, Ju returned home. He found Yuan and looked at her, a softness in his gaze. I just wanted to tell you, he said quietly. You're free to go wherever you want, meet whoever you need, but the only condition is, come back to me. Yuan blinked. Why are you suddenly saying this? She asked, confused. Because I love you, he replied. You're not a prisoner, you're my wife-to-be. I don't want to bind you. I want you to have your freedom. Yuan hugged him tightly. Thank you, she whispered. Thank you for trusting me. I promise no matter where I go, I'll always come back to you. Later, Yuan went to the hotel where Moxie was staying. I came to thank you for saving Tang that day, she began. Moxie looked at her coolly. Why are you really here? I want to solve this through words. I know I owe you, even my life. In that case, Moxie said bluntly, leave the organization and give Tang to me. I'll raise him better than you ever could. No, Yuan said firmly. That I can't do. And I'll do whatever it takes to stop you from taking him. I want Tang to live a normal life. She lowered her voice. Please, ask for anything else. Everything else is negotiable. Just not Tang. But Moxie wasn't interested in negotiating. He stood and turned away coldly. You can leave now. Yuan hesitated, but then left. Moxie, once alone, lost his balance slightly, slumping onto the couch. His Gaia, the one he raised like a little sister, had left him for that man. Elsewhere, Ju was busy with preparations for National Day when his sister arrived in town. She greeted him excitedly and hugged him. I want to meet Yuan and Tang, she insisted. They're not at the palace yet, Ju explained with a smile. But before they could continue the conversation, Will entered with an urgent file. His sister, sensing the change in mood, took her leave to go visit their parents. Once she left, Ju asked Will, what happened? Will handed over the folder. It's about Miss Yuan. A tabloid has published a report claiming the prince's girlfriend is cheating. that she was spotted meeting another man at a hotel. Ju's jaw clenched. It's twisted nonsense, Will added quickly. But the news is already out. Ju stood up. Get rid of it, he ordered. Clean it up before it spreads. And arrange a car, he added sharply. I'm going to meet Moxie. Later, Ju arrived at Moxie's hotel suite and handed him a document. What's this? Moxie asked, narrowing his eyes. It's just a deal, Ju said calmly. As long as you publicly acknowledge that you're Yuan's elder brother, I can ensure this project goes to you. But if you refuse, then there will be consequences. Moxie let out a low chuckle and raised the document. What generous terms, and a lovely threat to go with it. He tossed the file back on the table with disdain. And what makes you think I'll accept? He turned, ready to leave, but Ju's voice stopped him. Are you really okay seeing her get hurt like this? As her brother? Moxie paused, his back half turned. You're not married to her yet, he replied coldly. So I suggest you stay out of our family matters. With that, he walked out. Left with no better option, Ju returned to the palace to speak with his mother. I want to marry Gan Yuan, he said directly. There was silence for a beat. Then the queen slowly raised her brow. Did you really think I didn't notice that beautiful ring on her hand? She asked, her tone unreadable. Ju smiled sheepishly and hugged her, like a child seeking permission. When did you start acting like Ji? She murmured with a sigh, though a hint of affection softened her voice. Then she asked seriously, Are you absolutely certain this girl is worthy of you? Ju didn't hesitate. She may have been assigned to assassinate him, but she's also the one who saved his life. I'm more than sure about her, he said. The queen looked at him long and hard. But in the end, seeing the certainty in his eyes, she relented. If this is your decision, I'll support it. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Yuan stared at the news article linking her and Moxie in some kind of scandal. To make it worse, Moxie had openly confirmed that he shared a close relationship with her, but hadn't bothered to explain further. As expected, that only fueled the media's twisted speculations. Then, a new announcement broke out in public, this time from Ju himself. Standing before the press, he declared two things. First, that he was officially engaged to Gan Yuan. Second, that Gan Tang was his firstborn son, and by law, he would be announced as the rightful successor. It was a shocking revelation. The press had anticipated rumors, but this was royal blood in question. Ju came prepared. He presented a report to the media, already knowing the questions that would arise. He had proof ready, clear, undeniable, and official. A reporter raised a pointed question. But what about the recent rumors, Your Highness? That your fiancé is having an affair with another man? The man himself admitted to having a long relationship with her. Ju raised his brows slightly and responded, his tone unwavering. I also have long-standing relationships with people I work with. Does that mean I'm having affairs with them? His words silenced the room. Across the city, Moxie watched the press conference from his suite. His jaw clenched. It was official now. His Gaia had been taken by that man. On the evening of the National Day celebration, excitement filled the air. The city was alive with lights and laughter as everyone gathered to see the fireworks. But Yuan remained uneasy. There will be too many people around, she said, admitting her anxiety as they prepared to leave the palace. And after your recent announcement, I'm worried about security. Ju gently took her hand. Nothing bad will happen, he assured her. I've already made the necessary arrangements. As they stepped out, Will approached and said, Your Highness, I'll be nearby at all times. Ju nodded and lifted Tang into his arms. Let's enjoy tonight. Meanwhile, Moxie had decided to return to his country. His assistant noticed his pale face and advised, You should rest, sir. But Moxie shook his head. I'll go for a walk instead. As he stepped outside, he realized it was National Day. A large crowd had gathered to celebrate. Then, his eyes caught a familiar scene, a family of 3 not far ahead. It was Ju, walking proudly with Tang on his shoulders and Yuan beside them. Not far from them, Ying stood in the crowd. Her eyes were fixed on the trio. She glanced at her phone, then sent a message. High above, a sniper perched on a rooftop received the location. He narrowed his eyes, adjusted his scope, and began preparing to fire. Yuan, walking beside Ju, sensed something was wrong. Her instincts screamed at her. Too many people, too exposed. Ju, we should go back, she whispered urgently. Tang looked up, disappointed. Can't we stay a little longer? But Yuan was firm. No, sweetie. Just this once. Let's go. Please. Seeing the concern in her eyes, Ju finally nodded. Will, he called out, bring the car around. As they began heading back, the sniper pulled the trigger. The shot rang out, but the target had shifted. The bullet missed. Ju's eyes flashed. Will, get Yuan and Tang out of here now. Will immediately ushered them toward the side exits. Meanwhile, Ju headed straight to the stage, determined to address the crowd and prevent panic, as a prince should. At the side area, Yuan crouched beside Tang, examining him. Are you okay, baby? Tang nodded, but just then, another shot fired. It hit the phone in Tang's hand, shattering it into sharp pieces. Though the bullet had missed again, the broken glass had cut into his small hand. Yuan's face paled. Will, take us to the emergency room, now. Will nodded and sent a quick update to Ju about the injury. Elsewhere, Ying made a call to the sniper. Head toward the emergency wing, she instructed calmly. The shooter moved as ordered. Ying met him at a side corridor, to help. This way, she whispered, guiding him toward an escape route. Just as the palace security personnel arrived, she stumbled and clutched her ankle. Ouch! My foot! She cried, faking an injury to divert their attention. The guards rushed to help her. never realizing the shooter had slipped away in the opposite direction. Yuan brought Tang to the emergency room. The doctor quickly administered an anesthetic, easing the pain in the boy's injured hand. Soon after, Ju arrived, breathless, worry etched deep into his features. "I'm sorry, Tang," he said softly. "I shouldn't have left you." Tang gave him a sleepy smile. "It's okay, Daddy. The doctor gave me something so it doesn't hurt anymore." Ju exhaled in relief, but then his eyes drifted to Yuan's hand, where a scratch ran along her skin. "You're hurt too?" he asked. "It's just a scrape," Yuan replied gently. "I'm fine." As the family spoke, the door to the room burst open with force. It was Moxie. Yuan tensed. "Ju," she said carefully, "please take Tang outside. I'll talk to him." Ju didn't want to leave, his eyes narrowing at Moxie, but in the end he nodded and picked up Tang. "I'll be right outside," he murmured and stepped out. Once the door closed, Moxie stepped closer, reaching for Yuan's hand. "Does it hurt?" he asked, inspecting the wound gently. "No. You look pale, though. You should get some rest," Yuan said, trying to deflect. Moxie's expression hardened. "Gaia, come with me. Leave this place." "You already know my answer," she replied, pulling her hand away. "I just don't want to see you hurt again," he said quietly. He knew the sniper wasn't going to stop until the job was finished, but Yuan had no intention of dragging this argument further. "I'll handle it. Once things settle, I'll return home to pay respects to father," she said softly. Moxie stared at her for a moment, then left the room without another word. As he walked through the hallway, someone rushed past him, colliding into his shoulder. "Sorry," the man muttered, trying to hurry away. But Moxie's hand instinctively reached his side, and he froze. He felt it, that familiar cold, hard shape, a gun. Without hesitation, Moxie spun around and gave chase. The man noticed and bolted, heading straight for the rooftop stairs. They fought when Moxie caught up to him. Blows were exchanged in a frenzy. Fists, elbows, grit. In the scuffle, Moxie managed to knock the gun away, but in a sudden misstep, he shoved the man too hard. The shooter lost his balance and fell from the rooftop. Moxie stood there, breathing heavily, looking over the edge. He didn't mean to kill him. He wanted him alive, to know who sent him. But there was no time now. He turned and rushed back inside. He stormed into the room, eyes sharp. "Gaia, you have to come with me. Now," he said, grabbing her wrist. Yuan pulled her hand free. "Not here. Let's step outside. Tang's resting." Once they were outside the room, Moxie didn't waste time. "You don't belong here," he said bluntly. "Wang Fuzhou is royalty. His nation will always come before you, before Tang." "You're right," Yuan replied calmly. "But still, I'll be where he is." Her answer sent a flicker of fury through Moxie's eyes. "And what about Tang? What happens when there's another attack? This won't stop. It never does." "Aren't you worried about your son?" "I am," Yuan said firmly. "But Tang deserves to be with his father, and I will protect him. Ju and his family will too. They love him dearly. And maybe," she added softly, "if you're willing, he could have one more uncle to love him too." But Moxie didn't reply. He turned away, bitter disappointment clouding his face. "When the world stabs you in the back," he said coldly, "don't come running to me, yelping for help." His footsteps echoed down the hall as he left. Yuan stood there, her heart clenched from his harsh words, but she didn't waver. This was her choice, and she wasn't going to give up. Not this time. On the other side, as Ju sat by Tang's bedside, Will entered the room holding a document in his hand. "We've found out who spread the news about Miss Yuan," he said, his voice low but firm. "There's more," Will added, stepping closer. "The shooter who fell from the rooftop earlier? He was the same sniper who attacked Tang at the square." Ju's eyes narrowed. "And?" Will hesitated before continuing. "We also suspect it may be connected to Moxie. A witness claimed they saw him on the rooftop around the same time the shooter fell." Ju glanced toward Yuan and Tang, still resting peacefully. His gaze softened, but his jaw tightened. "I don't want her worrying," he said quietly. "Let's keep this under wraps for now. Just focus on finding the person who spread the rumors first. My guess is, whoever started the scandal is next on someone's hit list. We may not get a second chance to catch them alive." Meanwhile, in the eastern suburbs, a sleek black car pulled up to a small, secluded house. The door clicked open and a woman stepped out, Jessica. She walked confidently to the front door and, with practiced ease, picked the lock. Inside, the scene was a mess. Furniture was knocked over, papers strewn across the floor. Two men sat slumped on the sofa. Jessica paused. It was hard to tell. Were they asleep? She moved closer. No, both were dead. Their bodies were still warm, and the ice cubes in their glasses hadn't fully melted. This had just happened. Suddenly, the front door burst open. "Drop your weapon!" Will's voice rang out as he entered, gun raised. Jessica's eyes widened. She hadn't expected anyone to arrive this fast. She instinctively reached for her gun. "Don't even think about it," Will warned, aiming squarely at her. "Who sent you? Are you the one who killed them?" Jessica didn't answer. Instead, she lunged at him, landing a swift kick to his face and trying to make a break for it. Will recovered quickly and grabbed her, yanking her back. In the scuffle, her jacket slipped slightly, just enough to reveal a red tattoo peeking from below her collarbone. His eyes narrowed. But she wasn't giving him time to process. Jessica landed another sharp kick to his side and bolted for the door. Will stumbled but caught himself just in time to see the car screeching away. He muttered a curse under his breath, grabbed his radio, and barked into it. "Get me a trace on the license plate, black sedan, eastern sector. She's armed and marked." Don't lose her. Later at the house, Will laid a photograph on the table, a close-up of the tattoo he had seen. Yuan looked into it, her expression tightening. I know who's behind this, she said quietly. In the Red Flame group, only high-ranking members are allowed this mark. She studied the image closely. I was once a top member myself. Mine has 9 petals. This girl's tattoo only has 7. That means... She was also one of the people around Moxie. Are you certain she's the one who killed the man? She asked. I can't be sure, Will answered honestly. When I arrived, the men were already dead. She was the only one there, but we'll know more once the autopsy report comes in. At that moment, Ju entered, catching the end of their conversation. His eyes hardened. Let me know the moment that report is ready, he ordered. Yuan quietly excused herself to check on Tang. Once she was gone, Will turned to Ju. Your Highness, everything points back to Moxie. He was spotted at the square during the attack. When the sniper fell from the rooftop, he was there again. And the shooter wasn't just anyone. He was a freelance mercenary. The weapon he used? The latest model, and the company that manufactured it was purchased by Moxie's group just last week. Ju's expression darkened. He gave a curt nod, clapping Will on the shoulder. Good work. Get some rest. You've done enough for today. Later that night, Ju returned to the room where Yuan was waiting for him. She turned to him, worry clouding her face. Moxie can't be behind this, she said firmly. He would never hurt Tang. I'm certain of it. Ju approached her, his voice calm but resolute. We'll find out the truth. But for now, Tang's safety comes first. I'll send him to the Royal Hospital. My parents will watch over him. And you should rest too. Yuan hesitated, then finally nodded. Leaning against his chest, she whispered, All right. At the hotel, Jessica reported everything to Moxie. By the time I reached, the man was already dead, she explained. Moxie's expression darkened. Where is Tang? He asked suddenly. Jessica answered quickly. The report I received says he's being transferred to the Royal Hospital. With the king and queen by his side, his security should be assured. Moxie nodded, thoughtful, then handed her a bullet. This was found near the sniper, he said coldly. It's from our company, find out more. Yes, sir, Jessica replied and left at once. Left alone, Moxie frowned. If the bullet came from my company, then who arranged this? The target wasn't Huang Fuju this time. Was it Tang? Or Gaia? He turned to his assistant. Dig into all of Yuan's possible enemies. I need to know who's behind this. At the Duke's mansion, Will called Yuan to deliver the autopsy report. The deaths occurred 30 minutes before I arrived, Will explained. Both victims had their throats cut with a sharp blade. There were no signs of struggle. It seems they knew their killer. Yuan's brow furrowed as he continued. From the angle of the wounds, the killer was left-handed. But of course, that could be deliberate, to throw us off. We also found documents and materials inside, but strangely, no cameras. According to neighbors, the men rarely left their home, so no one really saw them. Will paused, then asked the question weighing on his mind. Miss Yuan, do you have any enemies? I'm beginning to think this person is after you, not the crown prince. Yuan pressed her lips together, thinking hard. But no matter how much she searched her memory, she couldn't think of anyone who would go this far just to hurt her. Later, she went to the hospital. From outside the ward, she could hear Tang laughing and playing with his grandparents. A small smile tugged at her lips. When she finally entered, Ju's parents turned to greet her. The king gave a polite excuse about another meeting and left the room. Yuan bowed slightly, thanking him, but the man said nothing more and walked out. Left with the queen, Yuan quietly sat down. After Tang drifted to sleep, the queen suggested, Why don't we have tea together? Yuan nodded and followed her over tea. The two women engaged in light conversation. At one point, the queen suggested, After Tang recovers, you should let him come to my palace. I'd like to spend more time with him. Yuan smiled, touched. Thank you, your majesty. But he can be a little unruly. I wouldn't want to trouble you. The queen waved her hand with a small laugh. Rules are made to be broken. Yuan blinked, then realized. The queen herself had been the first Oriental woman to marry into the royal family. She had proposed bills for women's rights, broken long-standing traditions, and stood firm even when criticized. This was not a woman who believed in blindly obeying rules. When Yuan returned to the duke's palace, she went straight to Ju. Your mother took Tang with her, she informed him, her voice soft, though her eyes lingered with a hint of envy. You're lucky to have a family like this. The king may seem cold, but I can tell he loves his wife and children deeply. And your brother and sister, they're so supportive. Ju leaned forward, lightly pressing his forehead to hers. And you're part of this family now too, he reminded her gently. Then, as if he had already thought it through, he added, Since my mother is looking after Tang, why don't you resume your job at the royal hotel? Yuan teased, lifting a brow. Aren't you afraid that if I get too busy with work, you won't get to see me anymore? A small smile curved his lips. If that happens, I'll just go to the hotel myself and bring you back. His tone was confident, but deep down, a sliver of unease remained. He still hadn't uncovered the true enemy, and letting Yuan go back to work might put her in danger. But Yuan, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity. If the killer was after her, then resuming her job might lure them out. I want to help you, she said quietly. I don't want to be your weakness. Ju caught her hand, squeezing it firmly. You're not my weakness, Yuan. You're my strength. Then, half serious, half teasing, he added, Still, I'd prefer if you wore armor all the time. Yuan chuckled softly at his words, but then suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. What's wrong? Ju asked, his tone immediately sharp. Nothing. Yuan forced a small smile. I just felt something, but maybe I'm wrong. You're safe here. The palace is heavily guarded. No one can harm you, Ju replied in a confident tone. But on the upper floor, near a tall window, Ying stood silently, watching the couple below. Miss Locke, here are the papers you requested, a butler said, approaching her with a folder in hand. Ying turned, schooling her features into a polite smile. I'm sorry for making you bring them up so late. Thank you. She bowed respectfully before dismissing him. Once she was alone again, her polite mask fell away. Fury burned in her chest. Why did the queen and king have to take that boy into the palace? She thought bitterly. With security this tight, it was impossible to make a move. After Ying returned to her house, she inquired about her father. The duke had a bowl of soup and is now resting, the butler informed her. I'll check on him myself, Ying said quickly. Bring me a bowl as well. When she entered the duke's room, she found him crouched low, hands patting the floor. Father, what are you looking for? She asked, approaching. My glasses, the duke muttered, frustration in his tone. Ying guided him gently back to sit on the bed. I'll help you find them. For now, why not take your medicine first? She reached into the drawer, quietly switching the bottle with another that looked identical. Then she handed it to him. Here, father. Please take it, the duke frowned. I don't want it. Every time I take that medicine, I feel so sleepy. And when I wake, I can't remember anything. Ying's eyes flickered. Of course she knew the effect. It was her doing. But she smiled sweetly. Don't worry, this will be the last week you need it. I'll speak to the doctor, trust me. Reluctantly, the duke swallowed the pills. Ying then handed him some documents. You need to sign these. She also slipped his glasses onto his face, but even after wearing them, his vision blurred. His hands trembled. I can't see the letters. You're just tired, Ying soothed, her voice gentle. Close your eyes, I'll read them for you. The duke hesitated, then nodded and leaned back as she began reading aloud. At that moment, the butler entered carrying the food. I'm helping father right now, Ying said smoothly, not looking up. Bring it to my room in half an hour. The loyal butler bowed. Yes, young mistress, he said, and left. Half an hour later, shouts rang out from Ying's room. Help! Someone! Help me! The butler, already on his way, rushed in, only to find Ying leaning dangerously over the window. Miss! He cried, hurrying forward and pulling her back so she wouldn't fall, but Ying screamed louder. Help! He's attacking me! Someone help me! The old butler froze in shock. What are you saying? Before he could finish, Ying shoved him hard. The man staggered back, lost his balance, and tumbled out of the window. By the time others arrived, the loyal butler was lying lifeless on the ground below. Inside the room, Ying clutched her clothes, trembling, eyes red with tears. He tried to harass me, she sobbed. The maids gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief. But one woman whispered, that can't be true. He served this house his whole life. He wasn't that kind of man. Ying turned sharply. Are you saying I'm lying? The maid dropped her gaze, silent. No one could dare accuse the duke's daughter of falsehood. Wiping her tears, Ying sighed pitifully. He was loyal. We'll offer money to his family to honor his years of service. But remember, no word of this must leave these walls. I won't allow the Locke family to become a laughingstock. The maids nodded quickly, pitying her. But when she was alone again, Ying's tear-stained face twisted into a smirk. Now no one stands in my way. I am the master of the Locke family. And in her heart, one thought burned clear. Gan Yuan will never become queen. Not while I'm alive. The next morning, Ju handed Yuan a small case. Inside was an armor vest and a gun. For your safety, he said, his voice steady though his eyes betrayed worry. I hope the time never comes when you'll need to use this. And... He hesitated before continuing. I've also arranged a bodyguard for you. I trust you won't mind. Try to get along with her. Yuan's heart softened. She leaned up and kissed him, smiling. Thank you. I'm grateful for your love. When Yuan arrived at the Royal Hotel, an assistant was already waiting. Good morning, Miss Gan. I'm Helen. The woman introduced herself with a polite bow. Yuan returned the greeting, shaking her hand. The moment their palms touched, Yuan's sharp instincts caught the truth. Helen wasn't just an assistant. The calluses on her hand were from weapons training. So, this is the bodyguard Ju arranged, Yuan realized. Helen's professional smile didn't waver. I'd like to show you around, but there's a meeting we need to attend first. Yuan nodded, following her. When she entered the meeting hall, she was surprised to see Ying already seated. Strange. Shouldn't the Duke be here instead? She thought. Was his health so poor that Ying had to represent him? Her question was answered when the man at the head table handed her a document. It showed that the Duke had transferred control of his properties to Ying for time being. Yuan frowned slightly but said nothing for now. As the meeting began, Ob also joined them. Yuan, stepping into her new role as manager, greeted everyone first. Soon, the discussion shifted to the hotel's financial troubles. The hotel has been losing money, Yuan began firmly. I suggest we revise some of the rules. For example, the guest list should not be limited to those of noble birth. Her proposal was met with immediate protests. Impossible. That's against the hotel's tradition. If commoners are allowed in, how can it still be considered prestigious? Yuan raised a brow, her voice calm but pointed. So what you're saying is, I'm not allowed here either? The room fell silent at her words. Yuan didn't back down. If this hotel is to grow, it needs change. Otherwise, it will continue to decline. Abe spoke up in support. I agree with her. This is the right direction. To Yuan's mild surprise, even Ying voiced her agreement. Miss Gan has extensive hotel experience. I believe her judgment will help us here. Finally, the man in charge relented. Fine. 1 month. If I don't see results, I'll report directly to the Crown Prince. Yuan met his gaze steadily. Agreed. And if the numbers don't improve, I'll step down myself. After the meeting, Ying approached her with a bright smile. Congratulations on your new position, she said sweetly. By the way, I'd like to host my father's birthday party here at the hotel. Would you allow it? Of course, Yuan replied warmly. And since you'll be our first guest, I'll even offer you a discount. On the other side, Jessica reported back to Moxie. The sniper's identity is confirmed, she said, handing him the file. He was a former Marine soldier who turned mercenary after retiring. There's little trace of where he sourced his weapons, but... She hesitated before adding, his overseas account recently received a large payment. The account holder's name, Nancy Locke. Moxie's brows furrowed in surprise. Nancy? But she's already dead. Jessica nodded. Yes. The transfer was made before her death. It's possible the sniper was simply waiting for the right chance to act. Moxie leaned back, fingers tapping the armrest. Strange. Very strange. Jessica continued. There's more. The Duke's residence suffered another... incident. Apparently, the butler tried to harass Miss Ying, fell from a window and died. Moxie sat silently for a moment, his sharp gaze thoughtful. Too many strange events are piling up around the Duke's residence. Finally, he stood. Then it's time I paid the residents a visit myself. Before he could act, however, Ying herself appeared. Graceful, polite, and smiling sweetly. She offered him an envelope with both hands. My father's birthday is approaching, she said. I hope you'll come. He would be honored by your presence. Moxie studied her face, searching for the real motive hidden beneath her gentle demeanor. Still, he gave a curt nod. Very well. I'll attend. Ying's smile deepened. She bowed elegantly before leaving. Watching her go, Jessica leaned closer, lowering her voice. Boss, I think that girl might have a thing for you. Moxie's expression darkened. That's not something to be happy about. She's not as pure as she pretends to be. The assistant then opened the invitation. The party will be held at the Royal Hotel, sir, the same one where Miss Gaia is working. Moxie's gaze sharpened instantly. After a moment's thought, he ordered coldly, book me a room there. At the Royal Hotel's very important person lounge, the Duke Locke's birthday party was in full swing. Ying, his adopted daughter, was hosting the grand event. As Yuan adjusted her dress, a familiar voice made her turn. Ju, how are you here? Didn't you say you had a meeting? She asked, startled. Ju smiled slightly. It's already over. Besides, this is Duke Locke's birthday. He has been a loyal friend of the royal family for years. Of course I should come to extend my best wishes. Before Yuan could reply, Ying's voice echoed through the hall. Please welcome Mr. Moxie, she announced warmly. All eyes turned as Moxie entered, commanding the room with his presence. Ying led Ju, Yuan, and Moxie upstairs to visit her father. But when they stepped inside, all three froze in shock. The Duke sat slumped in his chair, looking lifeless, his eyes clouded and unfocused. What happened to the Duke? Moxie demanded, his tone sharp. Ying lowered her gaze, her face a mask of worry. I'm sorry you have to see him like this. As you can see, his health has declined terribly. But Moxie's eyes narrowed. To him, the Duke didn't look merely sick. He looked like a man suffering from dementia. And yet, Moxie had seen him only days earlier, perfectly lucid. He has never recovered from my sister's death, Ying continued sadly. I worry if he will ever get better. Ju frowned. I'll have a royal doctor come to examine him tomorrow. At first, Ying hesitated. Then, with a soft smile, she said, It would mean so much to receive your help. Just then, a man entered the room and bowed. Miss Ying, all the guests have arrived? You can open the ball now? Everyone turned toward him. Who is this? Ju asked. Ying's expression remained calm. Something happened to the former butler, so I asked a friend to help with household affairs. He has also received training in housekeeping. She smiled politely as the man bowed to each of them, but as Moxie's sharp eyes scanned him, he felt his gut tighten. This man didn't carry himself like a servant at all. His posture, his movements, they were too rigid, too calculated. Not a butler, Moxie thought grimly. Later, Ying appeared above the grand staircase, greeting the gathered guests with a graceful bow. I must apologize on behalf of my father, she said. Due to his poor health, he cannot join us tonight. At her signal, the family lawyer stepped forward holding a sealed envelope. As per the Duke's wishes, a will has been signed. Due to his illness, all his assets and holdings will be transferred to Miss Ying. Gasps spread through the hall. Shocked whispers filled the air. How could the Duke give everything to his adopted daughter? Someone muttered. He hardly even raised her, another whispered. Ying bowed again, her face the picture of humility. Please, everyone, do not misunderstand. This is only temporary. Once my father recovers, I will return everything to him. Thank you for your understanding. Moxie's jaw tightened. He leaned toward his assistant. Investigate the new butler. Are you suspecting Miss Ying? The assistant asked carefully. Moxie didn't answer. His eyes slid instead to Yuan across the hall. Even if it's only a 1 in a million chance, he thought darkly. I can't let anyone hurt Gaia. As the party continued, many men approached Ying, eager to dance with the newly announced heir of the Duke Lock. But Ying, with a polite smile, rejected each of them. Thank you, she said sweetly. But tonight, I'd like to dance with the crown prince. She turned to Yuan with a feigned softness. Of course. Only if you wouldn't mind, Miss Gan? Before Yuan could respond, Ju's voice cut in from behind. I think I have a better option, he said coolly. With a light push, he sent Abe forward. He'll be your partner tonight. The hall stirred with whispers as Ying's smile stiffened for a moment. Still, she composed herself gracefully, taking Abe's hand. Then I suppose I'll have the honor of dancing with Mr. Abe. As Ying and Abe stepped onto the floor, Ju turned toward Yuan, his eyes glinting with amusement. Tell me, he asked curiously, would you have minded if I had danced with her? Yuan's lips curved in a playful smile. Of course I would. Ju raised a brow. Oh? But since you refused her before I even said a word, Yuan added, wrapping her arm lightly around his neck in flirtation. I'm happy. Before she could pull away, Ju caught the back of her head and kissed her, deep, fierce, startling her. His lips pressed harder, his hand beginning to wander down her back. Ju, she whispered breathlessly against his lips. We're at a banquet. Then let's go to your office, he murmured with temptation, brushing his lips against her ear. Yuan quickly pushed at his shoulder, cheeks flushed. Wait for me. I'll come once my work is finished. She began to leave, but Ju grabbed her from behind, his breath hot against her neck. If you don't return in time, he warned softly, be prepared to face the consequences. Later, when the banquet quieted and Yuan finally prepared to leave, Moxie appeared in front of her. His face was shadowed, and a glass of wine lingered in his hand. You've been drinking again, Yuan said softly. You should go easy on the alcohol. It's just a little, Moxie replied, his tone low. His gaze sharpened. How is Tang? He's doing fine, Yuan answered cautiously. He's made a good recovery. Then can we talk? Moxie asked, almost impatient now. Maybe later, Yuan replied, her steps quickening. But it's important, Moxie pressed, his voice rising. And I have important work too, Yuan said, waving him off. Before the tension could grow, Abe suddenly stepped in between them, shielding Yuan. Miss Gan, allow me, he said, his presence giving her the space she needed to slip away more easily. In one corner of the ballroom, Ying whispered with the new butler. The plan has to change, the butler murmured. Yuan has already left the party, and it looks like Moxie is leaving too. Ying's expression tightened. I'll handle it. You just keep serving the guests, she ordered sharply. Meanwhile, Moxie strode toward Yuan's office, his assistant hurrying to catch up. Sir, the assistant said breathlessly, we just got word. There's a possibility Huang Fuzhu is also there. Moxie's brow darkened, his steps halting. So that was it. Her important business earlier. She'd fled from him just to go see that man. Before he could move, Ying suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path with a forced smile. Mr. Moxie, are you leaving already? Am I such a terrible host? She asked sweetly, but there was a nervous tremor in her voice. It's not like that, the assistant interjected quickly. The boss just isn't feeling well. But Moxie turned, his voice sharp, eyes cold. Miss Ying, why are you following me? His words cut like a blade. I despise women like you the most. Ying froze, stung by the blunt rejection, while Moxie brushed past her. The assistant lingered, softening the blow. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Ying. The boss is simply in a foul mood tonight. Ying lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Then, give me one more chance to speak with him. Please. The assistant sighed heavily but, after a long pause, finally nodded. She entered the room quietly. Moxie was seated, and without looking up, he ordered wine. Ying hurried to pour and offered him a glass. Only when he saw her face did he frown and rise abruptly. What are you doing here? He demanded. I just wanted to talk to you, Ying said softly. I can be a good listener. She suddenly dropped to her knees, voice trembling. I know I can't compare to Yuan. But am I really so unattractive to you? Frustrated, Moxie grabbed her wrist and yanked her up. We haven't even met more than 10 times, he snapped. How on earth can you claim to love me this much? Suspicion flickered in his gaze. I'm only your admirer, Ying replied, tears slipping down her cheeks. I can't control my feelings. But Moxie wasn't a man who could be fooled easily. His eyes narrowed, voice laced with disdain. There are only 2 explanations for your behavior. 1, you're an utter fool, too stupid to realize that I don't like you. But if Duke Locke truly chose you, then you can't be an idiot. He leaned closer, his voice like steel, which leaves the second explanation. You're up to something. And, as for this so-called admiration, there are plenty of men in the Duke's palace for you to swoon over. Ying's face paled. He had seen right through her. Moxie finally released her, standing tall. His eyes drifted down to a book that had fallen to the floor. He picked it up and opened it, his sharp expression softening for the briefest moment as he scanned the contents. His gaze gentler now, almost wistful. Just then, his assistant entered. "Take her away," Moxie ordered coldly, snapping the book shut. On her way home, Ying clenched her fists, determination burning in her eyes. I must get that album from Moxie, she thought. Once I reveal Yuan's true identity to the royal family and the people, everything will change. But the new butler beside her cautioned, "Miss Ying, taking that album from Mr. Moxie won't be easy. He's extremely defensive." Ying's lips curved into a confident smile. "Don't worry, I have my ways." At the hotel, Yuan returned to her office, only to find Ju waiting for her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, surprised. "Investigating Miss Ying," Ju replied calmly. "I just received a report. The account that paid the killer belonged to Nancy." "But Nancy is already dead," Yuan said with a frown. "So, are you suspecting Ying?" Ju nodded, his gaze sharp. A man like Duke Locke would never hand his family business to an adoptive daughter for no reason. And yet, her background looks too clean, too perfect. He reached out, pulling Yuan into his arms. She rested against him, murmuring, "I felt it too. The announcement that night, it was strange. And every time I see her, I can't shake the feeling that I've met Ying somewhere before." Ju hugged her tighter. "Until I uncover the truth, be careful of her. Don't let your guard down." Then, pulling back just enough to meet her eyes, he added firmly, "And stay wary of Moxie as well. I know you're close to him, but I don't trust him." Yuan nodded, sensing the deep worry in his voice. Then she noticed the shadows under his eyes. "Did you stay up late last night?" she asked softly. "I couldn't sleep." "Not without you," Ju replied with quiet affection. Her heart softened. "Then go and rest. I'll finish dinner here and come back as soon as I can. Tomorrow, if you have time, go to the palace. Tang misses you." "No," Ju said stubbornly, pulling her even closer. "Not unless you come with me." Yuan chuckled lightly, shaking her head. "I'm the manager here, Ju. I have responsibilities. But you're my woman first," he countered, lowering his lips to hers. She gasped softly, whispering, "We're in the office. What if someone comes in?" "Relax," Ju murmured with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I have Will standing guard outside. No one's coming in." That night, Ju didn't let Yuan go. "I have work to do," Yuan gasped between her soft moans. "I should have never let you go back to work in the first place," Ju muttered, his breath ragged as he held her tighter. "I'm going to see Tang tomorrow. Will you come with me? But I have a meeting in the morning," she whispered, her voice trembling under his touch. Ju's lips twitched into a sly smile. "I think I've spoiled you too much," he said, before taking control of her again, leaving Yuan no chance to argue. The next day, bookings at the hotel started to grow. Guests filled the lobby, the staff busier than ever. But even with the rise, Yuan wasn't relieved yet. To make a real profit, we need at least 50% occupancy, she thought. Maybe I should push for more advertisement. But then she remembered, she had promised to visit Tang. Because of her work, she hadn't been able to meet him for days. Ju should already be with him at the palace by now. So Yuan left the hotel with her bodyguard Helen and called Ju. "I'm on my way to see Tang," she informed him. But before she could say more, a car suddenly swerved toward them, slamming into theirs. The world spun. Metal groaned, glass cracked. When Yuan came to her senses, she realized she was okay, only shaken. The car had caved in slightly, but miraculously, they were unharmed. Her gaze fell on the vehicle. This wasn't an ordinary car. It had been given to her by the Queen. Only now did Yuan understand. This wasn't just a gift, it was for my protection. A surge of gratitude rose in her chest for the Queen's foresight. "Yuan, answer me, are you there?" Ju's frantic voice broke through from the phone. "I'm fine," she quickly replied. "Get out of there first. Find a safe place. Wait for me. I'll be there soon," Ju ordered, his voice urgent. Helen swiftly led Yuan away, guiding her to a safe corner, hidden from the curious eyes of the public, people eager to glimpse the Crown Prince's fiancée. Meanwhile, Jessica, who had been secretly keeping watch, immediately informed Moxie about the accident. As expected, Moxie left the hotel at once to get to Yuan, and the moment he did, Ying's friend, the new butler, reported to her. "Mr. Moxie has just left." "Good," Ying's lips curved into a smirk. Everything is going exactly as planned. Already prepared, she broke into Moxie's room once she knew he was gone. She was fully aware she couldn't face Moxie head-on. He was too dangerous. But his weakness was Gaia. And Ying knew precisely how to use it. Inside, she searched quickly, her eyes scanning the room. Soon she found what she was looking for, an album. Flipping it open, her lips curled. What an obsessive man. Every page was filled with Yuan, pictures upon pictures, her firsts, her moments, her daily life. It wasn't just an album. It was a diary of her entire existence, captured and preserved by Moxie. Ying snapped photos of every page and left the building without leaving a trace, as if she had never been there. Later, in her room, she studied the contents carefully. Her eyes gleamed with triumph. "So, Gan Yuan, your whole life, your secrets, everything you've hidden, it's all here." Ying clenched her fist. "You'll lose everything once this comes out. What you did to me, I'll return in double. I'll make sure of it." Her smirk deepened. "I'll take everything from you. Everything." On the other side, Yuan was waiting anxiously for Ju when Moxie appeared. "How do you feel? Are you injured?" he asked hurriedly, his tone laced with worry. I'm fine, don't worry, Yuan replied gently, sensing the tension in his voice. Let me take you to the hospital, he urged, grabbing her hand. I said I'm fine. And Ju will be here soon, Yuan answered firmly. Don't say his name, Moxie snapped, his irritation breaking through. Where is he every time you're in trouble? Still too busy with his state affairs? Moxie, calm down. It was just an accident, Yuan said softly, trying to pacify him. Just then, Ju arrived. His voice cut sharp through the air. Moxie, let her go. I won't leave her to you this time. Moxie shot back, his stance unyielding. Ju's brows furrowed, his tone low and controlled. Don't push it. For Yuan's sake, I don't want to argue with you. If it weren't for her sake, I wouldn't have let you off so easily, Moxie retorted coldly. You couldn't even protect her at the square. I admit I didn't look after her well that time, Ju said, his voice turning sharp. But what about you? Why is she always afraid of you? Because to you she's nothing but a killing machine. What nonsense are you spouting? Moxie growled, frustration boiling over. You don't even know how important she is to me. Then have you forgotten how we met? Ju shot back. How you sent her to kill me? Moxie's patience snapped. He raised his gun. Shut up! At once, Ju's guards and Will stepped forward, alert and ready. Yuan, without hesitation, moved in front of Ju, shielding him with her own body. You're even willing to sacrifice your life for him? Moxie's voice shook with anger. Brother, please, calm down, Yuan pleaded, her voice trembling. But Ju's patience had run dry as well. Without another word, he pulled Yuan into his arms and dragged her out with him, while Will and the guards blocked Moxie's path. Moxie stood frozen, his gun lowering slowly. His chest heaved with rage and despair. She abandoned me again. All for that man. At the palace after Yuan's checkup, she turned to Ju. Ju, Moxie won't harm us. Believe me. Ju's jaw clenched. But he tried to take you away from me, and I won't let that happen. He crouched down in front of her, his tone softening. But don't worry, I won't do anything unnecessary to drag this matter further. Now, let's rest. Tomorrow, we'll go see Tang. He leaned in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. The next day, as planned, Ju and Yuan arrived at the royal palace to see Tang. Yuan sat at his bedside, gently brushing his hair. Mommy, Tang murmured, sensing her presence. Get some more sleep. Mommy will be right here, Yuan whispered, kissing his forehead softly. Behind her, Ju stood silently, watching them. But before he could step closer, his mother's voice called him from the hallway. She wanted to speak with him privately in the study. Once inside, the queen handed him a phone. On the screen, the headline screamed, Princess-to-be is an assassin. This, she said firmly, will become a weapon for political enemies. They will use it to attack you, and our country. Before it spirals out of control, we must deal with it. Stay away from Yuan for a few days. Let her return after the matter is calmed. To the public, we must insist you knew nothing. Ju's eyes darkened. Are you saying I should put all the blame on her? That's not fair. This isn't about fairness, the queen countered sharply. It's about minimizing the impact on you, on the crown. Her voice softened. Believe me, I don't want you to break up with her. This is only temporary. Ju turned his back to her, his fists clenched. And when it's over, how am I supposed to win her back? After I throw her to the wolves? Wang Fuju, his mother's voice hardened again. Don't let emotions blind you. Think about the seriousness of this. You could lose your crown. Slowly, Ju turned back, his expression resolute. If that's the only way, he said with unwavering determination, then I'll give up the crown. Elsewhere in the palace, Yuan noticed Will rushing past in a hurry. Is something wrong? She asked, stopping him. Before Will could respond, another servant came running. Reporters and crowds have gathered at the palace gates, he announced breathlessly. Soon the angry chants echoed through the halls. We don't want a murderer, princess. The words pierced Yuan like a blade. She fumbled for her phone and opened the news. Her own face stared back at her, plastered across the screen with the headline labeling her an assassin. Her vision blurred. The very past she had tried so hard to bury had now been dragged into daylight. Will steadied her by the arm. Where's Ju? She whispered, her voice trembling. He's in the study with the queen, discussing the situation, Will replied. Yuan's chest tightened. She knew Ju's parents had shown her kindness and even acceptance. But the nation? The nation would never tolerate an assassin becoming their crown princess. On the other side, the queen was still pressing Ju. How can you let go of the crown? If you give it up on impulse, there will be countless consequences. I'm not acting on impulse, Ju replied firmly. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Besides, Qi can inherit instead of me. But you are our eldest son, and what if your father's cousin seizes this as an opportunity to claim succession? How can you abandon our country for Gan Yuan? The queen demanded, her voice sharp with worry. Why don't you understand? This is our only choice. You just need to put the blame, temporarily, on Yuan. I can guarantee I'll find a way, any means, to reunite you with her, she pleaded. But Ju's answer was resolute. For 6 years I failed to be a father and a husband. How can I now let her bear this alone for me? The queen had no rebuttal. After a long silence, she softened, sighing. Then at least understand this. If your love is true, nothing will separate you. Outside the study door, Yuan stood frozen. She had overheard everything. Tears welled in her eyes at how Ju defended her even against the queen. She silently thanked him, but guilt tore through her heart. She was always dragging him into danger, always burdening him. She could not let that continue. Running, she returned to Tang's room. She gazed at her sleeping son, caressing his face. "I love you, my little Tang," she whispered. With that, she made her decision. She left the palace and walked straight toward the palace gates, where reporters and crowds had gathered. Will was there, struggling to calm the mob, pleading for understanding. "Miss Gan?" Will was stunned, as Yuan suddenly stepped forward and took the microphone from his hand. "What are you doing?" The reporters surged. "Miss Gan, is it true? Did you really kill those people?" "Yes," Yuan said clearly. "I did it." The crowd erupted. "Then why are you here, you vicious woman? What is your purpose?" "I once thought I could be your queen," Yuan said steadily, though her heart ached. "But now I see it's impossible. And your prince? He's truly foolish. If not for this news, he would have never known." The crowd gasped. "Are you saying you deceived our prince?" one shouted. "Yes," Yuan said coldly. "If not for his face, he's far too dumb to catch me. By now, he must be grieving." Fury exploded through the crowd. "Get out of our country!" they screamed, their voices growing louder and louder. Inside the study, Ju heard the shouts. His blood ran cold. He rushed outside just in time to see Yuan being attacked by the mob. "It's the prince! Why is he still protecting her?" People shouted as Ju threw himself over Yuan, shielding her. "Let me go!" Yuan pushed him back. She ripped the engagement ring from her finger and hurled it at him. "You're the most boring man I've ever dated. If not for your face, I wouldn't have let you near me." "Enough, Gan Yuan!" Ju's voice thundered. He knew exactly what she was doing, trying to break all ties with him. But he couldn't let it end like this. Yuan's hands trembled as she raised a gun. She pulled the trigger, the bullet whizzing past Ju. She shot at the prince. The crowd screamed in panic. Tears streamed down Yuan's face. There was no time for sadness. Using the chaos, she turned and ran. Ju staggered, too stunned to move, until the queen caught him by the arm. "Take him away, Will," she ordered urgently. "If you don't, everything Yuan just sacrificed will be wasted." Outside the palace, Yuan fled, chased by the police. To them, she was now a would-be assassin who had attacked their crown prince. Surrounded, her chances of escape grew slim, until a car screeched to a halt in front of her. The door opened. Moxie's voice barked out, "Get in the car!" Yuan hesitated only a second. With police closing in, she had no choice. She leapt inside, choosing what felt like her last possible escape. As the car sped away, leaving the police behind, Yuan turned sharply to Moxie. "Did you spread those photos?" she demanded furiously. "I'm investigating it," Moxie replied, his tone calm, almost too calm. "It wasn't him, Miss Yuan," Jessica interjected quickly, her voice rising in his defense. But Yuan's anger didn't cool. She pulled out her gun and pressed it to her own head. "Tell me the truth," she threatened. Moxie's eyes flashed. He lunged forward, grabbing her wrist and forcing the gun down. "Are you out of your mind? Do you think your death will solve any of this? If you dare to die—" His voice darkened, trembling with fury. "I will destroy everything that man cherishes. And you know me, Yuan. You know I'm capable of it." Yuan froze, because she knew he meant it. He would burn Ju's entire world if she died. Meanwhile, in the palace, Ju woke from his dizziness, his first words weak but desperate. "Where is Yuan?" The queen stood by his side. "I've sent men to find her. She will be fine." Then her tone hardened as she continued, urging him to make a public announcement at the next conference. But Ju shook his head. "I won't stand there and put all the blame on her. I can't." "Ju, listen to me," the queen insisted. "You must support Yuan's decision, or all her efforts will be wasted." His chest tightened. "If I do this, if I put all the blame on her, how will she ever become princess?" "She isn't doing this to become princess," the queen answered softly. "She's doing this because she loves you. She wants to face the world's cruelty in your place, not drag you down with her. That's her choice. But you must do your part." Just then, Tang ran in, eyes wide and anxious. "Daddy, I heard you and Mommy broke up. Is that true?" Ju crouched down, cupping the boy's cheeks. "No, Tang, it's not true. I will get her back. As soon as possible." Then he turned to his mother, his voice resolute. "Mother, please take care of Tang for me." The queen's expression softened. "I will. You do what you must." Ju's eyes hardened with determination. Yuan had sacrificed herself for him. He would not waste another second. He ordered Will to track down the source who spread the scandal. Whoever was behind it, he swore, would pay dearly. On the other side, Moxie had brought Yuan aboard his ship, beginning their journey back to his nation. At dinner, Yuan sat at the table but barely touched her food. Absent-mindedly, she chewed a few bites before suddenly covering her mouth and rushing to the bathroom. Jessica followed her quickly. "Miss Yuan, are you trying to run away? Mr. Moxie will be worried if you—" "I don't want to hear his name," Yuan snapped, leaning weakly against the wall. "Just take me to my room." Jessica helped her along. Yuan's mind spun. She didn't know who was truly behind this, Moxie or someone else with the same goal. If Moxie wanted to spread those photos, he could have done it long ago. Then again, who else besides him had them? The uncertainty gnawed at her. Elsewhere, Ying was practically glowing with delight. At last, she had achieved what she wanted through this scandal. Now, all she needed was to take advantage of the timing. After all, the best way to capture a man's heart was when he was low and empty. She decided she would visit the palace tomorrow, armed with every detail she had gathered about Ju. Later, as she flipped through the photos again, one caught her attention. Yuan as a little girl, no older than 5. Behind her in the picture was a house. Ying frowned. So this was before she went to live with Moxie, she muttered to herself, her eyes narrowed. Could this house be her real home? Yuan and Moxie finally returned to their nation. The caretaker greeted her warmly, bowing with a smile. My lady, welcome home, she said, leading Yuan inside. Everything in the house was exactly the same as she had left it 6 years ago. The familiar sight made Yuan's heart heavy, a mixture of nostalgia and pain pressing down on her chest. Moxie stood back, watching her quietly. A faint smile curved on his lips. His Gaia, his sister, was finally home. Yuan wandered through the familiar halls, her eyes tracing each corner until something outside caught her attention. The stables. She ran toward them without a second thought, calling out her horse's name. The moment the animal neighed back, she smiled through misty eyes, reaching out to stroke his mane. 6 years. It had been 6 long years since she last touched her horse. But as she stood there, another thought weighed on her. Tang. If only Tang were here with me. He loves horses so much. He would be so happy. It was the first time she had been this far away from her son since the day he was born. The ache of separation gnawed at her heart. That evening, dinner was prepared in her honor. The caretaker had gone out of her way, making all of Yuan's favorite dishes. She even brought out a fine wine to celebrate. Tonight, we drink to welcome Our Lady home, Jessica announced cheerfully, raising her glass. The others followed, all smiles, sipping their wine. Yuan lifted her own glass and took a sip, only for nausea to hit her suddenly, rising like a wave. My lady, is something wrong? The caretaker asked in alarm. Yuan quickly set the cup down, shaking her head. I'm fine, she whispered, excusing herself. Without another word, she hurried out, running back inside the palace. Moxie's gaze followed her, darkening. His smile vanished, replaced by fury. She couldn't even sit through one meal with him? She wouldn't even share a toast? Jaw tightening, he pushed his chair back abruptly and left the table in frustration. Inside, Yuan leaned against the bathroom sink, vomiting again until her body trembled. When she finally lifted her head to the mirror, her pale reflection stared back at her. Her mind raced. This wasn't ordinary seasickness. The dizziness on the ship, the nausea now. It wasn't just her mood. Could it be? Her hands pressed instinctively to her stomach. Could I be pregnant? They hadn't been using protection these past few days. It was entirely possible. If it was true, then Tong would soon have a little brother or sister. The thought of Tang's smile, his excitement, warmed her heart for a fleeting second. But just as quickly, sadness replaced it, with the storm surrounding her, with her identity exposed, with Ju fighting for their future. Was it even possible for this new life to exist peacefully? And that's a wrap. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and share your thoughts in the comments. If you enjoyed this and want to be part of our growing community, hit join to support the channel. Take care and see you soon.